Okay.
No. Okay, Haribo, Dandavat pranams to everyone. Welcome back to the Bhakti Zoom. We are on our parigram right now, and we're on our second day of of this wonderful 3-day festival. Today is the divine disappearance day of our beloved A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, and we're so fortunate today to hear from many different disciples that have spent some time with him, hearing their Pushpanjalis and getting a little bit of their hearts that they're sharing with us in these memories and offerings. So we're really, really fortunate to be able to be in the presence of many disciples of Srila Prabhupada. And like I always say as a disciple of Srila Gurudev, is that I'm a byproduct of all of the Swami Maharaj disciples. And it's because of them that I'm in a position where I got to have my Gurudev, a piece of my Gurudev. So I'm really, really fortunate to all of the speakers today. But today we're going to start with our beloved Kishori Mohan Prabhu and Sudevi Didi, who are both going to do kirtan and offer their Pushpanjali. So welcome to both of you, and thank you for joining. Please do take the floor, and I will.
Okay, thank you so much for inviting us and for having us on this live stream. And we just feel very fortunate that you're giving us an opportunity to remember and endeavor to glorify Srila Prabhupada, because there's no greater thing that anyone can endeavor to do with their sense of voice than to endeavor to glorify the pure devotees. And what we have heard from Gurudev and Vaishnavas, we will endeavor to share, and also maybe some of our own experiences. So we will start with the bhajan Sangsara Dava Nalalita Loka. Would you like to add anything before we begin?
Jai Shri Prabhupada.
Ki Jai. So we're going to sing Sri Guru Vashtakam Sangsara Dava Nalalita Loka by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, which is a very, very important prayer. Srila Gurudev would refer to this prayer quite often when he would speak about Srila Prabhupada, to show who Srila Prabhupada is and what he has come to give us, and how we should understand Guru Tattva, especially Rupanuga Guru Tattva. Sangsara Dava Nalalidhaloka Pranaya Karunya Ghanagahatvam Praptasya Kalyana Gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarandam Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nritya Gita Paditra Madhyan Manasura Sena Romanchakam Pashrutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanarindam Shri Vigraharadhana Nityanana Shringara Tanmandira Marchanado Tasya Bhaktang Shnaniyanjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Chaturvidha Shri Bhagavad Prasado Sadhana Triptan Hari Bhakta Sangha Kritvaiva Triptim Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Shri Radhika Madhavayorapara Madhurya Lila Gunarupanamnam Pratikshanashwadhanalolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Kunjayo Rati Keli Seyai Yaya Libhir Yuktira Pekshaniya Tatrati Dakshya Jati Vallabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam साक्षात्कारित्वेन समस्तशास्त्रे उक्तस्तथा भाव्यत एव सद्भिः किन्तु प्रभुर्य प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दम् यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसादो यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि ध्यायं स्तुवंस्तस्य यशस्त्रिसन्ध्यम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दम् गुरुदेवा जय गुरुदेवा गुरुदेवा जय गुरुदेवा प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल जय गुरुदेव 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 जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय श्री प्रभुपाद की जय That one?
Yeah. Sorry.
गुरुवे गौरचंद्राय राधिकाय तदालये कृष्णाय कृष्ण भक्ताय तद्भक्ताय नमो नमः अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः नमो विष्णुपादाय राधिकाय प्रियात्मने श्रीश्रीमार्भक्तिवेदान्त नारायणनित्यनामिने नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामी नित्यनामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे वंशाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे मुखं करोति वाचालं पंगुं लंघयते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे श्रीगुरुं दीनतारिणम् So today, as you all know, is a very, very important and special holy day. It is the anniversary of the disappearance of Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, the founder of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Are you there, Yashodhari? I just don't know if we're streaming or not. You were so still, I wasn't sure if it was going.
Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to send out a message so everyone knows that we're alive.
Okay. And so we've been requested to come onto this venue and to share some of what we have learned from our Srila Gurudev, what we have learned about Srila Prabhupada, and also our own experiences. Today, I heard so many devotees speaking about Srila Prabhupada, but very, very few mentioned anything about Guru Tattva. We just sang this bhajan, Sangsara Davana Lalitaloka. And there Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur is explaining how Sri Guru manifests in our lives. He says that when the jivas are basically burning in the blazing forest fire of material existence, and they begin to run here and there crying for help, crying to the Supreme Lord for his mercy, the Lord's mercy condenses and takes shape, takes form, and comes before us in the form of Krishna Kripa Shri Murti or Shri Guru. Krishna Kripa Shri Murti means the form of the mercy of Krishna. And so this is actually how Guru manifests in our lives. And when you apply this principle to the personality of Srila Prabhupada, we can see that he certainly was and is the form of the mercy of Krishna for the purpose of rescuing and saving millions and millions of confused and fallen conditioned souls in this world. At the time that Srila Prabhupada went overseas for the first time, there was a massive uprising against the status quo. What everyone had been told, this will make you happy if you get a job and you work really hard and you save up and you get a house. People began to doubt that, and they began searching through any medium possible for truth. So many persons were engaging and taking so many intoxicants. They were taking drugs. They were searching for truth through sex and through so many different things. But really, there was a search for truth, and they call it the hippie movement. But the hippies were searching for truth. They were searching for reality. They wanted to know, and they didn't have any more faith in what was going on previously. And so it seems as if Krishna had arranged for that to take place because Srila Prabhupada had such a strong desire to fulfill the order of his Gurudev, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, who ordered him to preach in the English language in the Western countries. So Srila Prabhupada's desire was so great, we ended the program today remembering Srila Prabhupada's prayer that he wrote on the Jaladuta on his way to Boston Harbor. There he says, Krishna tava punya habe bhai, e punya kuribe jabe, radharani kushi habe, dhruva ati boli tomatai. Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj explained when he saw this prayer that actually Srila Prabhupada was telling Krishna, oh brother Krishna, if you at all desire to attain your greatest punya, your greatest treasure, which is that Srimati Radharani will be pleased with you, then you will certainly help me in my endeavor. So he is telling Krishna that if you want the mercy of Radhika, then you will help me in my endeavor. Please help me to follow the order of my Guru, Sri Siddhanta Saraswati Sachi Sutta Priya Ati. He's saying that by the mercy of Sri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, Jate Gauranga Nam, the name of Gauranga will be spread through every town and village of this world. The Hare Krishna Mahamantra will be known in every nook and corner and cranny of this entire world. So he had this strong conviction, this strong faith, this strong hope that this would take place. And he said, I have faith in Harinam. I have strong faith in the holy names of the Lord. And I have faith that simply by chanting the holy names of the Lord, this world will be delivered. So he had this kind of conviction while he was setting off to the West for the first time to bring the teachings of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And by that great conviction and by that great dedication, by his unswerving and uncompromising desire and mood of service to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, to Harinam Prabhu, and to his Gurudev, we saw that within a very short time, quite a short time, from 1965 when he arrived, really his movement didn't start taking off until 1967, slowly. And by 67 to 77, when he departed from our vision in this world, we see that he manifested a miracle throughout the entire world, having so many temples, thousands and thousands of devotees everywhere, and his books being distributed. Really, his books are the books of Gaudiya Vaishnava Siddhanta, Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, and works of the Goswamis. And he has made beautiful translations and commentaries of them and shared them throughout the world. So much so that the words Hare Krishna were known everywhere. Anyone, anywhere, if you would have said Hare Krishna, oh, those ones who are singing in the streets, those ones who are distributing books in the airports, oh, Hare Krishna. And it was quite common. So Srila Prabhupada was very, I would say, proud of the fact that his society or his movement was known by the names Hare Krishna. That's how everyone knew him. That's how everyone knew of the devotees, and that's how everyone knew of their faith, is that they chanted Hare Krishna. So what Srila Prabhupada did and what he gave is absolutely miraculous. And it is actually beyond comprehension, the kind of dedication, the kind of surrender, the kind of humility, and the kind of uncompromising movement that Srila Prabhupada himself was doing. And that movement of his own heart spread into the hearts of thousands of others and created a massive movement of Krishna consciousness throughout the world. Would you like to share something about how Srila Prabhupada desperately tried to follow that order of his Gurudev?
When we listen to the Vaishnavas or we read about the faith and the service of Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada, it's really, really beautiful because not everything came easy. And for us, that's actually quite hopeful. How he endeavored so much through so much hardship. I've been in situations where you see devotees are struggling and other Vaishnavas will say, oh, they don't have any mercy, or oh, it's because they made this offense or they've done this. They come up with so many reasons why they might be having a hardship, why a sickness comes to them. We hear it so often, actually. But when Srila Prabhupada exhibited all of this hardship, he was failing in his businesses, he was failing in his family life. Again and again, he was trying. Finally, he was trying to physically follow the order of his Gurudev that he carried in his heart for so many years. And even then, he had to beg and he had to try so hard. And finally, when he gets that opportunity to cross the ocean on the Jaladuta, what happens? He has 2 massive heart attacks. It wasn't easy. It wasn't something that was smooth sailing. Actually, we hear that the Jaladuta was rocking and it was going so badly at that time. And when Srila Prabhupada had those massive heart attacks, it is said that Krishna came and massaged his heart. Srila Prabhupada said this, and that Das Avatar began to row the Jaladuta. And then what happened at that time? Everything became smooth. But when he arrived, he realized this isn't going to be some easy task. I'm not just going to go out there and everyone's going to start dancing and chanting. Hard endeavor, hard work to be under that kind of discipline for the pleasure of his Gurudev and Guru Varga, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he went out, he said he didn't know whether to turn left or right. He was completely just shocked. Where do I go? What do I do? And someone came up to him, a travel agent, and said, oh, they took him to a bus stop. This is after how many days? 27,
35 days.
35 days on a cargo ship, which is so uncomfortable.
We've done it for 24 hours and it left us dizzy for a week, and we were in our early 20s at the time.
And he gets to Boston Harbor and they say, okay, now you have to wait. Srila Prabhupada himself tells this part. We don't generally read about it, but he himself tells it. He said that when he got there, they brought him to a bus station and he had to wait for some hours for the right bus to come. Finally, he gets on the bus, and for 5-6 hours from Boston Harbor all the way to Butler, Pennsylvania, he was on a bus. Gopal, the devotee who gave him like the certificate that he can come and stay, the sponsorship, He brought him to his house. Srila Prabhupada said, he let me stay that night, and in the morning they dropped me off at the YMCA.
That is a youth hostel.
And then he was going back there every day to cook for himself. And Gopal was like, look, I married this Western girl. She doesn't know how to cook. She doesn't know how to make roti and sabji. Will you also cook for me? So Srila Prabhupada began cooking for him too. When he was just speaking about his humility, he wasn't out there going, but do you know who I am? Do you know where I come from? Do you know how important I am? He didn't have this mood, whatever it took. He took every opportunity and every little bit of help from anyone who would help in this mission. And because of that sincerity and humility and emptying himself of any other desire other than to serve his Gurudev and Guru Varga, Krishna gave so much mercy, but again, not without hardship. He was actually robbed. He was beaten. He was put through, wasn't he? They hit him or something. They robbed him. So many hardships. Many times Srila Prabhupada thought, today, if no one comes, I'm going back. I'm going to go back and get another passage and go back to Vrindavan. And he did it many times. And also, he talks about how one day he was really serious. Now he's very serious. If nothing happens today, if no one comes, if I can't do anything, why should I be here? And so he went to the park and he sat down with his eyes closed and he started chanting. And he said that so many started to come forward and he got some enthusiasm in his heart. Okay, now some movement is happening.
He told our Gurudev, he said that when he opened his eyes, he saw the most amazing thing. He said, normally you see that worms are going to stool to enjoy that stool. He said, but I saw that worms were leaving that stool and becoming devotees, putting their hands in the air and chanting Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Hare Krishna. He said it was the most amazing miracle to witness this. Because when he arrived in Boston Harbor, he thought, oh my God, you could see what he wrote. It was full of hope, what he wrote on the way. And then when he arrived in Boston Harbor, he was like, why have you brought me to this horrible place? He referred to it as Ugrastan, this terrible, horrible place where there's no attraction to Krishna, there's no attraction to the message of Krishna, that everyone is simply absorbed in materialism, they're absorbed in making money and just living and trying to enjoy this material world. How will I be able to share this message? So he saw it as a very difficult task and he began praying. If you read what he writes, it is so, I'm going to use the words of Gurudev, pitiful. So, what was that word?
Pathetic.
Pathetic. Pathetic meaning in a mood of pathos, a feeling of complete inability on his own to accomplish anything. But if Krishna so desires.
He actually writes, he said, my dear Lord, I don't know why you have brought me to this place, but if you have brought me here to dance, then I am like a puppet in your hands, he says. I am like a puppet in your hands. And if you have brought me here to dance, then make me dance, oh Lord, make me dance as you like. He had no sense of I, me, mine. It was all, how can I serve? How can I dedicate every last breath, which he did. When you actually witness, if you see in the final lesson videos, Srila Prabhupada was here in Vrindavan, lying down on a bed about to leave this world. He was entering into Samadhi. And what was he doing? He was giving Krishna book. He was so constant till his last breath, giving Krishna book, giving Krishna to the world, to everyone. I just wanted to again stress that so many times we think that this path of bhakti should be just strewn with rose petals and everything should be easy and we should run so easily. But every one of our acharyas have shown us that there are so many thorns. And they're running on that path and they're kicking all of that, cleaning that away for us to run behind them. And if we stay close to our Gurudev, if we stay close to our Guru Varg, then all obstacles are removed because they are removing them one after another. And if hardship is there, that is okay. Then we can witness how Guru and Krishna save us every time. We see if we're doing everything as a dedication to Gurudev, to Krishna, then we see their mercy everywhere, even in hardship.
Like with Prahlad Maharaj, with Ambarish Maharaj, if they didn't have the hardship that they had to undergo, their glories would not have been so prominent. But the difficulties they had, and yet they maintained their conviction, their one-pointedness, their steadfastness. This was actually the Supreme Lord revealing the glories of these devotees to the entire world. And we see that Krishna has also done this with Srila Prabhupada. The amount of difficulty that he had to endure, not only in the West, but also from some of his godbrothers, even some of his godbrothers who were creating difficulties for him. They didn't want to help him. They felt that he was maybe, how is it possible that this grihasti
Overstepping.
has now become more prominent than someone who was a sannyasi for 20 years before him? But look at what he's doing. And so some of them were not so favorable and also creating difficulties from this side. But Srila Prabhupada, he continued to persevere and to pursue following and fulfilling the mission of his Gurudev and his and Mahaprabhu, who predicted that Sarvatra Prachar Hoibe Moranam, my name will be spread in every town and village. And it is undeniable who's responsible for spreading his name in every town and village. His name is Sachinandan Gaurahari, but his name is also Hare Krishna, because he is the combined form of Radha and Krishna with all of their moods of meeting and separation in one container. So he said, my names will be spread in every town and village of this world. He's also the person who fulfilled the prophecy of Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur, who said that very soon devotees will come from the Western countries and join with their Vaishnava brothers and sisters in India, and together they will do Harinam Sankirtan through the streets. A lot of times, because in our Prabhupada's Pranam Mantra, it says Paschatya Desha Tarine. Everyone's like, oh yes, he spread the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in all of the Western countries. But let's be honest. Look at what he has done in India. No? There was so much preaching going on through so many different Gaudiya months. But if you see who has really prominently brought the name of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Maha Mantra, and the process of Rupanuga Bhakti also to India, we can very honestly and clearly see that that is also Srila Prabhupada. He saw that India was chasing after the materialism of the West. So he thought, let me go there. Let me change their mindset. Let me bring them, awaken the devotee within them, and then bring these dancing white elephants. This is what he said, my dancing white elephants, back to India and show. Don't follow the West. Look, they're following your culture. Turn around, go back. So Srila Prabhupada was so brilliant. His desire to serve his Gurudev, his desire to serve Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Harinam Prabhu was so great that all transcendental capacity, all intelligence, and all organizational ability manifested within him to really make an amazing miracle in this world. It was not only in the Western countries. Paschatya Desh is also the foreign country from all the Western countries. He changed the face of this world. Would you like to speak something about that?
No, you.
He changed the face of this world. Both of us were born in California. That is the land of Kali. And it is the personification of Kali Yuga. And yet, Srila Prabhupada went to that place. He turned so many hippies into happies, so many persons with demonic mindsets into devotees. And they were so enthusiastic and inspired. Our parents raised us from birth in the culture of bhakti because of Srila Prabhupada. And not only general bhakti, because all over India there's so much bhakti. There's bhakti for Krishna, and there's bhakti for Narayan, and bhakti for Ram, and bhakti for Mahadeva, and bhakti for Durga, and bhakti for Ganesh, and bhakti for everyone. But it is amazing for us to really dive deep into this understanding that from our birth, because of the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, we were encultured in Rupa Nuga Bhakti, in the knowledge of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and with Hare Krishna and Radha Krishna as our goal and aspiration in service. And this is a complete, you could say, adjustment from how the world was before Srila Prabhupada. Previously, you could find this conception in pockets throughout India, mostly in Bengal and in Vrindavan, and maybe in Puri and where's this place of Ramananda Rai? Rajmundri.
Oh.
A few pockets throughout India. But the idea that people are taking birth in families of devotees who are Rupa Nuga Vaishnavas and following the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this is unprecedented. So he really changed the face of this world, because even now, so many people don't understand the teachings of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu within India. But he made it that anyone, anywhere in the world can enter into this path of Rupa Nuga Bhakti. It is unprecedented, completely unfathomable, really, what he did, what he accomplished, and what is still happening today. Would you like to add?
Well, because you said Los Angeles, I'll bring it to my own experience of Srila Prabhupada. And maybe I've said it many times, but it's one of my favorite stories. When we were children, we always used to be able to get cookies from Srila Prabhupada. After there would be a kirtan, after he spoke, the children were able to go up and they would bring out plates of sweets or cookies, Prabhupada cookies.
Right, Los Angeles was his world headquarters because that's where BBT was, his publication.
And so we got to see him all the time.
Yeah, he would come there a lot.
And so we remember him very, very clearly. But the children were running up to him and they would go and get the cookie and they would leave. And my father, he told my elder sister, Lavangalata, he said, oh, you should go and offer your obeisance to Srila Prabhupada. And she just said, no, I can't, I'm too shy. And I said, oh, I'll do it, I'll go. So I ran up there and Srila Prabhupada handed the cookie to me and I didn't take it. First, I offered my obeisance and then I got up and he put the cookie down. And I remember being frightened beyond belief. And he searched the plate and he got the biggest cookie on the plate and he smiled and he gave me the big cookie. And I remember when I was growing up, whenever I would do something naughty, which was quite often, the biggest chastisement I would get is, oh, my name was Saraswati. And they would say, oh, Saraswati, you know better. You got the big cookie from Prabhupada. And I go, oh, yeah, I was so bad. And I remember that my sister, she felt this urge in her heart that she just wanted to travel. She didn't want children or a family life. And I had the opposite. I wanted a huge family. I wanted a big house. I had plans. We were young. And when we met our Gurudev gave us the seva to travel and preach and also not to have children. So many beautiful teachings for us. And one day my sister looked at me and she said, oh, it's because you got my cookie. You got my life. I was supposed to get that. But I feel very, very indebted and very grateful that no matter what hardships, at least myself, that I had in Gurukul, that may not have been as bad as others, but I did have some hardships. And being in Gurukul by the age of 4 in itself is pretty frightening. You know, leaving your home, not being with your parents, living in a different environment with all these other people and children. It was very hard for me. But when I look back now, I just feel so grateful that I was given that opportunity to grow up without being the center of my own universe. That actually we grew up realizing, because of our parents, because of our teachers, that Srila Prabhupada was the center of our universe, that Krishna was the center, not us. And because of that, I just feel that Srila Prabhupada gave so much special mercy to us, to these children, that we were given such an opportunity from our very birth. The moment we're born, they put Prabhupada on, and that was the first sound that we heard, was his voice singing. When we would wake up in the morning, my parents, the devotees, they would always just say, Jai Srila Prabhupada. Going to bed, that was good night. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. He was everything. And growing up with that kind of mamata and nishta and faith in Srila Prabhupada is invaluable. And I think that more than anything, it has taught me that I want to have that for my Gurudev as well. You know, to remember him constantly, that he is the sun in my universe, and that, you know, that what they have given us, what they have come to give us, is so astonishing and so rare, and that we shouldn't take it for granted. These lives are short, and Srila Prabhupada would remind us of that constantly. Take it now, take it seriously. And so I guess these days for us are trying to remind us, like an alarm clock, what have you done since last time? Take it seriously, dive deep into what they have given us, because it is so extraordinary. In the history of this world, it is so extraordinary.
I was just remembering as she was speaking that our Gurudev told
Of
that
all worlds. it
Srila
is
Prabhupada
extraordinary.
extracted an unprecedented level of Guru Nishta from his disciples. He said, not seen even since the time of Shankaracharya. And as she was speaking, I was remembering something my father told me. He said that he was debating on whether or not he should have any children, but he saw one devotee, Paramananda, placing his newborn baby at the feet of Srila Prabhupada. And my father told me, he said, at that point, I thought, if there's any reason to have a child, that's it. And so his desire, having me, was to bring a soul into this world, to give that soul an opportunity to receive the dust of the feet of the pure devotees. And one of the, I would say, the more strong, firm memories I have of something my father told me about Srila Prabhupada was that when he went to Dallas, there they had all the children sing Sri Brahma Sanghita. And they all sang it beautifully, but then Prabhupada's only question was, do they know the meaning? And they said, no, Srila Prabhupada, we haven't gone that far yet. And he said, He said, the test of all of their education is that when they see a sadhu, they will fall flat like a stick before him. In other words, dandavat pranam at the feet of a sadhu. He said, this is the test of all of their education. And so I see that those disciples of Srila Prabhupada, our parents' generation, they actually raised us to not be attached. And they also helped each other to not be attached.
That was the first thing my dad told my mother when my sister was born. He said, don't be too attached. Don't be too attached to her. This jiva is getting an opportunity.
So somehow by the inspiration of Srila Prabhupada, they understood that we are not these bodies. Our purpose, the purpose of our existence is to awaken love and affection for Krishna. And if we come into the vicinity of any other jiva, our only function in relationship with them is to also encourage them to awaken that relationship with Krishna, whether they come by meeting them in the street or whether they come as our own children. And so I'm applying it practically and personally, that our own parents saw us as devotees of Krishna and as disciples of Prabhupada for the purpose of helping Srila Prabhupada to fulfill his service and mission to his Gurudev. I also wanted to share, because this is the anniversary of the disappearance of Srila Prabhupada, that I have many memories from when I was quite young. I was only 3.5 years old when Srila Prabhupada departed. I was born in February of 1974, and he left in November of 1977. But I remember very clearly the day that he departed from this world. Many devotees had gone to India, but my parents stayed back in Los Angeles. And it was probably one of the most impressive and painful, shocking days of my life. As a young child, you see all of the adults as invincible. But for the first time, I saw that they were all like babies, crying like orphans. I didn't know what was going on, but I saw some who were becoming pale and fainting. I saw some were decorating. My father was cooking, and I asked my mother, what's going on? What happened? Because she was crying and she couldn't speak. She just had tears in her eyes and her voice was choked up and she couldn't speak to me. She couldn't tell me. And I was like, what's happening? What's happening? And then my father tried to explain it to me. Srila Prabhupada has left, but it didn't really. Srila Prabhupada was always leaving Los Angeles. He would come and he would go. So he's like, he's left. And I'm like, but I don't understand. What do you mean he left? And he's like, he's gone. He's not returning. And I still couldn't understand, but I saw the love, the dedication, and the surrender and the separation of the disciples of Srila Prabhupada for him. And for me, that was one of my earliest memories. That and also receiving a cookie from him. But on this day, as Sudevi was just saying, I would like to be able to have even a particle of that kind of mood in dedication and service at the lotus feet of my Gurudev. And so I pray to Srila Prabhupada that just as he has served his Gurudev and as he is serving his Gurudev forever, and also to his disciples who were inspired by that mood that he gave them, just as they dedicated their entire youth, all of their energy and everything in serving him, that may I also receive that inspiration to be able to serve my Gurudev in such a way. So on this day, the day of the disappearance of Srila Prabhupada, we are praying in the dust of his lotus feet for his mercy, that we might be able to follow him, to please him, and to make him proud one day. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
I'm a bit speechless. I think I'm going to be speechless throughout this whole thing. But the thing is, like, you're right, we hear so many things about Srila Prabhupada. He's just that kind of personality that you just, even if you never met him, like obviously I've never physically met him, but you just fall in love with him because it just feels like he's accepting. It doesn't matter where you're from, who you are, what your situation is. He's just accepting. You go and sit in front of his Murti, Sri Murti in London or wherever, and you just know he's there. He's listening. You can feel his presence. And you know what you spoke about his endeavor and his this preaching mission that of giving his heart, his everything to his Gurudev for this mission. Like, that's something that I think is so inspiring. And I actually see it in all of his disciples. Like, I see that mood of surrender that is so inspiring. And this is why I say, like, for me, I'm so indebted to the disciples of Srila Prabhupada, because that endeavor and that surrender is what's given us like access to Srila Gurudev, but access to Mahaprabhu and Radha Krishna and this whole world. And you know, Srila Prabhupada didn't just do it in the West, he did it everywhere. He changed the whole system in India, and that's one person in 10 years changed the whole world, flipped it upside down to give us, or give someone like me who has no qualification, the opportunity to be a part of it, you know, be a part of the movement, be a part of Mahaprabhu's gun. Like, this is incredible. And I just want to say thank you for just highlighting these beautiful aspects, and anyone that's read the Jalduta diaries will just die of complete, like, I don't know, heart melt or whatever it is that it is there, because those diaries, those entries that he's written is phenomenal and so beautiful. What an honor to have someone like Swami Maharaj in our parampara. What an honor to have this Guru Varg, and what an honor for Srila Gurudev to see. And I can't even imagine how Bhaktivinoda Thakur and Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Prabhupada are feeling with this happiness, you know.
Yeah, some
So
devotees asked Gurudev about Prabhupada, who is he in Gaura Leela? And Gurudev said, isn't it obvious? That personality who was predicted to do this, to bring Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's name and Hari Nam to the whole world. This is his form in Gaura Leela, Gurudev said. So
yeah.
we're so blessed to have connected with an eternal associate of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the form of Srila Prabhupada.
Yeah, and I hope that this fire of remembrance and also hope is the like embodiment of hope as well. Like it remains with all of us that are listening, those that listen now, in the later or whenever, that this hope of and flame, and we can see it, like I said, we can see it in the disciples that have, and not just the disciples, but anyone that's met Srila Prabhupada, we can see that light of hope and surrender in them. So if we really want to, we can see them and see Srila Prabhupada. Like they say that you are the ideal of, you have some qualities of your Gurudev in you. You know, like a father, everyone has a piece of their quality. So thank you so much. And P.S. Sudev Didi, I love your cookie story. And so did Yashodanandan. Yashodanandan loved that story. So thank you for sharing that. So I'm not gonna take too much time because I know that we've got a tight schedule. I do want to mention.
Yeah, I have to
Okay.
start the next program downstairs.
Okay. Hari, thank you so much.
Hare Krishna. Radhe, Radhe.
Radhe.
Haribol.
Haribol, Kishore Mohan, Sudevi, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Very wonderful stories, very inspirational. Now I know I have something I can talk about because you've awakened things in my heart. Haribol.
Thank you, Maharajji.
By the way, Vaikanas Maharaj is one of the ones who's done the crazy dedication to Srila Prabhupada, one of those persons we were talking about. So definitely listen to him. He's one of those who was going out every day and distributing books and giving Hari Nam and everything. He's known me since before I was born because he knew my father in the Brahmachari ashram. Hare Krishna.
Haribol, thank you so much. I also want to make a quick announcement. I do want to apologize in advance that we weren't able to invite everyone to this program. We were thinking that it would only be a 2-hour program, but it's lengthened a little bit, and I want to sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, apologize for the devotees that we've not invited. It's not that we don't want to invite you, it's just that the capacity that I currently have and the team have is not as big as what it used to be. So we're just trying to set everything back up. So please forgive me if the team or I haven't invited you, or so yeah, I just want to make that announcement. We'll now move over to our wonderful Prakashmat Atma Prabhu. Are you there, Prabhuji? I think you're there. I don't want to take much of your time. Prakashmat Prabhu, I'm gonna ask. I think
I'm here.
Oh, there you go. Wonderful.
You see you see me?
We don't see you though. Let me just see
So
if I
what
can.
do I do? What do I have to
Hold on.
do?
I've just pressed the button. See if you can.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Haribol, Dandavad Pranams.
Haribol.
Are you
Thank
in
you.
India or are you in
No, I was in Africa.
Okay. Because I was thinking, I was just confused because I thought, is Malti Didi here in
Malati
India?
is in Vrindavan.
Okay, that's why I was thinking that both of you were traveling together.
No,
But you're traveling in Africa.
I went to Benin, because Asha
Yes.
Maharaj, so I just came back.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, we saw some videos of you doing prachara there. It was very, very, very beautiful. Prabhuji, I don't want to take any of your time, so please offer your Pushpanjali and Haribol, and thank you.
Haribol. Om Agyanati Mirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Shakshuru Maritam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Gaurave Gaurachandraya Radhikaye Tadaraye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadbhaktaya Namo Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Paraya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Sarasvati Deve Gauravani Prasharine Nirveshesha Shunyavad Pashatayati Namine. Well, speaking about Srila Prabhupada, is always difficult because we owe him so much, and at the same time, I never felt I am at the level of being his disciples. All I can say, and I try to speak with my heart, in back 50 years ago, more than 50 years ago, when I met Srila Prabhupada, and when I became a devotee, I was 16 years old. I felt pretty foolish, actually. Today, I can see I was very foolish. I didn't really understand everything. But one thing that was very clear is that there was only one spiritual master, one guru. It was much more simple. I mean, the only competing gurus were all Mayavad. So you have all these gurus like Sri Moy or Bhagavan Rajneesh or Maharishi Mahesh Yogi and so many others. And Srila Prabhupada, he showed us how bogus they were. Actually, all these gurus, everybody knew their name, but they didn't, nobody knew what the actual sadhana they were proposing. Their name was always written in big, fat letters. Whereas the Srila Prabhupada, everybody knew Hare Krishna movement, but nobody knew outside of the movement the name of Srila Prabhupada, because he came to reveal Krishna, not his own glories. And so Srila Prabhupada, he was a special kind of guru. I remember when I encountered the first time the devotees of the Gurudev Sangha. One sannyasi, he asked me, how many times did you meet Srila Prabhupada? How many times did you hear personally, see? The question was really strange for me because I didn't count, I don't know. How many times I met Gurudev? I don't know either. I didn't count. Of course, like not as much as I would have liked to. But Srila Prabhupada himself, he always insisted over and over, if you have heard or if you have read, he always emphasized the Vani over the Vapu. He said, don't be attached to my physical form, because when I will leave this world, what will you do? And he even advised one of his Indian disciple, who always wanted to be with him. He said, you travel everywhere in the world and you preach about Krishna like I do. He didn't encourage him to stay with him. And so the instruction was much more important. And he embodied this shloka from Bhagavad Gita, Tad vidi pranipatena pranipashina sevaya upadikshanti te jnanam jnaninas tattvadarshinaha. That, you have to approach a spiritual master and you have to inquire submissively from him and you have to serve, seva. And actually for Srila Prabhupada, this was the last item that was the most important for him, the seva. Because even if you ask questions, I had to be very pertinent. Actually, most of us were scared to ask questions to Srila Prabhupada, because it happens that, sometimes he will dismiss the question or say that this is a stupid question. Or even I have a god brother, as he said, I thought about asking a question that was be intelligent. I thought about it for an entire year. And by the time he, found this question, he asked finally Srila Prabhupada after 1 year of reflection, and Prabhupada looked at him and said, this is not important. So most of us were a little scared to ask direct questions unless it concerned our seva, because this is what was the most important. So if someone asked me how much time did I serve Srila Prabhupada, well, the entire time I was, within his association, his movement, 24 hours, 7 days a week, no holidays, no, we didn't celebrate birthdays or nothing. when I say 24 hours, that even in our sleep, this was for Krishna. We were, doing seva for Krishna, so the body could be rested. We slept on the bare floor, no mattress, no pillow. We slept in a van. I was always traveling, distributing books all the time. It's not my thing at all, really. I did it. Then, like it was said before, we share the same problem, some of the problem that Srila Prabhupada also had experienced. We were insulted, we were beaten, I was arrested by the police many times. I even slept in jail in Geneva. I remember they arrested me. I was 17, and they put me in jail. And even after his departure, after Srila Prabhupada's departure, I joined Tribhuvanat's party in Lebanon. So we were distributing Arabic Bhagavad Gita, and there was a war. There was bombs falling. We could hear the bombs. We could see people running everywhere. We were arrested by PLO. PLO at that time was Yasser Arafat. It was in Beirut, and it was like the equivalent of Hezbollah. So we were arrested. Some of us were tortured. I remember they beat us up and everything. All of this because Tribhuvanat, he said, I heard Srila Prabhupada, he said, if anybody is preaching in Muslim countries, I will take the dust of their feet and put it on my head. Meaning that they will be very dear to me. And that was the only thing that was important. That was the only important thing, is to please Srila Prabhupada. And I know he was pleased in this way. Because not that we, have to look for martyrdom or go to very dangerous place, but just do seva and do seva the best we can. Srila Prabhupada was a very practical person. He would take care of everything. He taught us everything. He opened temples and he published books, and he was traveling everywhere in the world, and he was always preaching, initiating devotees, sometimes at a distance. And he was opening schools for children, Gurukula, farms. He had so many projects, like nobody could stop him. And yet he had a personal relationship with every of his disciples. There's no doubt about this, because when I speak about seva, when you're out there distributing books, Srila Prabhupada is pleased. There's instant connection with him. It is something that he never, he was always straightforward. There was never any kind of confusing statement from him. And he dedicated his entire life to give Krishna to us. And he encouraged us, even if we didn't know much, to do the same. So many of us, we started doing things we never did before, because he was giving us this inspiration. So Srila Prabhupada, when he left, of course, there was a big void in my heart and in many people's heart, and I didn't know how we will survive this. And actually, the next 10 years or so were very difficult years. But Srila Prabhupada, he was always with us. How many times did he come in my dreams and show me that he was still alive? I was always surprised. How many times did he speak to me, even without dreaming, being awake, hearing his voice in my head? How many times he manifested himself through other devotees? How many times he always calling me back? Now luckily, I can hear him calling my name, my own name. I never had that privilege when I was serving him directly, or when he was physically present. But he said to his disciple who were worried, what would we do when you're no longer there? He said, I will always be with you. He signed all his letters to his disciple, you ever well-wisher. And I know Gurudev did the same thing, but that was really specificity of Srila Prabhupada, you ever well-wisher. He's someone who's always wishing the best for you. And Once one disciple, actually, he started doing business. It was in Bombay, and he was not in the temple, living in the temple. He was doing business outside. So some other devotees were criticizing, saying that he's going to hell. Srila Prabhupada said, he's always my disciple. I always sign your ever well-wisher. So in other words, he's wishing the best even to those who don't necessarily live the way that he was asking us to live. He took this oath to take us back to Krishna. In this little Prabhupada Murti that we received last year, it was written, some of the letter. If someone who has served me sincerely, but could not come back to the spiritual world, I will personally come from the spiritual world, from Goloka Vrindavan, and take him with me. He even said that he came to the spiritual world to write books, that he said that to a devotee. I came from Goloka Vrindavan to write those transcendental literature. I didn't want to come. I felt that this is a horrible place, but Krishna forced me. So whether Srila Prabhupada referred to Vrindavan, the local Vrindavan, that he was living in Vrindavan, and that Krishna, he told him, you have to go to the West, such a horrible place. And then he finally wrote this literature, this holy books. Whether Prabhupada meant this or meant that he came from Goloka Vrindavan, from this higher realm, it's the same, actually, because it's, you know, I mean, where the pure devotee is, this is Goloka Vrindavan. But that is also possible, that he came to this world to give us this knowledge, because Guru, according to him, it's not some kind of big brother, or, you know, in a gentle way. I mean, someone who is going to take care of you, or a father figure who is going to make you feel good. No, he's a teacher, a spiritual master. He really is a teacher, and he's always teaching us. Prabhupada is teaching the whole world. He's teaching an entire world. And yeah, Prabhupada was writing in Vrindavan. Yes, of course. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. He started with the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. That's his first writing. But then he started writing these 3 volumes of first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. But what he meant is that he came on Krishna's order, and he empowered us to do the same, even if we knew very little. And okay, after, you know, he left, it was difficult. Of course, luckily there was Sridhar Maharaj, Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Goswami Maharaj. He helped many of us to survive, to have the good understanding of who is Guru, what the mission of Srila Prabhupada was, to put everything in perspective. I remember once, I didn't witness directly, but I heard it. Sridhar Maharaj, he asked Srila Prabhupada, why did you call your society the International Society for Krishna Consciousness? Why didn't you create the International Society for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? So Srila Prabhupada, he said, how do you call consciousness in Sanskrit? So Sridhar Maharaj said, Chaitanya. So therefore, he said, this is the same. International Society for Krishna Chaitanya. Because the consciousness of Krishna, it is only Chaitanya. Chaitanya is the combination of Radha and Krishna. There's no difference between gurus. There's no difference between Sridhar Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada. There's no difference between Srila Bhaktivedanta and Narayan Goswami Maharaj and Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj. Someone told me once, the only difference is that they have different color of eyes. Srila Prabhupada's eyes were brown, Srila Gurudev's eyes were blue. And this is Krishna, Radha Krishna. Radha, she has blue eyes. And Krishna, he has brown eyes. Gurudev often said, Srila Prabhupada, he always said, I've come to teach you that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And I, Narayan Maharaj, I have come to tell you he's not. He's just a little boy. So, regarding this Madhurya, I'm just finishing there, because some devotees say that he's, Srila Prabhupada, he's a little Gopa in Goloka Vrindavan. Or nobody knows because he never said anything about this. But he was very protective of Madhurya. Srila Prabhupada, over and over, he forbade his disciple to go into the realm of Madhurya without protection, without proper guidance, and without qualification. So why will he be so protective if he was not, in this mood? He was in the same mood as his own spiritual master. And he gave the Gopi Bhava mantra to his sannyasi. He received this mantra from Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshava Goswami Maharaj. He gave it to his sannyasis. I know because this was one sannyasi that received directly the sannyas from Prabhupada. I asked him and he said, yes, I got that. So, yeah, I barely said anything. I mean, it's just, he's my Gurudev, my Guru Maharaj. There's nothing that I've done. I just accepted him, and he's still present in my heart and in my life. Because if I went to Africa, of course, it's Gurudev's mission, but it's mainly to preach Srila Prabhupada again. Jai Ho, Hare Krishna. Jai Ho. Panchakalpatarubhasya kripa sindhu devacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Rakashmat Prabhu, can I just what you said at right at the end, you said that you haven't done anything, but you've just basically surrendered. That's the biggest thing a disciple can do in this world, is to just give themselves to their guru. And you've done that. And the hardship, and I keep saying this, and I think this is going to be the theme throughout, is the hardship that you all have done to make this path so clear and so easy for someone like me. And you did it based on faith. You did it based on surrender. Like, you don't, like today in this world, if someone said to me, going out and do something really uncomfortable, like I can't do book distribution. I'm very shy, still to this day. And like, but that surrender that you have, and 24 hours, 7 days of the week, because you've got someone that just is there to give you, he's giving you that love and affection, but also that there's something, that relationship is beyond this material world. So you've just, even though you're saying that you've not done anything, actually you and the disciples of Swami Maharaj, one, have supported Srila Prabhupada in his mission to help his Param Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Svami Prabhupada, also to help the mission of Mahaprabhu, to say what he's saying is correct, and Bhaktivinoda Thakur's predictions are correct, but also that you've cleared the path for future generations to come into this path without hardship. It's so easy. Like, if you comparatively see what it's like for devotees now to what you guys have done, no offense to anyone, but we're miles apart from each other. And I'm just grateful that you've opened your heart and given just that piece of it, that it is so encouraging, especially to someone like me. So I'm really, really grateful, Prabhuji. And I don't know if Vekanas Maharaj wanted to say something.
Yes. I didn't know you
Yeah.
were in Lebanon and got
With
captured.
Tribhuvanat. Yeah.
Well, right. Well, did you ever know Brahma Das?
Yeah.
He was
there. Yeah.
He also
they
got
beat, they beat him up also. Yeah.
He was in their jail for over a week. The embassy thought he was dead. And
Yeah.
he's told me about this in quite detail, what it was like there at that time and what it was like in captivity. Quite extraordinary what you went through there. Quite
Well, I was
extraordinary.
lucky. I wasn't detained too long. It's just a few hours.
but still, it was life on the edge. But as you have said, Srila Prabhupada made us kind of fearless. I mean, even reckless.
Yeah, that's I know. We're not really careful about our life. Yeah, I know.
There's a thing, fools rush in where angels fear to
Yeah,
tread.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you. I could have listened to you for a long time. Oh, Mahabooty looks like he's saying something.
Oh, just give me 1 second. I'll just.
That
Haribo,
Mahabooty.
what a wonderful story, that so much that Prabhupada was so determined and so fearless that, hearing the Sankirtan stories by so many of the different devotees that put themselves on the line is just, a tribute to Prabhupada. Prabhupada being in his room sometimes when he's reading some of the letters that came from different devotees, Prabhupada would tear up even, and he would, because of so much tribulation and so much determination his disciples had, that Prabhupada would be very, very touched. I just wanted to add that. So for all those that, put their lives on the lines and went here and there and everywhere, just, to fulfill the order of what Srila Prabhupada gave us, very much Prabhupada, very much to appreciate. So being there in Prabhupada's room and for many times, and then Prabhupada would read these, some of the letters and some of the stories that would come in, and he was very, very, very much appreciated. Sometimes he'd even tear up just just thinking of his disciples, and then you could feel, although he wouldn't say it out loud, he was blessing everyone for the effort that they put in. So Haribol Prabhu, thank you very much for your
Hare Krishna.
endeavor. Radhe Radhe.
Radhe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to now move over to our next speaker. I know we're on a really tight schedule, but we're doing really well for the schedule. Touch wood, it remains like that, at least whilst I'm here. So now we have our wonderful Vaikanas Maharaj to come and speak and give his Pushpanjali. No one needs an introduction to Vaikanas Maharaj. Everyone that's been on this Kartik program has seen Maharaj for the last 18 days. But not only that, but everyone's heard his glories. So Maharaj, the floor is yours. We love you. Can't wait to hear from you. Hari Hari Bol.
Jaya. Ajnanatimirandasya Dhyananjana Shalakaya Chakshulamilitam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Gurave Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadabhaktaya Namo Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prachadine Nirvishesha Shanyavari Paschata Deshatarine Vancha Kalpatarubhascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So we begin by offering our most humble obeisance unto the lotus feet of our beloved Gurus on this the day of his disappearance from our vision, unto Sri Guru Pada Padma Nitya Lila Pavishta Om Vishnupad Asto Tarasata Sri Simad Abhaya Charana Ravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. And under Sri Guru Pada Padma Nitya Lila Pavishta Om Vishnupad Asto Tarasat Sri Simad Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, who has so kindly come to and help us so much in understanding and coming in deeper connection with our Srila Prabhupada. Hearing the devotees talk, it's so overwhelming, because everything they say, Prakasatma, his experiences as a god brother, as a disciple, at the same time, same age, little younger, the austerities, the endeavor, the creativity, the initiative, the spontaneity, the joy in it. I never heard devotees complain about their austerities. We would laugh about them and boast about them. You know, oh, you did that well, you know, oh yeah, you take cold bath, well, you should be in this temple. The water's even colder. Oh yeah, well, one time we were out stuck in the snow for 3 days and we had to bathe in the snow. So what do you know about austerity? And to this day, we laugh about these things. Something has occurred to me in recent times, and it was stimulated by coming into association with Srila Bhaktivedanta Svami Maharaj and the Gaudiya Math Bhakti-Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj in our youth, in order to protect us from offense and from inappropriate or confusion, you could say. Srila Prabhupada built a fence around his society, around ISKCON. And it wasn't so much to keep everyone out, it was to keep us in. Because in the early days, the tendency of the young devotee is to have deep, deep faith in one's own guru, one's own teacher, one's own deities, and not to be able to recognize the Vaishnavata in others, right? And that was certainly the case with us because Srila Prabhupada came to the Western world and there was no culture of Vaishnavism. Gaudiya Math was built on the culture of Vedic society, even though it had drifted quite far from its original practices. Still, you know, in India, so many of the tenets and core concepts and behavior and culture of Varnashram, which can be an assistance to bhakti, they were there. Srila Prabhupada came to the West with nothing, no structure, right? Nothing, and hardly any raw materials, and had to create the whole thing, you know, out of nothing. So our conception of Vaishnavism and its practice was really much influenced by Western modalities, right? The way we did things. And it was very different from India, and we didn't understand them, and they didn't understand us. And so there was some conflict, and especially when it comes to understanding and preaching the conceptions of Mahaprabhu, Srila Prabhupada, for years and years, even lying in Vrindavan on his bed preparing to leave, was still lecturing about how we're not this body, right? And this sickness, this will happen to you, practice bhakti, the strict tenets of Vaidhi Bhakti were always there because that was our qualification. And so we didn't understand a lot. But the gift of old age, as awkward as that can be sometimes, is that it gives you growth through experience and growth through perspective. And in that perspective, that personalities like Prakashat Prabhu, Mahabhuti, oh my God brothers and God sisters, Jiva Pavana Prabhu's here, others, is that you see things in a very different way and a much more accommodating and mood of compassion and inclusiveness. So a lot of times in the past, there were a lot of harsh edges to our conceptions, to our personalities, towards our feelings, towards other groups, other personalities. But now, just as we're hearing about Srila Prabhupada's mood of inclusiveness and mercy, a nice story, he's always my disciple, no matter what you say, that mood has been coming more and more into my heart. Oh, I think he wants to say something, yeah. Can we, he has to unmute. Oh, he's just turning off his video. Okay. I thought he wanted to speak. Okay. So in that light, I was thinking something about our Srila Prabhupada. One thing that we had heard, both from Srila Sridhar Maharaj and Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, and from our Gurudev Srila Bhaktivedanta Svami Prabhupada, they labeled Srila Prabhupada as Nityananda Avesh, right? That he was especially empowered by Nityananda Prabhu. Okay. And I've even heard discussions of Srila Narayan Raj discussing this with the godbrothers of his own guru, right? Srila Prabhupada's godbrothers and others, putting that idea very forcefully before them, not all of whom were appreciative of that idea at that time, so recently after his disappearance. But he explained it forcefully and authoritatively, and the idea that one can only preach the message of Mahaprabhu when they are specifically empowered by the Lord. When one is empowered, then one can do miraculous things, right? And so Nityananda Vesh, how is that manifested? What did that mean? Well, you read in Chaitanya Bhagavat and Chaitanya Charitamrita that both Nityananda Prabhu and Mahaprabhu, when they would travel, they had this mood of unlimited compassion, right? Patit Pavan, right? The deliverer of all, even the most fallen, unrestrictedly. And this pastime is repeated over and over. They would go someplace. They might glance upon someone. They might speak to someone. They might enter someone's heart in these three different ways. And that person would be filled with Krishna Prem or with Prem for Mahaprabhu, for Nityananda, love of God. And they would be completely infused and overwhelmed. And then what would they do? Then with that same mood and that same power, they would go back to their village and everyone they met would become infused. And if somebody was from another village there and they met someone from that village, then they would become infused and they would go back to their village. And in this way, everyone in that village would become affected, infected with this love of God. And it's stated in this way, all of India was delivered, right? And you'd say, well, how come so many people are there? Well, Srila Prabhupada described that it's like a prison house. You can empty it out, but there's plenty more. They're always coming in, right? Some are coming, some are going. So, but it was that mechanism, right? And then I thought about it. I thought, that's what Srila Prabhupada did. We hear stories about what it was like in those early days. And I can speak from my own experience and how I am representative of that class of person that was infused in that way. Because a friend of mine had met devotees and he'd gone to the temple. And then he dragged me to the temple, right, for some Sunday feast. And we were inquisitive. We had been looking into different philosophies and spirituality, and we read different things, even things like Vivekananda. Had studied Bhagavad Gita a little in college, but had no real taste, no understanding, nothing really. But then we went to this temple in this completely extraordinary different atmosphere that was there, had never been in a place like this. This was the old Brooklyn temple on Henry Street. So fragrant, so clean, so pristine, the atmosphere, and then meeting the devotees. And this is what really impressed me, that these devotees were remarkable persons because they emanated a kind of confident love and purpose. They had genuine affection and they had a genuine sense of purpose. And really, what is everybody in this world looking for? They're looking for purpose and looking for love, how to fulfill that. And that touched me. I was so affected by them. I said, oh, these are really nice people. And then one of them told me, his name was Bhakta Jami, he later became Vishnu Gada, our guru is coming next week. You can come next week for the Sunday program. I said, wow, if these people are like this, I want to meet their guru. So I came back next week. He didn't come. He said, oh, well, he's delayed. And he was. Srila Prabhupada's schedule was like that. He was so busy going here and there. I'm not sure what led up to that. I know that he was in Boston for some time before he came to New York. This was the summer of 1971. It would have been late May or June. Right? And so, nevertheless, it was a great experience and talked to so many devotees, more devotees, and they were all amazing. You know, the boys, the girls, and then we started bringing things too. You know, okay, we're going to bring some fruit, we're going to give some money. And they reciprocated. Oh, so nice. Thank you. Thank you. And some things we brought in the early afternoon and would show up on the feast menu, you know, that Sunday. I said, oh, they've offered it all to Krishna. So nice. And then we would do some seva, take some pots, take them into the pot room, this and that. And just, and the chanting. Oh, the chanting in the temple room. Oh my goodness. It was overwhelming. It was so powerful, so ecstatic. And we're all just, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. There was an energy and a joy in that, which we'd never even imagined. In all of our so-called psychedelic experiences, visiting churches, visiting other spiritual communities, nothing like that. So this is the first hint or touch of what Nityananda did, Mahaprabhu did with those people that they touched. Then those people could touch others, right? And so we were touched. He's coming next week. Oh, and we went again. And by this time, getting some books, right? I bought Teachings of Lord Chaitanya and Nectar of Devotion. Couldn't understand a word of them. Not even, what is this? I couldn't understand anything. Got some beads for chanting. They taught me how to chant. And then got the little blue Bhagavad Gita. But also had begun to chant. And somehow or other, by the combination of chanting and that Bhagavad Gita so artfully presented, specifically for the Western world, I know, it became understandable. The purpose of life, engage in service to God. Dovetail your activities in the service of God. Whatever you do, do for the pleasure of God. Simple message, very clear, very natural. Yeah, that makes sense. And also, I forgot to mention, I was a vegetarian when I went, but we were like macrobiotic, right? Very dry, simple, kind of like a vegan thing, no spices and nothing tasty really, but, better than meat. But when we took prasadam, I said, what is this? And I like to cook, and I thought, wow. I kept coming back, and every Sunday was just like a revelation. So all these tastes, this transcendental tastes were awakening. And the devotees were revealing more and more about their extraordinary qualities. And then they started telling me, you should join. Oh, that never occurred to me, that I could be one of them. And I thought, yeah, I'll join. But not yet. First I want to take my motorcycle across the country and drive around a little bit like Easy Rider. There's a famous movie at that time. I want to do that. Then I'll join. And then week four, this one devotee who had latched onto me, one god brother, he's still there, old Romapada. He was Bhakta Brian back then. He wasn't initiated yet. And he said, well, look, if you've already made up your mind to join, why wait? I mean, after all, Srila Prabhupada's coming next week. So I said, yeah, you're right. Oh, and also I had gone out on Sankirtan. We went out, and I don't know where we went. We went on a school bus, right? And we went out somewhere, and we were chanting and everything, and that was amazing. Chanting in a group. Prahlad Maharaj says that chanting Hare Krishna silently, personally, is very powerful, but chanting collectively is 100 times more powerful. And then I felt another kind of bliss and joy, unknowingly. One devotee, old Bhakta Jamie, had told me about Sankirtan, but I didn't know what it meant, right? What is that? Then I was experiencing it, right? And then I thought, oh, wow, this is really something. And then on the way back on the bus, one other devotee, who I don't remember his uninitiated name, he became Chedi Raj. really sweet, sweet devotee. And he read a poem from Bhaktivedanta Thakur, Saragahi Vaishnava. And he was reading it to me. And I listened to it. And it was so inspiring, Bhaktivedanta Thakur in his grand Victorian language. He was such a poet. And it ended with, and onward on to Vrindavan and spirit's power declare. I said, yes, yes. And so I said, okay, I guess this, and the last few moments on Sankirtan, when we were getting ready to go back on the bus, I was on the bus and I saw one devotee playing the mridanga. His name was Hari Basar. He was a short, muscular, black-bodied devotee, super sweet. Had this smile like you couldn't believe. And he could just chant all day and all night. Very humble, very inspiring person. Nicest person you ever want to meet. And he, some idiot, saw the devotees and he took a big rock and he threw it at them. And I saw this rock arcing across the sky and it hit Hari Basar right in the chest. And I was so angry. I mean, Mahabodhi could relate to this. I wanted to go over there and beat that guy. But then I saw Hari Basar. He just went like this. He went in the most humble mood, like, oh, whatever comes, I'm accepting this. And he didn't get angry or anything. And I said, oh my God. And I thought, what an example of a humble, tolerant. I didn't know Sikshastika yet. Tornada Peace Sunichain. I didn't know it. But there was the embodiment of it. So that was my introduction to how those devotees, these new persons, were empowered. And then I joined. After 4 weeks, I joined. And as soon as I joined, that which I'd been trying to grasp, and just, we're tasting for a few hours a week, all of a sudden, this energy of enthusiasm, inspiration, and purpose filled me too. And everywhere in the temple, it was all, oh, Prabhupada said this, Prabhupada said that. Everybody was living and breathing Srila Prabhupada. We didn't know Krishna. Actually, I didn't even know about the deities. The temple was so crowded in the morning. It took me many, many months before I even knew that there were deities. I heard people saying, oh, the deities. I didn't know what they were talking about because I could never see them. I was in the back, the new guy. But found out very quickly there are no restrictions to enthusiasm and initiative. And my friend who took me to the temple, we both joined at the same time. This is a common theme. Many friends joined together. There are many devotees that joined at the same time with their friends. And we would go out individually, back to where we came, looking for people, dragging them back to the temple. We would invent newer and newer ways to try to serve, right? That's all we could do. We could go out on chanting parties and we could preach. And we did that with great, great energy and enthusiasm, and it was encouraged and appreciated. And then I also saw that devotees that had only been there 6 months or a year at most were initiated, were then going out, especially young household couples, and starting new temples, going to towns that didn't have temples yet, and going with 2 or 3 of them and opening up a preaching center with nothing, and just going out, chanting on the streets, handing out back to Godheads, and somehow or other maintaining. And many of those places blossomed and bloomed and became slightly bigger temples and slightly bigger and then bigger and bigger, because whoever they touched, they went out chanting, then people were attracted to them. And then that collective group went out and became bigger and bigger, and this is how temples grew. This is how the movement grew, because Srila Prabhupada, Nityananda Avesh, transmitted his potency into his disciples, even the least of us. And one of the specialities, some devotees are going to speak, they had a lot of personal association with Srila Prabhupada, but that was rare. Most of us did not. But Srila Prabhupada had a way of making us feel connected at every moment, because as we've heard, he always emphasized there's Vani and Vapu. We heard this from the beginning. Personal association and association by spirit, by following instruction. And when Srila Prabhupada did come to New York, I guess I'd been there a couple of weeks, I saw the way the devotees were affected by him. They were weeping, they were crying, they were cramming in, trying to get to the temple. I couldn't even get in the temple, you know, and I didn't have that connection yet, really. And so I just went and did seva. I did, you know, went to the kitchen and cleaned because no one else was cleaning, right? So we went to the kitchen and we had this one cook. Her name was Bhadra. She was the head of the kitchen. I remember her to this day. I'll always be grateful because she was always teaching. She was a very experienced devotee. She was like a Brahmini and she'd been there 3 or 4 years by then. And she was very hardworking, very, you know, good cook, excellent cook. And she would tell us stories while we were cleaning, right? And in the morning, we'd clean, and in the evening. And every evening, she would cook for Srila Prabhupada, you know, whatever he wanted. Sometimes it was puris and sabji. Sometimes it was Prabhupada cookies, little shortbread cookies and milk. And she would send it up because the kitchen was beneath his quarters. There was a back stairway. His servant would come down and they'd take it up into his quarters. His quarters to us were completely inaccessible to everybody. They were very beautiful quarters. I'd actually worked on them for about a week or two before he came, helping to clean and paint and all that. Beautiful, beautiful quarters designed by Bhavananda Prabhu, at that time temple president, very artistic fellow. And they went up there, but there were maybe 100 people in the temple, and there were at least another 100 visitors, and any sannyasi, any GBC, everybody was there. So to get remnants from Srila Prabhupada was completely impossible, except Srila Prabhupada was so kind, he would always send a plate back down to Bhadra. Right? And then she would give it to us, me and my friend Bob, John and Bob. And we would take it and we'd sit out, we'd go out in the backyard and walk up these little stairs in this little backyard. And we would sit there and take this prasad and talk about our experiences, talk a little bit about Srila Prabhupada. But we also got this special connection and this special taste. Because even though it was, you know, just puris and sabji, little cookies, it was infused. It was Maha Prasad, right? It had been given to the, you know, Srila Prabhupada. He gave it back to her. She gave it to us. And we experienced connection with Srila Prabhupada, a connection I can remember to this day. I can see the prasadam. I can see it. I can taste it. And I can also feel and taste the mercy that Srila Prabhupada was giving to us. He knows everything. Even the least of us he knew. So he's sending to her and us poor little waifs who had no connection at all. He was giving us a connection that we would always have. And that kind of thing is what he did all over the movement for all of his disciples. And for those of us who were largely engaged in preaching, traveling, I mean, you know, we could sit here, Prakashatma and me could exchange stories of van travels, no doubt, for hours and hours and hours. One incredible, crazy story after another. If I told you a couple, you would never believe it. But what would the chases, being chased by cops, being chased by other people, being threatened, getting into fights. I mean, one crazy thing after. But what did it do? It just stimulated memory, dependence, surrender, and joy. We actually loved it when we were getting chased, when we were getting in fights, because we thought, oh, we're spiritual warriors. We're fighting against Maya. We're fighting for Prabhupada. Joy, Prabhupada. And we wouldn't give that up. We'd even do the craziest things with that mood because Srila Prabhupada instilled in all of us, even the least of us, this spirit, this mood of Nityananda Prabhu, right? Complete dedication to the preaching mission of Mahaprabhu, right? And we would go out, even on days like Janmashtami, we would go out all day long without eating, you know, and just go out until nighttime and then come back and have a little prasad. Sometimes there would be marathons for 24 hours, no sleep, eating once a day, didn't matter. But what was the gift of that? Constant sense of connection, never any separation. Srila Prabhupada, we were not really qualified spiritually. If you think about our background or anything like that, we didn't know a lot of philosophy, but everybody was given this faith, and that sustained us. And that brought us to a level of nishta and joy. He talked about nishta, prakashatma. We were engaged from 4 o'clock in the morning, earlier, if you had other seva, sometimes 2 o'clock in the morning, till it's time to go to bed. Hardly any naps. Maybe if you're in the temple, you could sneak a nap, but 7 days a week, continually engaged. But I remember at that time, time years later, somebody did my chart and said, "Oh, that was a very difficult time for you. You must have been suffering quite a bit." I said, "I never felt any suffering. That was the most joyful time of my life." Even now, when I reflect back, and after doing, so trying to do seva, trying to continue in this spirit and this mission, there was something special that Srila Prabhupada gave us. Although we're unqualified, he gave us faith, he gave us nishta in a way that perhaps we've never, maybe we won't taste it again in this lifetime, but we know it's never lost. It's never lost. And Srila Gurudev has commented on that, on the uncommon nishta of the disciples. And that's all was a gift of Srila Prabhupada, nothing of us. It was his gift. And in the third shower of Madhurya Kadambini, it's explained that even though it seems to be hidden, it seems like we're not tasting it, it seems like we're not making any advancement, this is just another plan of our gurus. Because what is it doing? It's making us remember that, yearn for it, being even more greedy and more humble and more desperate. It's just to increase our greed, and it's there, and it will never leave us. Srila Prabhupada will never leave us, and we're so grateful. I'm going to stop here. I'm going to be right on time. Everybody could go on and on, I just wanted to share that little nugget. So many ways to talk about Srila Prabhupada. I just want to share the miracle of his movement and how it infused and inspired us all, right? So we're going to have to go on. I wish we could stay on. We've got our own program here. We'll try to listen. But thank you very much for this opportunity. Just remembering Srila Prabhupada, and so much respect for all of his disciples, men, women, children of the disciples. Just a remarkable legacy that is eternal. He who reasons ill, who says a Vaishnav dies, for thou art living still and sound, and live to spread the holy name around. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Jai Srila Prabhupada's eternal associates. Ki Jai.
Jai Maharaj, Jai Maharaj, Jai Maharaj. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Maharaj. Wonderful, wonderful. More. Anayor.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, Maharaj. You know what I think we're gonna have to do? One day we're gonna have to get all of your god brothers and sisters into a room and just leave the unmute button off so you can all share your interactions. I think that would be fabulous. But Maharaj, I just want to say a massive thank you for speaking and actually showing a different perspective of Srila Prabhupada from the perspective of Nityananda Prabhu and his mercy. And it's true. Like I was just thinking, I've had the fortune of being around so many Srila Prabhupada disciples who say that they never really got to spend time with Srila Prabhupada directly. But you still, and I was thinking this a couple of days ago. I was like, oh, so how is it that Srila Prabhupada disciples are so not determined, but also so surrendered to Srila Prabhupada if they never physically met him? But this is it. This is the potency of a Mahajan like Srila Prabhupada, that he's able to infuse his love and affection and mercy and potency into others without even having to be physically present there. So you really highlighted that, Maharaj, and I'm really grateful, like always, that you've come and spoken, and I think that I can't say anything but thank you to you and the disciples of Srila Prabhupada, and I'll keep saying this till the day I die. I think that we're forever grateful for clearing our path and stepping on those thorns that someone like me would never be able to step on, and clearing that path of bhakti so that someone like me can actually go in without feeling overwhelmed. You guys have really swept the floor clean of this road of bhakti that our Guru Varga have given us. So thank you, Maharaj, for coming, and really looking forward to hearing you tomorrow. So my emceeing is now also officially finished. We have our beautiful Anuradha Didi, who will now take over. Nira Hari Prabhu and I think Bhavatarini Didi are also there on the call. So Didi, over to you. The floor is yours.
Jai Haribol. Thank you so much, Yashodhari. And thank you so far to all the speakers who have spoken thus far. I wanted to add one thing to Sripad Vaikanas Maharaj. Vishnunatha Prabhu, you mentioned his name. He was actually my Sunday school teacher growing up, along with Mother Sangeeta. So I know him very well, and I also used to play Mridanga for him in his kirtans for some time. So thank you for remembrance of him as well. So now we're moving over to Nirhari Prabhu and Bhavatarini Didi. They really don't need any introduction because for many times on Bhakti Zoom, they've offered their Kirtan Seva. But they were early disciples of Srila Prabhupada in the 1970s. Prabhuji, he joined in Argentina, and Didi Mataji had joined in Atlanta, Georgia in the early 1970s. So I'm just inviting them. Oh, Prabhuji, you're here. Okay. And we can
Hare
see
Krishna.
you. Yes, Prabhuji and Mataji, if you could please begin. Hare Krishna.
Haribol. So I thought we begin. Today we were talking, and so we're probably gonna say some words before, if you don't mind, and then we do the song that Bhatrini wrote. We had a collaboration.
Yes, please.
Again, I'm sorry, what was it? Okay.
I was just saying, please.
Mirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshuramilitanyana Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha.
On him for this.
I don't know if they can you see us or?
Yes, yes, we can see.
Okay.
But you can just see him for when he's speaking.
No, you both are
Okay.
We having a little help here.
Yes.
Agyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshuramilitanyana Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschyacha Desatarine Nityananda Namastubhyam Premananda Pradayine Kalo Kalmasanasrahas Janava Pataye Namaha Namo Mahavadranaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Goratrise Namaha Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. First of all, let me offer my innumerable prostrated obeisances at the lotus feet of my spiritual master, Abhayachan Ravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada, and equally to the lotus feet of my Shiksha Gurudev, Nityalila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Ashtatara Satra Shishimad Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, and also to my other Shiksha Gurudevs, Bhakti Bigam Bharati Goswami Maharaj, Bhakti Bhagavatirtha Goswami Maharaj, and Bhakti Rakshak Siddhardev Goswami Maharaj, and like that line of and favorite Rupa Goswami Pad. Also, I like to pay obeisances to Koti obeisances, many millions of ones, to the lotus feet of His Holiness Bhakti Vaikanas Goswami Maharaj, equally to the lotus feet of Tridandi Goswami Maharaj, and I don't know if also that Sudadvaiti Maharaj is present, also at his lotus feet, and beg for their causeless mercy, to sprinkle their mercy on me, so that I can honor my spiritual master in the right light and properly, with love and affection. Equally, I beg of you, the audience, the Vaishnavas, Vaishnavis, and guests, to accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet, and to sprinkle your mercy upon us, upon me, so that I can honor my spiritual master properly. And I met Srila Prabhupada the first time in 1973 in Los Angeles. My brother-in-law, my sister married this senior disciple of Srila Prabhupada, Hanuman Das Prabhu. And we went from Buenos Aires to Los Angeles, where we met him. At that time, I was working on Bhagavad Gita as it is, translating from English to Castilian Spanish. Excuse me. And also I edited, but it wasn't yet published or printed. The only thing we had was 3 books, which were amazing and fabulous. Among them was Easy Journey to Other Planets, and that totally blew my mind, because I was a science student and I wanted to find God, research in many different ways. And so the meeting, the 3 of us, we have Srila Prabhupada. I was pretty much petrified in front of the spiritual master. I couldn't say much. I didn't say anything, except my thoughts. And I'll tell you why in a second. That Prabhupada kept signaling me to come closer, and which slowly, but I did. And then with a gesture, I was clenching the 3 books in my hand, and I understood by his gesture that, what did you bring me? What do you have there? And so I realized, the 3 books, so I offered them to Srila Prabhupada, who proceeded to sing, or to say the name of the book, La Conciencia de Krishna, and perfect Castilian. And I thought, he speaks Spanish, Castilian. And Prabhupada looked at me and he quoted the verse, and which it says that Krishna also speaks the language of the birds. So my relationship, in that instant, I realized, as we were coming to see him, we're thinking, what are we going to give to Srila Prabhupada? We brought some offerings, but what the best thing that we could have done was actually bring in books that he put so much into. All his heart and knowledge went on to the books. And then I realized that also at that moment that he is and he was the outer manifestation of Super Soul, Paramatma. And so there were several meetings and many darshans through the years in which he demonstrated so many of his qualities and transcendental qualities in order to realize that actually I dealt with not an ordinary person. Actually, before I met this devotee, I was at a corner in 1973. I had just come back from England, and everywhere I went to in the United States and then later on in London, the chanting of the holy name was all over the place. In England was on a Portobello Road, a place of where most of the youth gather on weekends, and there were art galleries.
Oh, the
I'm sorry, we
lecture
lost power in the room, so it's all dark. I hope you can still hear me.
Yes, we can still hear you, Prabhupada.
So
I'd like to say something. It's
Yes.
6:15.
Oh, okay. So we have very little time. To make it short, I wanted to go forward to one night at 10:30 at night, when Srila Prabhupada called us, my brother-in-law and I, to his quarters, and proceeded to tell us very key instructions. But one of the things is that prominent is that he looked down to his hands. He counted like we do our Anik, our Gayatri mantra, and he said, "Yes, I met my spiritual master only less than 10 times." He said, "But you want to know the secret of my success?" He said, "Is that I follow all his instructions. The secret of my success is that I follow all his instructions." So my brother-in-law asked if he was leaving anybody in charge or to become the next Acharya, and Prabhupada said, "No, I want all of you to come to the standard, mature, and then become yourselves the teachers." And so at one point we heard lectures today where Prabhupada speaks about the Acharya and how he wanted 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, and then millions of Acharyas in the future to spread this Krishna consciousness movement. At that time, in the world, the situation was bleak. Now we have also another set of problems as humanity, but there was no ideology really that came even close to the cult of Lord Chaitanya and Krishna consciousness. So in my search, I realized when I first read these books and started to translate that this was the solution for the entire humanity, not just for one group. The ideology of the left or the right, they weren't satisfying everyone. So sorry, we have very little time, and I hope that I try to convey that devotees so many times approach me and say, "Oh, you were so fortunate you got to see him," but he made emphasis in his vani, or his instructions, that they're everlasting, and anybody that connects to them and follow, these regulative principles of freedom, he used to call them, will attain the benefit of having his association. So tonight I beg of you, because you are also dedicated Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis, to bless me so that I can attain his mercy and fulfill the mission of actually fulfill my human form of life, bring it to a success. Thank you. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindhuvyacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo. Sorry.
So now we'll sing a song, and if there's time, I'll speak something.
Yeah, of course.
I don't think there will be. 1896, 1896, 1896. 1896, 1896, on that holy day in Calcutta, you appeared. 1896, 1896, that blessed day you first appeared. You came to set the whole world free by Nityananda's causeless mercy, and it's coming down in line from your spiritual masters. You came to set the whole world free by Lord Gauranga's causeless mercy, and your message of service to God is the answer. You are a transcendental gardener, planting seeds in barren ground, watered by your instructions, bloom into the holy sound, being sung in every village and every town. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. You came to set the whole world free by order of the pure devotees. You came to set the whole world free, and it's coming down in line from your spiritual masters. You came to set the whole world free by order of the pure devotees. You came to set the whole world free, and your message of service to God wards off disasters. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Eighteen 1896, 1896, 1896.
1896, 1896. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Gita.
Jai. So
Thank you.
I would like to say a few words. I just have a few minutes, but I can only speak these words in this Sangha. So the day that Srila Prabhupada entered Samadhi and left us bereft and with no life was November 14th, 1977. And that was the worst day in my life and the best day in my life. And why is that? Because that's the day that Srila Prabhupada asked Srila Narayan Maharaj, Srila Gurudev, to take care of his disciples. And so when Srila Prabhupada entered Samadhi, we all left the room, and immediately Gurudev took over, and it was announced that we should all go into the temple room and chant, and all night. And Srila Prabhupada would be sitting in the room with us, and in the morning we would take his form to the 7 temples of Vrindavan. And so we went to the temple room, and they brought Srila Prabhupada's form and placed it on the Vyasasana, and he was exhibiting symptoms of ecstasy. And Krishnadas Kaviraj? Babaji. Krishnadas Babaji, Srila Prabhupada's godbrother, who was known for his beautiful kirtans, he began to sing Jai Anela Premadana and became choked up and couldn't speak. And so Srila Narayan Maharaj sang, and then he sang Shri Guru Charana Padma, and then the kirtans went on, and at daybreak he led everyone with carrying Srila Prabhupada's body on a palanquin around Vrindavan. And then he announced that, and the Samadhi hole, the hole was being dug. They'd been digging all night. And we came back, and he was placed in Samadhi, and you all know that Srila Gurudev wrote the mantras on his chest. And it was just heart-wrenching. I had to leave when the salt covered his head. I went on the roof. But then he made an announcement that we would take, Srila Prabhupada had wanted to go on Govardhan Parikrama on an ox cart, but Srila Gurudev said we would take his murti on the 14-mile parikrama. And so the next morning, we all stood in front of the temple. It used to be a fountain and some steps. There was no samadhi built. And he came walking out from somewhere with a murti of Srila Prabhupada, a brass murti or bell metal on his head. And we took buses and did the 14-mile parikrama. And then we had a picnic at Kusham Sarovara. And then he said on the third day, which would be the next day, he'd announce. Oh, and I had the good fortune of sitting with my god sister Anadi, who spoke English and Hindi fluently. He said that he wanted to have a Tirobhav feast, Mahotsava, and that he wanted 108 preparations. And he said if anyone wanted to make a preparation, to come to him and he would tell them what to make. So I was the only one that got the translation of the Westerners. So I went with my god sister and she introduced us and we paid obeisances. And then he said to make crushed ginger with sugar cooked in ghee. I think it was supposed to be gur, but I went in the kitchen and I was the only Westerner there, but most of the people spoke English and I had no idea how to make it. And I made the preparation. And later on in Mula Prakriti's book, it turns out that when Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev would go preaching, Prabhupada would make that preparation for distribution. So that was my introduction to him. Of course, his departure was unprecedented in our lives. Nothing can describe how that felt. But now, 48 years later, I'm feeling closer to Srila Prabhupada every day, and also to Srila Gurudev. So thank you for having these programs, and I hope I didn't say anything wrong. Thank you. Vancha kalpatrubhascha kripa sindhu chevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Jai. For forgive me, I'm getting a little emotional, but you both spoke so beautifully about Srila Prabhupada and Narahari Prabhu, giving that background of your time in Argentina, also with your sister, and having joined, and also how Srila Prabhupada was calling you closer and closer to present the books, and in your language, and he was able to pronounce the words in that perfect language. And then he also mentioned how how Krishna also speaks the language of the birds. So I remember Srila Gurudev mentioning how that Krishna understands only one language, and that is of love. So naturally, it's very beautiful that you've shared this remembrance, and also Bhavatarini Mataji, that I was wondering, this was a desire of Srila Prabhupada to do this Govardhan Parikrama, but now what you're saying is that Srila Gurudev was able to assist in this, to ensure that this actually happened. So I had no idea. So thank you so much for describing how Srila Gurudev, even in the days after the disappearance of Srila Prabhupada, that he was able to still fulfill his maybe one of his last wishes. So thank you so much to both of you. So much affection, and my pranam to both of you. Hare Krishna. So now moving on to our next speaker, Srila Bhaktivedanta Svami Maharaj. Also, he really does not need much introduction. Small introduction I can give, that he joined this Krishna consciousness movement in 1973, and that in 1974 he received Diksha initiation from Srila Prabhupada, and was under the guidance of Srila Gaura Maharaj, one of Srila Prabhupada's foremost disciples, for about 10 years. And then after Srila Gaura Maharaj disappeared from this world, then he took Siksha from Srila Gurudev and also sannyas from him. So Sripad Sudadvaiti Maharaj ji, if you can please now offer your Pushpanjali. Hare Krishna and the Pranam.
Om Shakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Mukam Karoti Vachanam Pangum Langayate Girim Yat Kripam Tamam Vande Shri Guru Dinatarinam Paramananda Madhavam Parinavadanam Harim. So it is said that one should be able anytime to get up and glorify one's Guru for 1 hour at least. I remember Srila Gurudev saying like that. But time is short, and I'm just an insignificant disciple. I saw Prabhupada the first time through a magazine. I was just back from India, being very disappointed by Buddhism and Mayavad that I had studied and practiced. And then I was in London praying to be shown a sign. I remember I was praying, my Lord, I don't even know anymore if you're a person or not a person. I'm just looking for you. Please, send some sign. And I took a train back to France. And when I arrived in France, I just stepped down from the train. And right there on the platform, there was a devotee lady distributing magazines, Back to Godhead. So I had seen the devotees, every day for about a month when I was back from India, on Oxford Street or Portobello Road, chanting. And I had some questions, like some hang-ups about karma I couldn't figure out. And I thought, maybe they have the answer. And somehow I decided, okay, let me go back to France and then prepare another journey to India and get a real guru. Because I felt I had been cheated by some Mayavadi guru. I had seen Prabhupada in India when I landed in India 72. But at that time, I was not ready, I guess. But after disappointment with Tibetan Buddhism and then Mayavad, then I think I was ready when I came back to the West. So anyway, I defended this lady that some guy was harassing. Then I asked her what she was doing. She offered me a magazine, gave her $1, changed train, and went to see my mom, in Bretagne. And in the train, I started to read. And when I opened the book, Prabhupada's there, that was the first color issue of Back to Godhead in French. And then Prabhupada's picture was there, like looking so humble, at the same time, so powerful. I remember I was very amazed. I was like shocked. I had seen him from a distance in Cross Maidan Bombay Festival, but only like I saw him sitting on the Vyasas and I had no idea who he was. And later on, he would become my spiritual master. So I got the magazine, and I guess you can say I bought the philosophy lock, stock, and barrel. I had some Rudraksha beads that I brought back from India, and there was a whole section about chanting Hare Krishna. And immediately I started to finger my beads, Rudraksha beads, with a mantra. And when I arrived home, last time I had spoken to my mother, who was a very devout Christian. I spoke to her about Buddha, and now I'm speaking to her about Krishna. So that didn't fly very high with her. So after a few days, I said, "Look, Mom, no, I don't want to bother you. It's not going to work us together. I just go back to India." I said, "But my little boy, you just came back from India." I said, "Yeah, Mom, but I have to follow my calling." So I went back to Paris, but I'm a country boy. I don't know Paris, and I was going to the Indian embassy, and I had to go to look at the underground map, because I don't know anything about Paris. So next to the map was Indradyumna, now Maharaj. At the time he was Indradyumna Das, wearing white, and my mind told me, don't go next to that guy, your independence is finished. I remember distinctly. And then behind that voice of the mind, there was like the deeper voice of the intelligence that anyway, in 3 days, you'll be like him. So I was just waiting for him to leave the place, to approach the map, and then I realized later on that was his Sankirtan spot. So I tried to pass incognito next to him, but I was like the ideal target. I had this orange kurta, yellow, purple dhoti, and then the shaven head and beard and those big rudraksha. It was like, I was a sign on my back, okay, here's a person to hit. So he didn't tried to sell me a magazine. He just asked me if I spoke English, and he gave me an invitation and said, we have a Hindu temple. He thought, this guy's coming from India, maybe I can attract him like that. So, okay, I put the invitation in my pocket, look at the map, went to the Indian embassy, it was closed, came back that early in the evening to my grandmother, picked up that card and looked, and I said, wow, that's 2 blocks away from my grandma who lived in Paris. So next morning, no, it was Saturday, not Sunday. Next morning, I was at 7 o'clock knocking on the door of the temple, and the same girl who had sold me the magazine a week before opened the door. And later on, I learned that it was the first time ever that she ever did Sankirtan. No, the first time she went, and she went to that station, really Prabhupada picked me up in the station. Because right when I came down from the platform, right there she was, like 2 meters away, and I bought that magazine, and that magazine just revolutionized my mind. So I remember in those days, everyone had the Sankirtan virus. Prabhupada had inoculated us with the preaching virus, you could say. And then I came into the temple, there was arti going on and kirtan. I bowed down because in India, I had learned you bow down into the temple, and I started to sing. So right after that, when it was time for breakfast and I went up with everyone, there were like 5, 6 devotees who wanted to preach to me. And then Guru Granga, I remember, godbrother from America, who was in France at that time. So he took me in a corner and we took the prasad together, breakfast. And I spent the whole day speaking with him. He told me, you can come back next day. You cannot stay in the temple because so many hippies just want to crashing pad. So went back to my grandmother, came back next day in the morning. So for 3 days like that, we talked nonstop. He took away all my Mayavad. I had a mixture of Mayavad, Buddhism, yoga. It's like a whole hodgepodge. And he cleaned all of that. I remember the end of the second day I thought, nobody defeated me before philosophically. I'm going to ask this guy some tough-nosed questions. So I wrote down a few questions, and the next day he answered them so perfectly. Then he made me ask myself questions I never asked myself. So I thought, I have to surrender. And there and then, that was April or May, beginning of May 73. I surrendered, and never left ever since. So that was Prabhupada's mercy. And really, his mantra, when we say Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine, you come to deliver the West from Buddhism and Mayavad. I'm a witness to that. Prabhupada really delivered me from Buddhism and Mayavad directly. If I had not met that devotee, Prabhupada through that devotee and this magazine, I don't know what would have happened of me. Maybe just follow Mayavad, I'd still be a Mayavadi or some kind of, I don't know what. Buddhism, I had studied it thoroughly, went to the monastery, and I could see the limitation of it. But Mayavad was so attractive in one sense, although I didn't really click with the idea that I am the supreme. I remember when the Guru one day told, you don't have to worship God, you are God, everyone is the supreme. I didn't think very highly of that, but I thought maybe this is Indian philosophy. I've not been a vegetarian long enough to understand. Maybe this is philosophy for the Eastern mind. I have to take some time to assimilate it and understand it. Anyway, Prabhupada saved me from that. And I have to say that at that time, we were not Krishna conscious. I think we were Prabhupada conscious. Prabhupada was our hero. We used to follow, he's traveling all around the world. Oh, we're here. Oh, no, Prabhupada is in America, in Los Angeles. Oh, I know he's going to go to India, but he's going to come over to France. Maybe we'll see Prabhupada. We were living for Prabhupada, really. I know Vivekananda Maharaj was saying, Prabhupada just empowered us to fulfill the mission he had been given by his Guru, as he had been empowered by Nityananda Kripa Shakti, according to Srila Bhaktivedanta Maharaj. So really, Prabhupada empowered us. We were like his monkeys. I like to compare us. Just like Lord Ram conquered Lanka with an army of monkeys. So Prabhupada conquered the Western world, just like Lanka was such a materialistic city, and the whole West is so materialistic. And Prabhupada conquered the West, the heart of the West, by his army of monkeys, us young Westerners. that he gave so much mercy to. I remember the first time when Prabhupada came, a few months after I joined, he came to Paris and he installed those beautiful deities of Radha Paris Ishwar. And I remember he said, you have no idea of the power of what you're doing. Just keep on singing and chanting, and you'll realize that you're just singing and dancing your way back to Godhead. And Prabhupada said something very funny. He said, Krishna has come to Paris to pick up the most beautiful Parisian girl, Srimati Radhika. Srimati Radharani at the time, he used to say. And he said to us, no, brahmacharis, if you see a beautiful girl in the street dancing to enjoy her, bring her to the temple and Krishna will dance with her, not you. No. Then the next time I saw him was in Switzerland, where I had moved to do Sankirtan. And Prabhupada was so amazing. He was speaking with a French professor who had introduced, you could say, Hinduism in French. He had published some books, all Mayavadis. I remember he offered Prabhupada one book, the Saga of Krishna in French. And he said, no, it has taken me 17 years to write this. Prabhupada opened the book and he looked at the table of contents. And he looked at the table of contents and as if he knew perfectly French. And he said, and still so many mistakes. As if he knew exactly what was in the book. And I read the book. I mean, this is the worst hodgepodge you can find about Krishna Bhakti, like a complete speculation. And Prabhupada asked him very politely if he was following any principle. And the prophet said, no, I am beyond that. And after some time, he left. And Prabhupada said humorously, oh, this gentleman, he has spoken the name of Krishna accidentally. Prabhupada was giggling. So he will get some benefit. And the next person who came was a star ballet dancer, a very gentleman, very humble. When we used to go through his city in Sankirtan, he would welcome us in his house. He had little deities of Krishna everywhere. He had a huge house. He was like a star, like the star dancer of Switzerland. And he used to chant one round every day. So when he came so humble in front of Prabhupada, Prabhupada asked him, so do you have any question? He said, oh, your divine grace, I had so many questions, but just to see you, you've answered them all. So Prabhupada asked for an harmonium. I went to fetch an harmonium. And Prabhupada played, for half an hour, bhajans, for that gentleman. It was so amazing. And then I asked a question to Pradyumna. He was at that time Prabhupada's secretary. I asked him, did Prabhupada say where he would go next life? And Pradyumna said, oh, I never heard that question asked by anyone. Okay, I can go in and ask him. So he just went in Prabhupada's room and came out and said, Prabhupada said next life he will go to lower planets to preach. So I was just flabbergasted. I said, this is amazing. This is just amazing. I mean, we are just having a peep on this personality. I remember when he came into France the first time, when he sat on the Vyasasan, because I had been into yoga, so I was reasoning in terms of Shakti, power. So when Prabhupada was sitting on the Vyasasan, he was like glowing. I said, this person is like a mountain of power. But when he opened his mouth and he started to preach to us, to speak, he spoke with so much compassion. He had his eyes like brimming with tears of compassion towards us, young Westerners trying to find out, the truth, in life. And he spoke with so much, affection and compassion. I thought, not just a mountain of power, a mountain of compassion and love. That was my impression of him. And like I said, we were not Krishna conscious. I believe we were Prabhupada conscious. He was our hero. Just like we glorify Krishna, as a Urukram, the one of heroic deeds, which is who is glorified by the chosen verses in the Vedas. Prabhupada was our hero, and he is our hero because look what Prabhupada has done. This is very heroic. Leaving Vrindavan when he was 69, with just a few dollars in his pocket, confronting the challenge of journeying from Calcutta by ship all the way to America. coming in a foreign land just with some books and his huge faith in his spiritual master's order and mission, and building this movement in 11 years. I know even the first year doesn't count, because he said himself, I was loitering in the streets of New York for 1 year without any result. And then genius, Prabhupada went into the Bowery, the Lower East Side, which was like the countercultural center. And you know the story better than me. And there he started the revolution. He started to engage all those young people eager for something, some alternative to the American way of life, and then started to spread this movement. And in no time, as soon as these devotees were just initiated, and there was an opportunity to go to San Francisco, he went and he opened another center, and Los Angeles, and then Montreal, then London, everywhere, either directly or through his devotees. Prabhupada did something impossible. I mean, what greater hero? No. Krishna is a hero, and Prabhupada is follower, pure devotee, is a hero, is our hero. What he did, how can you transplant the cream of Vedic culture, Gaudiya Vaishnavism, in a foreign land and then acclimatate it in just a few years? I mean, this is beyond understanding. How could someone do that in his old age? Transplant his whole culture. And from people who were hippies, most of the devotees at that time would join were hippies or dropped out students, which practically is the same as hippie. And they were not following any rules or regulation. Like the slogan at that time was neither Marx, neither Jesus. No law. The only law was just follow your mind. And how could Prabhupada turn us, those people, into regulated people, getting up early in the morning, taking a cold shower, shaving their head and their locks and their beards, and coming to Mangalarti, chanting, following such a strict program, and from just loitering in the street looking for sense enjoyment, loitering in the street trying to share the message that they had received through the books. I mean, I came through a magazine, through a book, and countless devotees came through a book. So Prabhupada didn't make it a mystery how we could please him. Nowadays we can say, oh, how can I please my spiritual master? Prabhupada said, if you want to please me, just distribute my books. So that was the mission of anyone joining. I remember, they taught me how to put a Brahmin underwear, like a kopin. The first day I came, we didn't have dhotis. I remember went to the supermarket and bought some curtains, yellow curtains, and they showed me how to put on the dhoti, and it was like synthetic. It was like giving you a rash, And the next day I joined, we were in the street distributing magazines. But the nice thing I remember was that time that 8 to 10 hours a day, we were singing in the streets. And we were learning from the older devotees, which means like 2 or 3 years older. I joined in 73 and movement started there in 70. And how to approach the people. First, stay around the Sankirtan party, distribute invitations. When you get a little more enthusiastic, start to distribute magazines and get some small books. And then France at that time was like so open. I remember whenever we'd stop, people would just throng around us. Every devotee would be surrounded by hundreds of people, and everyone was throwing questions and And the French, we are armchair philosophers, right? We do the world every day again, in the cafes, And they were bombarding the preacher with questions, and I was, like all the new devotees staying next to a preacher and learning, this is how you counteract, this is this argument, this is how you answer this question. This is how we learn to preach right there on the spot. And I remember people were just challenging so much. And when I also started to preach like that, then I was thinking, I'm not trying to convince the person. I'm just trying to convince that guy who was there listening and seeing that, wow, this person, he has an answer to every question. He's bombarded with challenges and he's answering all the questions. Because every day after Sankirtan, we'd come back to the temple with new people. And those new people were becoming devotees. It was like a daily occurrence. I mean, so many hundreds of people joined. Of course, it was a big turnover because jumping from hedonism to a strict life of brahmacharya in the temple, not everyone made it. No, I remember shaving so many sikhas, and when I became the Bhakta leader after some time, I was feeling so bad. Everyone would, and anytime somebody, Bhagavan, the local leaders, okay, take away his neck beads and shave his sikha, and I always felt, oh, terrible! That guy finally has come to Krishna, and we have to. How can he face? How can his ego allow him to come back after this humiliation? I really felt bad about that. No, because all those people were coming. I was one of them. Somehow, by good fortune, I hanged out, and I remained there. But so many young people were coming. They were all looking for something. And I remember there was a very big distinction. The hippies were becoming Hare Krishnas, and the junkies and drug heads, they would become Guru Maharajis or some other Hindu sect of that time. It was like a real cleavage, you could say, between the two. The hashish smokers, the freaks, the hippies, they would become devotees. And the others, they would not. It was quite a clear cut. And Prabhupada was always encouraging so much. I remember I started to travel as a new devotee with Indraduna Maharaj, not Maharaj at that time. We'd go all over the place, and we'd get really regularly, Prabhupada was given reports of our preaching. That was like the first traveling Sankirtan party in France. And we would get messages of encouragement from Prabhupada. That was so amazing. He was preaching to us. We're just his mouthpieces. And Prabhupada made it impossible. Really, if you think about it, what he did was absolutely impossible. You cannot do such a thing. No, how could he do such a thing? No. Empower us, monkeys, half-baked devotees, and send us, every day in the streets, then led around, door to door. First, we were only doing the streets. And then one devotee found out that we used to collect coins at that time. We had just magazines. It was no big books. Just one small book. People would give like a 5 franc, a $1 coin. So we had a little pocket around our neck, and we'd put the coins there. And one devotee had the idea to go into a shop and turn the coins into bills. And then he started to do that regularly. And then this gave the idea, maybe we could also try to sell the magazine in the stores. So we started to sell the magazine not only in the street, trying to catch people, but also store to store. Then afterward, it became door to door. And then the miracle happened. So many people joined. People in France thought we were 100,000. We were like 100 devotees. But all over the newspaper, because we were all over the place, so active, the newspaper would report, there's about 100,000 Hare Krishna members in France. No, we were 100. But maybe each of us, because of Prabhupada, we were making the job of 1,000. So they saw the 100,000. And there was this wave. We were constantly on TV, in the newspaper, on the magazines. Everywhere the devotees were there. The message of Krishna was spreading really through Prabhupada's mercy, empowering us to do that. That was, and those years of Sankirtan, I could say the best years of my life, going and sharing that message, approaching people, trying to convince them to take a magazine, because I knew one magazine had changed my life. Just reading one article, seeing Prabhupada and reading one article, that was it. I was caught. That was better than anything I knew. So Prabhupada did that everywhere, all over the world, then came back to India and built those amazing big temples in India also. Not only built temples in the West, he built so many temples. When he left, I remember that day I was changing the deity's glasses after the morning arti. And we didn't have at that time in New Mayapur in France, we didn't have a puchari room right behind the altar. So you had to go from the altar, across the hall, across the prasadam room, go into the kitchen. Later on, we built the kitchen behind. And across the kitchen, across the prasadam room, it was time for prasad. Everyone was lined up, but I just heard a voice. Nobody was eating. I said, well, this is strange. And I was with my tray and the glasses of the deities. And I just heard that, Srila Prabhupada left. And I was like a thunderbolt on my head. No, immediately I started to cry. I said, okay, keeping the tray away so that I wouldn't cry in Krishna's glasses. And went into the kitchen and just put down the glasses, just sobbed like a kid. We never thought Prabhupada would leave. We thought Prabhupada was eternal. He would never leave us. We were like babies. No. And I tried to, immediately with Kishori, who was Prabhupada's cook, learned Prabhupada cooking when she was in India. She was the wife of Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami at the time. And then she told me, let's go to India. So we packed, we drove all the way to Paris. We couldn't find a ticket. We drove all the way to Amsterdam, couldn't find a ticket. And then the temple president from Mayapur called me and said, Prabhu, your wife is having a baby and the delivery is not happening very nicely. You should come back immediately. Otherwise, don't come back. So I thought, oh, what to do? And anyway, we cannot get a plane before days and the whole thing will be over in India. And I came back. My wife welcomed me with a baby. The whole thing happened very nicely. And I felt like really a little cheated. But we wanted to go. So I thought that was the idea, that we wanted to be with Prabhupada or for the Samadhi ceremony. But I guess we wouldn't have come in time anyway. But it was so heartbreaking, so heartbreaking to see that like the light of our lives had just been taken out. But we just took solace because Prabhupada, he writes in the Bhagavatam about the queens. I think the story of Puranjan, when he leaves his body, the queens are like just crying so much. And Prabhupada writes, after the guru leaves, disciples should think that we should live on his orders. So we just try to live on Prabhupada's orders, try our best to put them in our lives and continue preaching, continue the mission. Later on, I met Srila Govinda Maharaj, and one time he told me something extraordinary. He said, actually, Prabhupada comes, I come a little later. We've been doing that the last 100 lives, and we'll be doing this the next 100 lives. When I heard that, I said, wow, this is something, it gives like a peep in another dimension, because now you see someone and you like frame him within the timeline. He was saying, Prabhupada has been doing this for 100 lives. And Prabhupada himself said the spiritual master always remains in the material world. That is his service to Krishna. At the same time, he is with Krishna in the spiritual world. Like Gurudev taught us, inside, he's serving Radha Krishna in his spiritual body. And externally, he's serving Mahaprabhu's mission. And he, Governor said like that. I was just flabbergasted when I heard that. Yeah, we've been doing that for the last 100 years, 100 lives, and we'll be doing the next 100 lives. That gives like another perspective into Prabhupada's life, in his mercy. Anyway, I think I don't want to take too much time. There must be other speakers. I just wanted to contribute my 2 cents worth, to glorify Srila Prabhupada. So I offer my Pushpanjali to his lotus feet. Pray that you will always keep me in the association of pure devotees, life after life, and keep me engaged in service. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Panchakapatarya Vipassana Yacha. Patitanam Pavanibhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namo.
Jai. Thank you so much, Shivasudha Dvaiti Maharaj, for such a wonderful glorification. You shared about how Srila Prabhupada really saved you from Mayavadism, and it's quite amazing, just even your experience, coming off, you said it was off the train, and immediately being encountered with that one devotee who then a week later she opens the door and you see her. So beautiful. And then also how you also described, which I've never heard before, but it's quite fitting how just like Lord Ram, and he was able to conquer Lanka with the monkeys, which is Lanka represents materialism, but also at the same time, Srila Prabhupada with his monkeys was able to conquer over the Western world. So it's really something very, very special. And in that way, we're not seeing monkeys as being derogatory. We're seeing it as being praiseworthy. So is very, very, very beautiful. So thank you so much, the Dwaiti Maharaj. And if you are ever traveling to the West, then we invite you to come to New Jersey. Hopefully, I know some years back you would come, but we're hoping that you can come again and give us your association. So thank you so much, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Thank you to give me an opportunity to say something about my Gurudev.
Jai Haribol. So now in inviting Shriman Madhava Prabhu. One second. So actually his parents are disciples of Srila Prabhupada, and he had the good fortune of being in the ISKCON Gurukul in Vrindavan in 1976, and also by the same extension that he was also there, he was present for the disappearance Leela of our Srila Prabhupada. So I'm trying to find you, Prabhu. Would you mind just turning on your camera? For some reason, I'm not seeing him. Is this you, Madhava Prabhu? Just asking to unmute you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Yes.
You can hear me, yeah?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Feeling very, very, very nervous. Om Jnanatimiyandasya Jnanam Janashalakaya Chakshuru Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namaom Vishnu Padaya Shri Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Tinamine. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Sunnivari Paschata Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I feel completely unqualified to speak in this assembly of so many exalted Vaishnavas. I would like to just first offer my unlimited obeisances unto the lotus feet of my beloved spiritual master, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, and then to the lotus feet of Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, and all of the Guru Varga, all Guru Parampara, to all of the Sannyasigan who are here on this platform today. I offer my obeisances unto you and to all the Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis. I just wanted to actually start by saying that when our beloved Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj was with us, we were in Govardhan. I think the Govardhan temple had Giridhari Gaudiya Mutt was only 1 or 2 years it had been completed. And I was telling Srila Gurudev about that I remembered him from when I was small, and that I was there when Srila Prabhupada was there, and also when he left this world. And Srila Gurudev said, oh, you can speak something later. And there was a devotee taking names for whoever wanted to contribute, mostly Srila Prabhupada disciples who wanted to offer their offerings and memories of Srila Prabhupada. And I put my name down, and just before, like half an hour before my name would have been called, I panicked, and I I couldn't do it. I left the temple room and I went and I was hiding where I could hear the Harikatha through the speakers, but I hid where nobody could see me, and I just couldn't do it. So I'm just, all these years later, I'm actually doing this as an offering to my beloved spiritual master, Srila Gurudev, because he asked me to do this and I couldn't do it at the time. And I'm very grateful that I'm able to do this now. In 1996, our beloved Guru Maharaj came to England, and I had two friends, Sridham and another friend, Lokabandhu, who both had a 2-bedroom apartment. And they said, oh, you know, we have Narayan Maharaj coming. He's going to stay at our place. And I had been to their apartment many times. And this is why I'm saying this, is because this is how these great exalted Vaishnavas, this is why they are so great, because the stairs that you had to climb up to get to their flat at the back of this building, you would think these concrete stairs were going to collapse at any time. There was big metal rods sticking out. It was basically unfinished. And it was such a simple apartment. And Srila Gurudev, he agreed to go. And this was one of the first places that he came to England to bless all the devotees here in England. And of course, I went to see him, and someone gave me a mridanga for the kirtan just prior to the Harikatha. And I was playing mridanga for Gurudev and for the kirtan. And then Srila Gurudev, he gave his Harikatha. And then at the end, when he was going to go upstairs to his apartment, to his room, the devotees, they all made a line. And this became quite the norm after Srila Gurudev would give Harikatha. As the years went on, everybody would line up. Everybody wanted to offer Gurudev something. Everybody wanted to have some one-to-one connection with him. And I went and I was stood in the queue. And then when he got to me, he said, oh, you play so nicely, mridanga, then you come with me. You travel with me and you come and be part of my preaching program. And I couldn't do it because I had just had a baby girl, a daughter. And for many reasons, I could not, I said, I can't just travel. I have to be here for my child. And there was something else Gurudev said to me just after that, but I'll come back to that if that's okay. So in 1974, well, actually going back to 1971, the year I was born, my parents, they joined the manor, Bhaktivedanta Manor here in England. And my father wanted me to receive a Sanskrit name. And somebody said, oh, ask the temple president, he'll think of a name. And my father said, no, I don't want just anybody to give him a name. So my parents wrote to Srila Prabhupada, and the name came back. He can be called Madhavadas. And when in 1974, we moved to France, and I was put in the Gurukul there. And Srila Prabhupada, he came to New Mayapur. And that was when I first remembered Srila Prabhupada. I remember just seeing him walking. He would come and sit down. All the devotees would sit with him. There's even some photos where there's pictures of me sitting with Srila Prabhupada. And so this is where my impressions begun, where I started to remember Srila Prabhupada. My father said that in Guru Puj, one day there was, everybody was offering flowers to Srila Prabhupada. And somebody gave me some flowers, and I was only 4 years old at this time. I didn't offer the flowers. In my heart, I did, but I threw the flowers. And all the devotees, became, you could say, almost frightened. Like they thought, oh, what an offense. He's throwing flowers at Prabhupada. But Prabhupada, my father said, Prabhupada he had the biggest smile on his face when I offered these flowers, threw these flowers to Srila Prabhupada. Then my father and my parents, they both separated. And my father went to India. This was by 1975, 76. My mother went to America. And I stayed in New Mayapur, Gurukul. I was there, me, Manjari, Bhagavan's daughter, and a few others. And then all of a sudden, I was told, this was now 1976, I was told that I'm flying to India with some devotees, that my father is in India, and that they've been asked they had my passport, and they purchased a ticket, and they flew me to India, where I was placed in the Vrindavan Gurukul. At this time, the Gurukul was actually still in the guest house. So the next time I remember Srila Prabhupada, actually, there was a few of us on the roof of the guest house. And somebody said, oh, look down there in the garden. And I looked, and it was Srila Prabhupada's garden, and he was just sitting there. I can't remember what he was doing. This was before this was before his body was not able. Then he went traveling again, and then he came back. And I was made to be like Hamsaduta. He was one of Prabhupada's disciples. I was made to be like his servant. So I would help clean his pots. I would clean various things. But the timing was perfect because these great exalted pure devotees, they work in many ways. They know your heart, they know your mood, even if you don't know it. And Srila Prabhupada, they would start to take him every day on the palanquin, circumambulating the Krishna Balaram temple. And every day I would just so happen to be cleaning Hamsaduta's pots in the sand, using this kind of ash and sand to clean the pots. And Srila Prabhupada would be there suddenly in front of me on his palanquin. So I started to get these deep impressions in my heart. And I don't know if many people remember Pishima, who was Srila Prabhupada's sister. So as Srila Prabhupada was entering his last days with us, Pishima was very much around. She was always wanting to see if there was anything she could do for her brother, Srila Prabhupada. And I was one of the small boys. So every morning in Mangalarti, the small boys would stand in front of Gornitai. The older boys would stand in front of Krishna Balaram. And the adults and Matajis would stand in front of Sri Sri Radha Shyamasundar. And the initial offering that was made to the deities would be finished by the time Mangalarti started. And I don't know how I got to understand this, but Pishima, she would have access to this Mahaprasad, and she would stand at the side door, which is in between Srila Prabhupada's Vyasasan and Gornitai, Shishi Gornitai. There was a side door that would lead to the outside, and she would stand there. She would stand there and call me, and I knew that that was my cue to say to my teacher, I need the toilet. And then he would say, okay, go. And then I would go into the lobby area of the guest house. And Pishima, she would sit me on her lap, and she would just stuff my mouth full of sweets from the offering, from direct from the altar. And this happened most days. So that was another deep impression for me. And also Srila Prabhupada, he had a very dear friend called Bagaji. Now, Bagaji, if you came out of Srila Prabhupada's room, and there was those main gates that would lead to the outside of the Krishna Balaram complex, and you turn right, now it's all changed, but if you turn right and then you went left and you went down, then his house was on the right. And somehow I knew that every day, if I went there, I would knock on his metal gate, and his gatekeeper would open the door, let me in, and I would come and I would sit with Bagaji, and he again also would give me so many sweets. So I'm just remembering this mercy that I got through Srila Prabhupada. And because I was only 6 at the time, my memories are just like little snapshots, little photos. Now, when we would honor prasad in Gurukul, a lot of the prasad we didn't actually like. So myself and a few friends, we realized that actually, if we serve prasad to all the Gurukulis and we serve to the teachers, 2 things would happen. One thing is we don't have to sit there and eat everything on our plates in front of our teacher. And the other thing is that we could have access to the Godown, which was where all the ingredients were stored. So we would serve prasad, everybody would leave, and then we would go and we would help ourselves, like to yogurt and to ghee and to gur, and then we would just eat whatever we wanted. If it was chapatis, we would mix it with gur. If it was rice, we would mix with yogurt and ghee. And so I think because this was Vrindavan, this is where Krishna used to steal butter, I think there was some allowance. We were allowed to be mischievous like this. Now, as Srila Prabhupada's health physically, as his health deteriorated, he could no longer move. Srila Prabhupada would lie on his bed. And in the afternoon, after serving lunch, they would make an announcement in the Gurukul, who wants to go sing to Srila Prabhupada? Nobody would put their hands up because after lunch, everybody would go to the Yamuna for swimming. And I put my hand up. Every day I put my hand up. I say, I'll go sing to Srila Prabhupada. And I would go and I would sit with 2 very beautiful singers. One was Bhadraj Prabhu, and the other one was Hamsaduta. And they both had these haunting melodies, the way they would sing to Srila Prabhupada. And I would just sit there with them and sing to Srila Prabhupada every afternoon. And then when the actual time came for Srila Prabhupada to leave this world, to complete his Leela in this world, So many devotees were in Srila Prabhupada's room. So many. It was overwhelming. And I need to mention at this point that actually my father, he actually became one of Srila Prabhupada's servants. So in these last months, he actually was directly serving Srila Prabhupada. And I just wanted to honor my father because it was actually because of his ability to get close to Srila Prabhupada that I also was able to. And I just wanted to remember that when Srila Prabhupada, my father said that 2 times, different times when he was massaging Srila Prabhupada's legs. One time he was massaging and he was thinking, oh, and my father said to me, Srila Prabhupada didn't have weak legs. He was very strong. His legs were very strong. My father would use so much strength to massage Srila Prabhupada, and he was becoming so tired. And he's thinking, I need to stop. I'm becoming so tired. And then if he would stop for just 1 minute, Srila Prabhupada, he wouldn't say anything, but he would make a noise like a cough or like like that. And my father knew, I have to continue massaging Srila Prabhupada. And then on another occasion, maybe a few days later, this was at nighttime, he was massaging Srila Prabhupada's legs and he fell asleep. And he actually woke up suddenly. Srila Prabhupada moved his leg, and my father had actually been sleeping for about half an hour on Srila Prabhupada's legs. And then it was okay for my father to go and rest. So he had his memories of Srila Prabhupada. But going to the actual night where Srila Prabhupada left this world, I was stood by the side window just outside. The room was absolutely rammed. And I was stood by the screen window. So when you look through that window, you're actually looking into where Srila Prabhupada's bed is, which is where Srila Prabhupada was lying. And my father spotted me. And he came out and he came and got me. And he brought me and placed me right at the feet of Srila Prabhupada. And he showed me Srila Prabhupada's feet and he showed me what to do. He said, just massage Srila Prabhupada's feet. So I was just massaging Srila Prabhupada's feet. I had no ability. I think Kishori Mohan, he touched on this because he said he was 3.5 years old in America. How, when you're young like this, how do you understand such high level of emotion that you're surrounded by? And I was massaging Srila Prabhupada's feet, and suddenly the whole mood changed, and people just started wailing and wailing and wailing. Everybody was crying. Everybody was chanting. Nobody knew what to do. And the Kaviraj had announced at that time that Srila Prabhupada had left this world. And very soon after that, we were all asked to leave Srila Prabhupada's room. Everybody left the room, and we were all told to go to the temple room. I think my timeline is not the same as maybe an adult who would remember the timeline, but I think it must have been about an hour later, maybe 8:15 or something like that. We were all in the temple room, and Srila Prabhupada, he was brought on the palanquin into the temple room, and they opened all of the deities so that Srila Prabhupada could see Gaurnitai and Sri Krishna Balaram and Sri Radha Shama Sundar, and so that they could also see him. And then they placed Srila Prabhupada's his physical body on the palanquin. They placed that where his Vyasasan was. And I just remember sitting there. A lot of my friends were either off playing or, because all the teachers were, they were fully immersed in what was happening with Srila Prabhupada. And a lot of my friends were playing, and I just sat there, and suddenly through the doors, I hear this kirtan, and to me, I'm thinking, wow, this like Lord Chaitanya has just arrived, has just come through the door. And I looked, and it was our beloved Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj with just a few devotees. And they were just holding the most beautiful kirtans. And they came and they sat there with in front of Srila Prabhupada. And I just remember looking at Srila Gurudev and thinking, you're my father. I want to hold your hand. That's all I remember thinking. And so what followed after that was the next day, Srila Prabhupada was taken on his palanquin and taken all over Vrindavan to all of the holy temples, Radha Damodar, Loy Bazaar, everywhere, everybody came out. I remember just garlands and garlands. Everybody was throwing flowers and glorifying Srila Prabhupada. Everybody was just crying, and then we came back to the Krishna Balaram Mandir, and the Samadhi, Bhavachini, who spoke just earlier, she was remembering this hole that had been dug for Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi. Again, I don't know how, but all I know is that I pushed myself through, and I was right at the edge of this hole, and I watched our beloved Gurudev conducting everything, lowering Srila Prabhupada into this Samadhi, and then covering him with salt, and then eventually everybody left from the Samadhi, I just want to just come back now to 1996 when Srila Gurudev came to England, and the second thing he said to me, the first thing was, will you come with me and play Mridanga in Kirtan, which I declined at the time. But the second thing he said to me, he looked in my eyes, and I hadn't told him anything that I remembered him at this point from back in Srila Prabhupada's times. And he looked at me and he said, I am your father. I will always help you and protect you. And what I understand from that is that Guru is one. These real pure devotees, there is no separation. There is no difference. They are all one. They are all connected. I've been thinking so much today about Kripa, Guru Kripa, thinking about the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. And when you think of Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet, all of the Guru Varga, all of their lotus feet are there, present within Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. All of their mercy coming right down from Lord Balaram, who is the original Guru, coming from Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda. And I was also just realizing that day that Lord Nityananda prevented Lord Chaitanya from using his Sudarshan Chakra on Jagai and Madai, that was the day that Kali must have known the game is up. Lord Chaitanya has come here, and Kali Yuga will never, ever be the same again. And all of the Guru Varga, all of the Guru Parampara, they all represent this mercy. And on this sacred day, I just would like to encourage all of us to take at least a minute each day just to visualize, and maybe some of us have photographs of Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet, of Srila Narayan Maharaj's lotus feet. And we should just beg at the lotus feet of these pure devotees for their mercy, because we are so blessed. I think I will end there. And I just want to thank you all for listening to me. I have no qualification to speak. I don't know any shlokas. I don't know anything. But thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Jai, thank you so much, Shriman Mother Prabhu.
Thank you.
What can I say? Completely heartfelt and heart-touching offering. And I know that all of the devotees are expressing this from the bottom of their hearts, that we're so grateful to be able to hear from you and to have a first-hand account from that of a little child who got to witness all of these things. And I know, or perhaps I'm feeling, that Srila Gurudev has been waiting for you to come and share these gems on this Bhakti Zoom. So I'm very, very grateful. All of us are very grateful. And we're hoping that this is not your last opportunity, that you continue coming on Bhakti Zoom, and next time you also show us your face, and that you kindly grace us with your association. We are very, very grateful, and thank you so much for such a wonderful, heart-rendering Pushpanjali. Hare Krishna. So my time as Hare Krishna. So my time as host is concluding, and Devan Krishna Prabhu will continue from here. So Vancha Kalpatarubhishta Kripasanubhyaya Vacha Patitanam Bhavani Vaishnavibhyo Vaishnavs ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
I just wanted to quickly ask Madhava Prabhu, are you based in England still, or?
Yes, I'm in Bristol.
Okay. So
Yes.
you'll have to come to London and visit us in London, or we can come and visit you.
Thank you.
Something like that. Something like that would be nice. It would be really nice.
I just wanted to say one thing. I'm actually registered blind, so I didn't actually realize that my video wasn't on. So I'm so glad that you didn't have to look at my face and you could just listen to the glories of Srila Prabhupada.
We would have liked to have seen your face, so maybe next time, you know.
Okay.
But thank you so much for giving us your time. Om Jnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chaksho Unmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I'm not gonna do full pranams because we're running slightly behind. I'm very fortunate to introduce our next speaker, another wonderful devotee from the UK, and also a devotee that when I first came into the association with devotees and I knew nothing of Srila Prabhupada, who he was or anything, when we had the appearance and his appearance and disappearance days, we'd hear obviously from his disciples about him, and that is how I first learned and understood something small of the glories of Srila Prabhupada. So it's always nice to hear on these days from Sriman Jiva Pavan Prabhu. So I'm gonna hand over to him now.
Dandava Pranams. First of all, I just want to mention that Madhava Prabhu, he has a very, very beautiful, heart-rendering song, glorifying Guru Tattva, Gurudev, Prabhupada. And if we ever have any time for him to sing that song, it'd be very much worthwhile. Anyway, let me begin, because you did know that we are running late. First of all, let me offer my respectful obeisances unto my initiating spiritual masters, Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada, and my Param Gurudev, His Divine Grace, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. Equally, let me offer my obeisances unto my Bhajan Shiksha Guru, His Divine Grace, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Maharaj, and my Param Shiksha Guru, Bhakti Prajna Keshava Goswami Maharaj Acharya Dev. Equally, I offer my obeisances to all the devotees who have taken on the service of initiating and expanding our family of devotees, and all the sannyasis present here, all the Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis on this platform, and anyone else that may come on later on, and all the devotees past, present, and to come. So, Sri Guru Gyanadini Navandhu Saranandadaita Kanaita Sindhu Vrindavana Sikatara Pasita Rara Pranapchara Rara Sumukta Samsaktim Saki Sangha Nivasanim Tamaham Satatam Vande Shri Guru Param Sakhim Shri Chaitanya Manovistam Stabitam Jena Bhulai Swayam Rupakada Mayam Datati Svatantikam. So I tried to create a skeleton for my speech. So hopefully I'll try to stick to it, because my conditioned tendency is to end up just talking about myself, and no one wants to hear about me on this day. So first of all, the first little section I put on my notes was Srila Prabhupada and Rupa Goswami. There was a Babaji who used to live next to Srila Prabhupada when Srila Prabhupada was staying at the Radha Damodar Mandir complex, Shri Padridananda Babaji Maharaj. And in those days, not like now, it's all been built over. There's a roof and there's so much marble, and it used to be open plan. And in the back, there was nothing more than a simple concrete wall. And just beyond that wall, this Babaji had his house. And so he says that that he used to hear someone calling out to Rupa Goswami. And he said, but one night on the full moon, I heard that voice again. So I climbed up to the roof of our house and looked down into the Radha Damodar courtyard. I saw something very amazing. Srila Prabhupada was sweeping the courtyard of Rupa Goswami Samadhi. He was bending down with a small broom, and he swept the ground by the Samadhi, and he was crying out, "Hey Rupa, hey Sanatan, hey Gurudev, please give me your mercy. Without your mercy, I cannot do anything. Give me the mercy, give me the strength that I may fulfill your orders." Then I realized that it was he who almost every night was calling out as he was sweeping like this. So having read other Rasic literatures, we know this sort of service of sweeping is not only a external service, but an internal service that goes on in the spiritual world. We quoted that prayer, Radhas Mukasam Saktim Saki Sanganivasanim Tamaham Satatam Vande Shri Guru Rupa Param Shakim. I forever worship Shri Guru in his form as an exalted Saki in the company of Shri Radha and the other Sakis. Srila Prabhupada says in one of his purports, the very beginning of Chaitanya Charitamrita, when speaking about Guru Tattva, that all of our acharyas have said that the spiritual master is seen as either the manifested mercy of Nityananda Prabhu or an eternal associate of Srimati Radhika and Krishna in the Ninkunjas of Vrindavan. These visions can be both simultaneously correct. It's not that one is mutually exclusive of the other. My next little point I wanted to make was that often people who try to drive a wedge between the teaching of Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev. And very briefly, those of us who are familiar, we know that everything that Srila Gurudev preached, it can be confirmed by Srila Prabhupada, especially in his books. We know that, for example, the Srila Gurudev emphasized what was the purpose of Mahaprabhu's mission. And this is also explained by Srila Prabhupada in the very beginning of Chaitanya Charitamrita, especially in the 4th chapter. And he goes on to glorify Radharani. And we know that this Chaitanya Charitamrita was very, very important to Srila Gurudev. To Srila Prabhupada, he drove all of his devotees on a marathon to translate and print and publish these books. And at the end of every chapter, he says, following in the footsteps of Rupa and Raghunath, I narrate this Chaitanya Charitamrita. So how anyone can think that Srila Prabhupada was anything else but a follower of Rupa Raghunath, I really don't understand, especially if they claim to have read Srila Prabhupada's books. Even though Srila Prabhupada, he had to transplant the entirety of Krishna consciousness from the very beginning, ABCD, even in the sadhana that he gave us every day, we would have this Tulsi Puja. And in the translation of the Tulsi prayers, it was clearly said, they were praying to become a maidservant within the groves of Vrindavan from the very beginning. We used to say the prayers in English as well as singing the song in Tulsi worship. So though I've heard that many devotees thought, based on different ideas, that Gurudev Srila Prabhupada was in Sakya Ras, I had always thought of Srila Prabhupada in terms of his conjugal relationship with Krishna, because from my readings of his books, I was kind of understanding that, Madhura Ras was the highest, and that everything else was contained within that, including Sakya Ras, etc. So especially now during the Kartik month, we sing Damodar Astaka. Srila Gurudev's point was that ultimately Mahaprabhu came to give this a bhav of the Brijvasis, Rag Bhakti. And this is confirmed. I'm just going to read something quickly from Srila Prabhupada's books. He's speaking about Lord Chaitanya. Srila Prabhupada says in the purport, he is also causelessly merciful, and he wants to bestow upon us this privilege of Raga Bhakti. Thus he appeared as his own internal energy. And then the following verses, as we sing in the Damodar Astakam, these verses also confirm. He says, Krishna is speaking, all the universe is filled with the conception of my majesty. But love weakened by that sense of majesty does not satisfy me. If one regards me as the Supreme Lord and himself as a subordinate, I do not become subservient to his love, nor can he control me. And especially now when we're singing the Damodar Astaka every day, and we're hearing how Krishna could only be tied by the love of Mother Yashoda. And in those prayers also, Krishna says that he's not controlled by this distance created by a sense of awe and majesty. I like that. In fact, in the next purport, Srila Prabhupada says at the very end, flawless execution of regulative principles is exhibited in the Vaikuntha planets. By strictly executing these principles, one can be elevated to the Vaikuntha planets, but spontaneous, pure, loving service is found in Krishna Loka alone. So, if one wants to do a little research, there's a beautiful class by Srila Prabhupada where he gives the purport to the Jaya Radha Madhava prayers. And there he also makes this point very, very strongly. He says, why is the love of the Brijvasis, why is that considered unconditional? It's because they have no conception of him as God. They don't see him in that majesty of godhood. He's saying it's unconditional. They're not saying that if you are God, then we shall worship you. No, they're saying you could be God, you cannot be God, but you're simply the person and the focus of our lives, like this. And in the purports in Srila Gurudev's book Namo Radhikaya Tadiya Priyaya, Srila Sanatana Goswami especially explains that the glories of the pastimes of Radharani and Krishna are there to be understood as unlimited, as well as these unlimited pastimes explained in Vatsalya Ras. So we can understand with hindsight that the Satyavrata Muni was appearing in the Manvantar previous to this Manvantar, and that the next Manvantar, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, would come and reveal everything else. So we can understand that we're very fortunate to have come at this time. Where would we be had Chaitanya Mahaprabhu not come? And especially since we're meditating on Srila Prabhupada, where would we be now if Srila Prabhupada had not come? So moving along, I want to, and this is where I run into the danger of speaking too much about me, the very personal experience that I had of Srila Prabhupada saving me. I have to really, really cut this down, but there's because I really want to focus on one aspect. Madhava Prabhu was saying because of his childhood, he has some problems remembering chronologically exactly how things happen. Trust me, in adulthood, especially when we have something called early set dementia, that phenomenon also happens. So it's very hard for me to put exactly where everything had happened. But suffice to say that from 1969 on, I was aware of the Krishna consciousness movement, although I was only 9 years old, because in grammar school, the Beatles were all the rage, and the Beatles' involvement with Krishna consciousness, especially through George Harrison, was well known. And going into what we call high school, everywhere I went in my endeavor for sex, drugs, and rock and roll, I was always being pursued by Srila Prabhupada's pamphlets and books and like that. In fact, there's a history of me having had a dance scholarship, and my friend and I, who also had this scholarship, during the summer with the Cleveland Dance Company, we were broke, and so our criminal nature was that we would break into cigarette machines, steal the quarters, and spend it on vegetarian food at the Chinese takeaways like that. So one day we were just coming out of a health food store, having shoplifted our lunch, and we heard the voice of a lady say, "Hey, yogis," because we were running around without without shirts and our shorts and no shoes like that. "Hey, yogis." And she said, "Are you vegetarians?" And we were, and we turned around like, "Yeah, what are you gonna do about it?" And then we saw she had a ring in her nose and the sari and the tilak and the red bindi and the sindoor, and she looked very, very different. And she said, "Well, we have vegetarian feasts every Sunday, please come." And she gave us a BTG, and we gave her the last quarter we had from the cigarette machine. And the next day we did the 8-mile trek from where we were at the Cleveland State University to the temple. And we came to the temple and we knocked on the door, and Mataji opened the door and she said, "Welcome home." And we looked at each other. We almost turned around and left. But we came in, and my friend, there was a madunga. He started hitting the madunga, and he was making like a nice beat. And I saw Bhagavad Gita, and I started trying to read the Sanskrit out loud. And the same girl in the background, we heard, "Oh, one of them read Sanskrit and the other one know how to play the madunga." We were like, what's going on? Anyway, but with time, when I found myself in New York City again, where I was originally from, I I was making my second attempt to join the temple. My first attempt was in the Brooklyn temple. And because I was a very wild sort of person at the age of 15 or so, and like that. I was very unruly, uncontrollable, a bit of a rebel, and like that. But I was over enthusiastic. I was doing so much service. I wasn't sleeping at night, and I wasn't eating, and I was becoming very thin. And although I was doing a lot of service, which they appreciated, especially when the basement got flooded and the books had to be taken to higher pallets, and most people didn't want to do it, I was doing it. Um, but it was having an effect on my physical health. So when my father came to the temple and he saw me so thin with a shaved head and having obviously not been sleeping properly, he did a sort of Homer Simpson thing and he grabbed my throat and started strangling me. And I started chanting, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. And the temple Kshatriya came and pushed him away and they dragged me inside. But apparently because of that experience, it created a sort of post-traumatic stress that every time I started chanting Hare Krishna, I was chanting as if I was being strangled, and it was too difficult for the devotees to handle, you know. So long story short, they shaved my sika and put me out the door and left me on my own reconnaissance, you know. So the next time I was trying to come to the temple, they had what Prabhupada called a skyscraper building. It was a very tall temple. And I was thinking, okay, now I have to, I have to do this right. I can't create a scene. I can't have my father coming and creating a scene either. So I was taking it a little more cautiously like that. Every day I would come and I would bring a present for the deities, some cloth to line the homemade outfits they made for them, mangoed every day, like that. And I was also making friends with two devotees, especially Lloyd Taksha and Rasak Yah. Lloyd Taksha was a very tall person. He had very strong cheekbones, and he was a trained dancer. And Rasagya was also a trained dancer and actress. In fact, Srila Prabhupada said that she was the after he saw her do her conversation with the Bumblebee Leela, that she was the best actress in the universe. Like this, he said like this. But at that time, they were going to put on the Age of Kali for Srila Prabhupada, and because of my friendship with them, I knew where the theater was and how to get there before all of the devotees who were following Srila Prabhupada with a great kirtan were to be going into the theater room. So I actually saw them come around the corner. Prabhupada was there, and the devotees was chanting, and they're walking kind of slowly. So I ran into the theater room, and I looked around, and I saw that there was a section in the middle of the theater room, section off with ropes. So there was 3 rows section off. So I went into the second row, and I sat down almost in the middle. And then before I knew it, all the devotees had rushed in, and all the seats had filled up very quickly. There was standing room only at one point. And then I noticed that to the right of me was Adikeshwar Maharaj, who was the temple president, and I was surrounded by sannyasis. And Srila Prabhupada was just in front of me to my left. Kartika Swami looks to me and says, "Oh, very good." He's a very good bhakti chap. He's like this. So I got away. I was sitting there and I was looking at Prabhupada, and this for me is a very, very beautiful memory, because number one, when Srila Prabhupada was walking, someone had given him a lotus flower with the stem inside a tube of water, and he was holding it in a very aristocratic way in his left hand, and he had his cane, so he looked very, very aristocratic holding this lotus flower, and his head was decorated with a lot of sandalwood. But when he sat down, he was like a celestial garland, a celestial garden. The devotees were in the habit in New York of importing marigold flowers from not marigolds, there's another one, but very aromatic flowers from Hawaii, and they were making garlands with that. Also, he had a sandalwood garland, and also he had been bathed in rose water, and he had a lot of camphor in the sandalwood paste that they had put on him. So it was very heady I experienced just the smell of Srila Prabhupada. And then I was looking at his seeker, exactly where it was, and his ear and big lobes like this. Anyway, I was very much absorbed in looking at Prabhupada, very impressed. Then the play came on, and if any of you are familiar with the Age of Kali play, everything rhymes, you know. At that time, Kali was being played by Sudama Maharaj, who was a black sannyasi, but he played it with a top hat and a cane in a very slick sort of way. And Sin was being played by Rasa Gyan. Lines would be like, my name is Kali, and my age has begun. We have 10,000, 5,000 years to have our fun, like this. And in the play, there was also the different sins, the different enemies, and they were seen to be manipulating them like puppets, and they were coming in, and you know, it was lust, anger, greed, and each one personified the anartha or the sin in the age of Kali, you know. And as they were doing all this, and they were thinking, oh, now it's our time, we're gonna take over. In the distance, you can hear Shri Krishna Chaitanya, boom, boom, boom. And slowly, Lloyd Taksha playing Lord Chaitanya came in, and all the devotees, and Kali and the Sins were like, no, no, and they slowly taken off, and then the Panchatattva, very ecstatic kirtan, along with all the devotees that joined in as they were having the kirtan like this. And then the next thing came out where the sins, they all came out, but they were like controlled now. They were no longer demoniac, and they were like celestial beings, and they all ended up by paying their obeisances to Srila Prabhupada and all of the other actors as well, folk underparts. And so when the lights came on, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. And I happened to have a tape recorder with me, and Adi Keshava Swami quickly grabbed the tape recorder and put it in front of Srila Prabhupada's lips. Never saw the tape recorder again, but anyway, they put it in front of Prabhupada's lips. And Prabhupada's voice came down in a very bombastic way, although he had no loudspeaker system, but it was so powerful. It just filled the room. And I was looking, and it didn't look like he was moving his lips. It was almost as if he was a speaker, and the sound was coming through him. And he said, Namo Mahavinandaya Krishna Prema Padayate. And I was feeling all these goosebumps. And then he explained how Mahaprabhu is the most merciful incarnation because he's giving what's never been given before, pure Krishna prema. And I was like, wow. And then he got up, and all the voices were following, and I was like saying to the sannyasis and all, but did you hear what he said? He said, Mahaprabhu is the most merciful, and they just like seemed to make so much sense to me why the devotees, Sankirtan devotees especially, were dancing so much in front of Gauri Thai instead of Radha Krishna. I was always wondered about that. And then Prabhupada said this many times before. In fact, when we make an offering, we say these prayers. That's how we offerings. But previous to that, the first time I actually heard Srila Prabhupada speak was in the temple room around that same time, before, after, I can't remember exactly. But I do remember it was the same time I got my cookie from Prabhupada. We heard Sudevi and Kishori talking about their cookie Leela. There were devotees were having this Guru Puja for Srila Prabhupada. And actually, Srila Prabhupada had came in and had done a whole walk of the temple room, and the temple room had a big painting on one side of Krishna on the chariot with Arjuna, and in the front there was pictures of Mother Yashoda, and also there was picture of Mahaprabhu in front of the paintings on the walls themselves of dancing in front of the rod carts. And then on the other side, there was a big picture painting of the Panchatattva, and above Srila Prabhupada's Vyasan, there was all the Guru Parampara. But anyway, Prabhupada sang Jaya Radha Madhava, was singing Jaya Radha Madhava, and then he gave this class. And the first thing I had Srila Prabhupada say, so the beginning of spiritual life is to understand you're not this body. And he opened his eyes and he turned his head and he looked right at me. At first I thought I was imagining it, but when a lot of other devotees were turning to look to see, it was definitely me. Does this mean I'm running out of time? I'll try to end. So he looked at me, but when he said that, it was like a ballistic missile hitting my heart. And so many things began to make sense. So many things I heard the devotees say beginning to make sense. If I'm not this body, then I'm wasting my time doing this, that, and the other thing like that. So Prabhupada's, many people can say something that's true, sastrically, or even in terms of rasa tattva kata, but it really depends upon where the devotee is situated. And because Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet were firmly situated in the spiritual world, a few words had powerful effect. Had that same experience with Srila Gurudev once when he whispered something in my ear. So the pure devotee has the ability to penetrate the heart of the devotee like this. So very quickly, I'm going to skip that and finish with actual experience of Srila Prabhupada's disappearance. I was in Chicago. I had actually, after spending a lot of time traveling on the Radha Damodar party, decided that by hook or by crook, I was going to become a big book distributor at the airport. So I actually escaped from a preaching center in Louisville, Kentucky, where the born-again Christians were tired of seeing us and were throwing the magazines in our face and trying to run us over with their cars. And I went to Chicago, and I was performing, doing book seva there. So nearing the time Prabhupada's departure, many of the senior devotees, senior to myself, they had gone to India. And for the first time, because we always had to give first dibs to the senior devotees when they were distributing books. But for the first time, I was actually like on the books with another friend of mine being put down as having distributed the most books at the airport. Anyway, so I was distributing books like this, and came back to the temple one day, and Uddhama Sloka Prabhu, who was the temple president, I was giving class, and someone came and whispered in his ear, and he dropped his head. And myself and other devotee started shaking our head. No, don't say it. And then he picked up his, I think he picked up a veena, or I can't remember. Yeah, picked up a veena, and he started singing, Yeya Nila Prema Dana Karuna. And then he just couldn't go on, and he broke into tears. And everyone understood. No worries, but everyone was crying, wailing. If anyone had gone by the temple at that time, they would have thought it was a madhouse. People were literally just weeping. And we hear about devotees rolling on the floor. This actually happened. Prabhupada left. Devotees were like falling to the floor, unable to get up and rolling around. All of us crying. And next day, when we went to the airport to do distribution, we couldn't get up off the seats. We couldn't. We're there with the books, and everyone was wrong with the Hare Krishnas. And then one by one, the devotee got up and we started distributing. And we were giving books to people. We were crying, and they saw us with tears in our eyes, and they would just take the book and give a donation without even us having to ask like that. So that night, I had a dream with Srila Prabhupada. And I saw Srila Prabhupada at the check-in counters at the Chicago O'Hare Airport. And I was thinking, Prabhupada, he's all by himself, So I went to Prabhupada, and I went to take like a briefcase. And he said, no, but he said, follow. And then we went to the section in the airport where people would go down to the international airlines. And we were watching. Prabhupada was in front of me, and I was behind him. We were watching the devotees distributing at the book at that section of the airport. And then Srila Prabhupada looked at me and he said, so I'm going now, but you should stay and fight. And then he walked down the terminal to his international airline. So that was like my last vision of Srila Prabhupada and my last memory. And I'm sure that I've already gone over time. I'm over time here. Did I tell the cookie story? Did I? You don't remember? Anyway, the cookie story was somewhere in the middle of that morning program. Might as well end on a happy, sweet note. Somewhere in the middle of that Guru Puja, the children were going up and getting cookies from Srila Prabhupada and the mothers that were taking the children. And then I noticed that the kirtan that was led by these really powerful devotees was getting closer and closer to Srila Prabhupada. And then when the last child had a cookie, zoom, the kirtan stopped, and everyone was around Prabhupada like bees around honey, you know. And I didn't know at the time. I said, this must be very important, you know. So I turned my back to the group of devotees that were at least 4 or 5 thick, and I jumped up sort of in a basketball way and arched my way back and threw my hand all the way back. And just as it came down, Prabhupada slapped the cookie in my hand, and I came off the crowd, and some crumbs fell on the ground with some devotees. Okay, and there was one black devotee, remember, he looked at me and he was like, his face was like, please. And I gave him a bit of the cookie, and he looked at me like, oh, you are my friend forever, you know. So, Dandava Pranamas Vanchakalpa Trubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Payapashavadinam Pavani Bhyo Vaisnavebhyo Namo Namah. Please forgive my offenses and my audacity to speak on such a divine personality, His divine grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada, my Lord and Savior. Hare Krishna. Can't hear you.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Oh. Sorry, my earphones don't pick up my voice very well. Thank you so much. So beautiful, so heart-touching, and inspires so many reflections, but we are behind time, so I'm going to move on very quickly. Hand over to the wonderful Manini Radha Didi to introduce our next speaker.
Jai Dandavat Pranams. I'm going to do just a very quick. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Shri Guru Prishtaya Bhutale Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Madhavaditi Namine Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayaniti Namine Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Vantakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai, I'm so grateful to have this seva, and I'm going to jump right into it because we are behind. Thank you, Tarunji, and thank you, Jiva Pavanam Prabhu. Nice to see you, as always. Our next speaker is our dear Sripad Nemi Maharaj, who has been a disciple of Srila Prabhupada since 1973, and also has association with Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Maharaj and Srila Bharati Maharaj as well. He's very familiar on our Bhakti Zoom platform. So without further ado, Nimi Maharaj, I'm going to ask you to unmute. Give me one moment here. Let me find you I see you. I have to ask you to unmute. Okay. There you are. Dandavat Pranams Maharaj. You have 30 minutes from here. So thank you.
Hare Krishna. Dandavat to all devotees. Namo Vishnu Padaya. Vanchakapatrushi Kripasan Devcha Patin Bhavani Bhaveshve Bhavnamo Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschachate Satarane Namo Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shishima Bhaktivedanta Narayani Tinami Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripasindrabhavacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Shri Gaura. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Dandavat pranams at lotus feet, my beloved Dikshaguru, Nityalila Pravishta, Shishima Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, our beloved Srila Prabhupada. Also to my Shiksha Sannyas Guru, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, my beloved Shiksha Guru, Sri Bhakti Vigyam Bharati Maharaj, my blessed sister, all our Rupanuga Guru Varga, and all devotees present. Hare Krishna. So today, blessed day, means today we can get the special mercy of our beloved Srila Prabhupada. the day of his disappearance. And everywhere we hear that the appearance day and disappearance day of our great acharyas, same. Srila Prabhupada related one story that his Guru Maharaj told, that disappearance and appearance, both so much mercy on these days. So on the one hand, it's a day for receiving mercy, and on the other hand, it's a day for not avoiding mercy. In other words, we have to glorify them. And we have to think, what mercy do I want to receive? Because every acharya has a different function or different role in Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission. And in our Bhagavat parampara of Mahabhagavat, Bhagavad, they're all associates of Radha and Krishna in the spiritual world. So in that sense, they're all transcendently equal, but they have different roles. So Srila Prabhupada, his role was to start a pioneer, a transcendental shift, transcendental, like quantum shift in global consciousness. Nobody else had done it. It's like just recently where I was staying, there was a small devotees living in small, mini chalets. So one of them, somehow or other, fire started in one of the chalets, but the doors were shut, so there was no oxygen. And the devotee came, they saw smoke coming, opened the door, the whole thing burst into flame, fire engine, everything. So Srila Prabhupada also, like that, there was a very, very concentrated fire in India. And Srila Prabhupada opened the door, and the fire spread like wildfire all over the globe. Quickly, just like that, historically in a millisecond. So such a great personality. And within that shift in global consciousness, just like in probably 1993, I suppose, our Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Svami Maharaj, he was speaking to devotees who had gathered at Sri Keshaji Gaudiya Math on the occasion of Srila Prabhupada's taking sannyas. So traditionally, ISKCON devotees would come to Keshaji Gaudiya Math in Mathura to celebrate Srila Prabhupada's taking sannyas. And Srila Gurudev said, so he's glorifying Srila Prabhupada. He said, if he just distributed Bhagavad Gita in the holy name, then he's a servant of Mahavishnu. But he's not just servant of Mahavishnu, he's a servant of Rasaraj Mahabhav. This is the amazing form that Sri Ramananda Roy beheld at Godavari. Mahaprabhu showed him that sign where Krishna is covered by the golden radiance of Srimati Radhika. Very, very high and high. The devotees took objection, or some devotees took objections. Oh, he's saying he's only a servant of Mahavishnu. So Gurudev used to say, you can see you may know the height of the mountain, like these achievements that Srila Prabhupada, he was the first to do this, the first and only to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. Like, but he was saying that, but within that distributing, there were the seeds of Prabhupada was distributing regulated devotional service to people who hadn't got a clue about spiritual life, not a clue. And within that distribution of regulated devotional service, there were all the seeds of Braj Bhakti also, which, for example, in the fourth chapter of Adi Leela, it's explaining that spontaneous Braj Bhakti is superior in every respect to regulated devotional service. Even if the devotees appear in this eagerness to serve the Lord, they may appear sometimes to go beyond the regulated principles, not that they're committing sinful activity. So that's there in Srila Prabhupada's books. It's there in his instructions as well. And it's there in his personal realizations that he distributed in many, many ways to his disciples, in ways that he appeared to them in dreams and other ways. In his pranam mantra, Namaste Saraswati Devi. So he's the servant of Srila Saraswati Prabhupada. Wonderful servant of Srila Saraswati Prabhupada. Gauravani Pracharini. So our Gurudev emphasized that what is this Gauravani Pracharini? What is Gauravani? And he quoted the verse, Anarpita Chirim Chirat Karunayavatirna Kalo Samarpayitamunnato Jalarasam Subhakti Shriya. That Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he came to taste Unnato Jalarasa Subhakti. He came to taste Madhurya Ras, Unnato Jalarasa, and especially Subhakti. He wanted to taste the bhakti, the service of his Swa, means Srimati Radhika, his own internal potency. That's what he was tasting. That's his mission. Why did Lord Chaitanya not want anyone to address him as the Supreme Lord? Because that would divert his mood from what he wanted to realize, which is the mood of Srimati Radhika. So that's what he's tasting. But what he's distributing is Unnatoja Rasa Subhakti Shri. With the beauty, Shri means beauty. So he's distributing, especially through 6 Goswamis and then all his acharyas, Narottam Thakur, Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur, Thakur Bhaktivinoda Saraswati Thakur, and Srila Prabhupada, Gurudev, all our acharyas. So he's distributing the beauty of Srimati Radhika's service to Krishna, which is her maid, the mood of her maidservants, who are completely dedicated to her service. So that's there in Srila Prabhupada's books. It's there in his instructions. But he did not make it so prominent because we weren't ready for it. So, Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharani Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarni. Then, delivering the Western countries from Nirvishesh, from impersonal philosophy, and Shunyavadi, from voidist philosophy. So voidist philosophy means what? Some Buddhist groups, they believe in the void. Not all. But especially modern material atheistic scientists. Like somebody summed up their worldview, somebody summed up. At first there was nothing, and then it exploded. It means this is the Big Bang. That the whole world, according to them, is like a random fluctuation of the quantum void or quantum vacuum. It's madness. It's pure madness. And because they're dominating the world, so the world culture is based on this madness. And that's why we see so much death, destruction, meaninglessness in the world today. So Srila Prabhupada said that. He said his greatest grief is Charles Darwin, Darwin's evolution. And he said the two greatest enemies of humanity is atheistic science and communism. So communism, all the fascist regimes, they're all based on struggle for survival or struggle for supremacy, and they all deify Darwin's evolution. So he wanted to combat this. He wrote a poem for his Guru Maharaj when his Guru Maharaj was present. And one of the verses is, Absolute is sentient, thou hast proved. Impersonal calamity, thou hast moved. So absolute is sentient means absolute truth is not divine light, it's not a vacuum, it's not featureless void or featureless energy, it's a supreme personality. Sentient means the supreme absolute truth is supreme personality of Godhead. And then impersonal calamity thou hast moved. So Srila Saraswati Prabhupada, he himself said he was cutting jungles. Mayavad philosophy and impersonalism. His beloved father and spiritual grandfather, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, also. They were combating so strongly. So Srila Prabhupada wrote this verse, and his Guru Maharaj was very, very pleased with it. And he showed it to his senior disciples, senior associates, that yes, this Abhayacharana Arvindam, he's understood my mission, not his whole mission. And I'm not saying that Srila Prabhupada didn't understand the whole mission of Srila Saraswati Prabhupada, he did. But this particular verse, it was a very important feature of Srila Saraswati Prabhupada's mission. And Prabhupada writes in Chaitanya Charitamrita. So Krishna's Kaviraj Goswami is describing how Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is dancing in front of Jagannath in the Rath Yatra, and he's singing a mundane love song, but not with a mundane mood. And nobody could understand why. He's singing about unwedded love. That's atrocious. In Vedic culture, that's atrocious. So why this pure sannyasi is singing this song about unwedded love in front of the Supreme Personality of Godhead? What? Sarup Damodar understood, but he didn't tell anyone. Rupa Goswami, who's new to the Sangha, so he understood immediately, oh, Lord Chaitanya is in the mood of Srimati Radhika at Kurukshetra. Seeing Krishna, in front of Krishna, meeting with Krishna, but what Krishna? They couldn't perform pastimes. And Krishna thinks he's a Yadu. He thinks that his father's Vasudeva. He thinks his mother's Devaki. What is this? So on the one hand, seeing Krishna, so happy to see Krishna. On the other hand, deep, deep sadness. So Rupa Goswami wrote his own verse expressing her mood very beautifully. Priyasoyam. And Lord Chaitanya found the verse and he was in ecstasy. So he showed it to Sarup Damodar Goswami. And he said, how did this Rupa understand my mind? And Sarup Damodar Goswami read the verse. He said, you must have empowered him. That's the only explanation. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, yes, actually, when we met at Prayag, I empowered him. I saw he's suitable to spread my mission. I empowered him. So Prabhupada in the purport, he's recalling that his Guru Maharaj was so pleased with that verse. And he showed it to his senior associates. He said, how could we have understood Prabhupada's mind? How could we have understood Guru Maharaj's mind? Means he's saying he was empowered. So that's also part of the mission. Part of the mission is Gauravani Pracharane, and part of the mission is Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshitarane. So just like Srila Rupa Goswami has written this beautiful verse describing Uttam Bhakti. Anyavilash Shunyam Jnana Karmadya Navitam Anukulyana Krishnana Shilanam Bhakti Ruttama. So here there's the marginal characteristics of pure bhakti, and there's the means Tatashta Lakshana, and then there's this Sarup Lakshana, the pure, genuine main essence. So the marginal is being free from material desires, and that it shouldn't be covered by gyan, impersonal gyan. But that's marginal, it's not the real thing. Okay, no desires, no gyan. Then, anukulyena krishnanushyana. So serving Krishna in such a way that he's pleased and with a favorable mood. That's the actual essence. That's Sarup Lakshana. That's the essence of Uttam Bhakti. So similarly, in Srila Prabhupada's Pranam Mantra, so the essence is this Gauravani Pracharane. And so only the marginal, which is also very, very important, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarane. Cutting jungles of Mayavad, impersonalism, atheistic science. Like in the beginning, he was talking so much about Mayavad philosophy, impersonal philosophy, impersonal philosophy. And the devotees say, who are these Mayavadis and impersonalists? Why is he talking about Mayavadis and impersonalists all the time? And then they realized, oh, that's us. We're the Mayavadis, we're the impersonalists, because we've been so infected by Mayavad philosophy, impersonal philosophy. So Srila Prabhupada himself, he preached so strongly against this. And he also established the Bhaktivedanta Institute for his, those of his disciples who had some degree in, especially in science, not only in science, but especially in science. And he spent a lot of time instructing and empowering Sarv Damodar, later on Bhakti Sarv Damodar Maharaj. So I was also part of the AMP, part of the Institute. I'm now, there were 5 in that group originally. Sarv Damodar, Bhakti Sarv Damodar Maharaj, and Sadaputa Prabhu, Brahmatirtha, and Madhav Prabhu, later Bhakti Madhav Puri Maharaj, and myself. But now Bhakti Sarv Damodar Maharaj left, Sadaputa Prabhu left, and just recently, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, Bhakti Madhav Puri Maharaj left. So there's only 2 of us left. So Srila Prabhupada established Bhaktivedanta Institute, and he told Sarv Damodar that you organize life comes from life conference in India before I leave. So that conference was there in October 14th, if I remember correctly, in Krishna Balaram Mandir. And devotees said, Prabhupada told us that you're going to be meeting scientists, so you have to dress up like scientists. So all the other devotees, they were, in dhotis and saris and looking very, very beautiful. And we were dressed up in suits with ties. The devotees cracked up. They thought it was really funny. Thought we were like Mormons. They said we were like Mormons. And Prabhupada liked it. One time, I saw in a conversation book, this is after Prabhupada left, in a conversation book, I saw that Prabhupada was talking with the devotees. Devotees are saying, oh, Prabhupada, the scientists, they're wearing suits. They look, and Prabhupada said, yes, they look very elegant. He liked it so much. So at the end of the first day, we came in to see Srila Prabhupada, being called. We didn't have time for a shower, change clothes, anything like that. We came into where he was lying, immobile, couldn't move at all. We couldn't see, practically speaking. He was wearing dark glasses, maybe. And we came in, and Krishna Maharaj said, oh, Srila Prabhupada, the scientists have come. They're wearing the suits. Oh, like this. He's sniggering. And Prabhupada said, oh, bring them chairs. He said, it's difficult to sit. You can't sit on the ground in pantsuit, he said. So devotees are scurrying around looking for chairs, and there weren't any. Nobody sat on chairs in front of Prabhupada. So then they found 2 chairs, and there were 6 of us, or 6 or 7 of us. So we just pretended to be sitting down. We kind of squatted down as though we were sitting in chairs, and Prabhupada could see the difference. What he knew or what didn't know, I don't know. Anyway, they said, so they're all sitting, and yes, Srila Prabhupada, we're all sitting down now. And then they're discussing the conference. So he really emphasized, at the end of his stay with us, he emphasized 2 programs particularly. One was the scientific preaching, and the other was Varnashram Dharma, organizing society according to people's genuine tendency to work and according to spiritual values. But neither of those actually, neither of those is pure bhakti, but it's a necessary basis. Our acharyas have said, without Varnashram Dharma, a society is actual animal society. So if we look at Srila Prabhupada made like a manifesto for the next 10,000 years, 7 purposes of ISKCON. The first purpose is to propagate spiritual knowledge to society at large, and to educate all people in spiritual values, in spiritual techniques to correct the imbalance of values and to introduce peace and unity. That's the first purpose. And then the second purpose is to distribute a consciousness of Krishna as put forward in Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam. So Prabhupada established this first purpose as the basis for all his other preaching. And the two prominent programs that he emphasized at the end of his stay was Varnashram Dharma and Varnashram Dharma and the scientific preaching. He told Srila Maharaj that you can have the whole of the Mumbai temple if you can use it. So Srila Prabhupada had this cosmic vision. He said that everything, whatever I do, whatever I say, I'm thinking 10,000 years into the future. He said, these books, my books, they're the law books for the next 10,000 years, law books for humanity. So it's essential that these law books don't get changed. Now there's an ongoing process of like changing the books to suit the state of popular understanding. But the popular understanding is changing according to the modes of nature. In another 20 years, then there'll be a different understanding, and then they want to change the books again, and then another, and so on. And in the end, there'll be no, Prabhupada's voice will be gone. It's a crisis, actually. I'm not going to go on about that, but I just saw that somebody pointed out that in the 72 version, Srila Prabhupada was described as the greatest exponent in the world of Krishna consciousness, and that in more recent books has been left out. How? Why? It's horrendous. It's terrible. So, Srila, our Gurudev, he said that if you want to glorify the Acharyas, you must know their speciality. So like I said at the beginning, what kind of blessing do we want? We get special blessings on Srila Prabhupada's appearance day and disappearance day. But what kind of blessings do we want? Well, what blessings did he come to give? We want to continue his mission. What is his mission? So his mission is Gauravani Pracharane. His mission is that we should become more conscious parts of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission, and we should spread that mission with whatever capacity we have. That's one thing. That's the essence of his mission. That we should become Krishna conscious. And what does Krishna conscious mean? Unnatojala rasa sabhakti Shri. Understanding this mood, ultimately coming to this level, understanding that this is the perfection, understanding that Krishna consciousness is actually the Unnatojala rasa sabhakti Shri. It's the beauty of the mood of the attendance of Srimati Radhika. Like Srila Gurudev has all been emphasized. Radha Palyadasam, Radha Palyadasam, Radha Palyadasam, Radha Palyadasam. It seems a long way off, and it is a long way off. But we have to know where we're going. Like, if you want to go to India, you have to get into a car and get to the airport. And before that, you have to, there's so many things. So getting to India is one thing, but there's so many steps on the way. But at least Gurudev emphasized so much that we have to know what is the original goal. What is our ultimate goal? And then serving the mission means dealing with the obstacles. And in modern society, like if we go back to the first purpose, if we don't deal with that first purpose, then how are you going to, if we don't show that spirituality, spirit love is the basis of society, it's the basis of individual love, of individual life. Consciousness is the basis of the universe. If we don't prove this, then how can anyone take Krishna consciousness seriously? So we need to pay due attention to both aspects of Srila Prabhupada's mission, both the primary aspect, Gauravani Pracharane, and also the, we can say, secondary aspect, that dealing with the obstacles, let's see, dealing with the obstacles, especially Mayavad, impersonalism, atheistic science, evolutionism, these things. So on this day, I'm praying at Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet for his blessings that I can actually advance in bhakti, as he and our acharyas have defined bhakti, and also help to fulfill his mission in all aspects. And I'm also offering my obeisances to our beloved Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, for opening my eyes to who my Guru Maharaj really is, even what his name is. Hare Krishna, Vanchakalpatarubhasya Kripa Sindhubhavacha Purin Bhavani Bhavesha Namo Namaha. Srila Gurudev ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Jai. Thank you so much, Sripad Nami Maharaj. That was very beautiful, and thank you for grounding us in the Vani and the Gauravani Pracharine of Srila Prabhupada. I know he would be very pleased because I saw something just this morning about how he wanted not only everyone to preach, but he really wanted his disciples to become gurus, to really be able to take this mission of Mahaprabhu forward. And thank you for your ongoing efforts in that regard. Jai Dandavats. Pranams. I wish I could have heard more and more, but we are running a bit behind and trying to be respectful of everyone's time. Jai, what were you going to say, Maharaj?
I said go.
Okay.
Carry on.
Okay, so
Caravan's going to go on.
without too much further ado, I'm going to ask Shriman Mahabhuti Prabhu to unmute. Mahabhuti Prabhu, as a longtime Srila Prabhupada disciple, I'm very fortunate to have his association regularly, and I don't want to take too much time. I know you have so many things you could share, Mahabhuti. So the stage is yours. And I just want to say one thing. Mahabhuti served not only as a guard. I love that he brought like a bit of Kshatriya spirit to to his service, and has been able to serve Srila Prabhupada for many decades. So Mahabhuti Prabhu, you have 30 minutes as well, and I can let you know when you have about a couple minutes left. Dandavats.
Dandavat Pranams, thank you very much. It's very difficult to go after Bhaktivedanta Nami Maharaj because he's given so much philosophy. Srila Gurudev and told me in South Florida when he was talking about his preachers, and he named several different devotees, including, Bhaktivedanta Nami Maharaj, that you must preach and you must, then there's some message I have to give to them also. But so, from very dear in my heart, also very much pronounced to Nami Maharaj, who's my good friend that I haven't seen for a long time, so much feeling separation. And that let me first offer my most humble, respectful obeisances and pranams unto my spiritual master. And my first is Om Agnya Chimarandasya Gyananjana Salakai Chaksu Unmiliton Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manovyastam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadandikam Vanchakopatubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Siya Dvaita Gadadhar Shivasri Gaur Bhaktavinda, Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu, Dina Bandhu Jagatpate, Gopesha, Gopika Kanta, Radha Kanta Namastate, Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi, Radhe Brindabaneshwari, Vishabhana Sute Devi, Pranama Me Hari Priye. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prastaya Bhutale, Simate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi, Gauravani Pacharni, Nirvasesha Sunyavadi Paskatya Deshakarne. And to my Shiksha Guru, Nama Om Vishnubadaya Radhikaye Priyatmane, Sisimad Bhaktivedanta Narayani Tinamine. Te Sam Satata Yuktanam Bhajatam Pritipurvakam Tadami Buddhi Yogam Tam Yena Mama Panyantite. So on this day, I think every Prabhupada disciple remembers where they were on this particular day. Remember, I was just came out of preaching in Eastern Europe and in the communist countries, and no one told me that was Prabhupada had been sick. They didn't want to disturb us because we were in all these communist countries for several months preaching. And we came back one day in Frankfurt after coming back from Czechoslovakia at that time. And we were sent, GBC said, they're sending you to Brazil. There's all sorts of problems there. So we just landed and we wondered why everyone was chanting the Shinga prayers, because I always chant the Shinga prayers. So and they said, Prabhupada is sick. And before we actually heard it, we were flying from Frankfurt to Casablanca over to Rio de Janeiro. And that is when we found shortly after that Prabhupada left this world. And it was, those days are very difficult for everyone. But today I want to also remember, Srila Prabhupada. I have three different parts, the first part of your service, the next part with being Prabhupada's guard and running his darshans for 5 years. And then, of course, even after Prabhupada's disappearance, Prabhupada's potency in our lives. So in my case was a little bit, I was a 13-year-old person and I made a vow. I was an athlete. I made a vow, I wanted to know what the absolute truth is because I was sort of dissatisfied with, even so young, with what I saw as material world. So I gave up all fiction and just read Old Testament, New Testament, the Quran, all the different, the Lao Tzu and all the different Chinese, and started in Hindu things. I remember I got to a point where I just wasn't satisfied. No one knew anything. Luckily, I wasn't very interested in Buddhism and Maya, because I really didn't understand. Didn't make any sense to me. But I came to a very crying time and begging, I want to know who's God. I felt like I was searching. I was looking and looking, and I knew something what I was looking for, but I didn't really know anything. So I was like crying at that time, and then I was in my college university. I was a student body president. I was a football player. I was an athlete, and I was a revolutionary. So you try to figure that enigma out. So I went to the bookstore and I read almost every book in the religious section. And here a book fell on my head. As I was fell from the third shelf, fell on my head. And I looked at it. I couldn't say Bhagavad Gita. I couldn't say Bhagavad Gita. I said Bhagavad Gita or something like that. And I tried to put it back up on the shelf. And then I went down, was going to pick up some Essene tradition from Christianity, and the book fell on my head again. So as I took that book, it was Prabhupada's Macmillan version of the Bhagavad Gita. And so I started reading it, paid for it there, and started reading it, and just read straight through. I didn't go to any classes or anything until I finished the book. And I was having this epiphany. This is it. This is the start where I'm supposed to be at, and so, of course, that was from that point there, somehow or other, the San Diego Temple had set devotees up to a free speech area. And this devotee, I would go at that time in college, I was, I could defeat anybody in logic and reason and argument and debate teams. And so it was like, I go and challenge this devotee and I get beat every day. So I keep going back every day. And I was thinking, where did this get good? And he said, oh, it's the same person that I have this book. I said, how long have you been, devotee? He said, oh, I'm on a bhakta still. So I was getting defeated by someone who hadn't even been initiated yet. He said, but why don't you go to, Los Angeles, and I was in San Diego because our spiritual master is going there. He's going to be there for this weekend. So I remember I was so impressed by the Bhagavad Gita, but I go, who is this Bhaktivedanta Swami? I didn't know anything because there were so much cheaters at that time. Anyway, I figured I'm going to surrender to God. So I was wealthy, or more or less wealthy, and had my own cars. But I decided to hitchhike. The second car came and picked me up and drove me all the way into to the corner of Venice and Watsika, right there, just all the way to the temple from San Diego. And so I walked from there, pretty amazed at that, just on the hitchhiking. And then I don't know, my goal was to meet this Swami, right? And so I walked to the front of the thing, and there's this, no one was on this, only one person, devotee, was out in front of this temple. And he had kind of reddish hair and was tall. He ended up being Shamasundar, who was Srila Prabhupada's secretary at that time. So he said, "Do you want to see Srila Prabhupada?" I said, "Yes, that's why I came." So he took me up. Of course, I wasn't even in the temple, hadn't visited the temple, didn't know anything. I had long hair and was built as a football player. So he took me around the alleyway, up the stairs, into Prabhupada's quarters, and he was in his meeting room. So I was the only, I guess, non-devotee there, and there was a bunch of sticks. I had no idea what had done to us. I remember there was people in white and some saffron, and they were all had sticks. So I sat in the back. I couldn't sit cross-legged. I was too built as a football player. And so I was in the back, and all of a sudden, Prabhupada was looking around. They were singing. Some of the devotees were crying because they were playing his tape, I think Hare Krishna tape at that time. And Prabhupada looked around the room, and then he looked at me and he said, "Why are you a creepina?" And I'm thinking, I made four challenges. I didn't say this part first. If you're a real guru, you have to know what is the absolute truth. You have to know the process of the absolute truth. You have to be able to read my mind, and you have to be able to predict the future. It was the 60s, so what are you going to say? So anyway, Prabhupada called me a creep, and I'm thinking, what's a creepina? Creepina means miser. You have abilities, you have knowledge, you have wealth, you have so many things, but you're not using them for yourself. You're not using them for Krishna. Therefore, it is opposite of Brahma. It's creepina. Now I felt kind of offended because I hadn't even said anything. Then immediately he went into the, explaining the absolute truth is Krishna, and it was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And he started to say what the process is. And then he starts explaining bhakti and pure bhakti. So my first two reasons were getting wiped out, and all the devotees made a big, they made a parting of the seas. So then on either side, because no one wanted to be called a creepina. So then it was directly from Prabhupada to me in the back. I was the only visitor up in his quarters. And so then, I'm thinking, well, he didn't give, he didn't read what's on my mind. If you read on my mind, he'd be able to predict the future. So at that time, he called for Pradyumna. Pradyumna went out of the room, came back in with a book that looked like it was about 13 inches thick. It was like the biggest book I've probably ever seen. And Prabhupada turned the pages, and he started reading from the 12th canto, Srimad Bhagavatam, about the future, in the age of Kali. You think you have long hair, you'll think you're beauty. If you live to be 25 years old, you'll be a ripe old man. There'll be no justice without money. People will, all the grains are living on seeds, then gradually they'll be cannibals. Even the devotees in that room were freaked out after that, because they didn't even knew there was a 12th canto at that time. I think like the first canto, second was being in works or something. And so right after that darshan, I ran down the stairs before anyone could see. And, then I realized I didn't have my car, so I hitchhiked. Second car came back, drove me to my parents' house, an hour and a half away, so I was debating with myself, is this true? What he said, if he was a real guru, we should just surrender. I was having this internal conflict. So I realized everything your challenges that were all met by Srila Prabhupada. I don't know how many people would go and challenge if he's a real guru, but anyway, that was my nature. And so I drove back the next morning, and I went to see Kurandar, and they invited me to come see Prabhupada. At this time, I was fearful of Prabhupada because I'd never really been defeated. before, and but that's what I needed. And so I wrote out a check for $1,000 at that time, back in the early parts of 69 or so. It was probably a huge donation. And then they loaded me up with all of Prabhupada's books at that time. So Karandar asked me, no, you have to go up and give this to Prabhupada. And I said, no, that's okay, being a little bit fearful. And they said, but at least wait here. So then he probably came down after I wrote it out to A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. We should have kept that check. But anyway, he came back down and he said, told me to tell you I've understood. So I accepted Prabhupada at that time. The next day, I came back into the temple room, and I sat right in front of where he would sit in Los Angeles temple, right where all the sannyasis, basically. What do I know about sannyasis? And so you can't sit there. Only the sannyasis sit there. So I don't care who or what they are. I'm going to sit here and listen to what he has to say. And then someone came up and they have to me and said, I ain't moving. I'm not going to move. And then Prabhupada said, let him sit. He likes to hear. Just make some cover for his feet. So then all the sannyasis sat there and I sat there. Then from that point on, I accepted Srila Prabhupada. And we had some talks, and he sent me back to school. I was in college at that time. He wanted me to finish it. So as a bhakta, if try to understand the feelings of the devotees, that when you're in Prabhupada's presence, he was so regal, and at the same time, the messages that he would give would penetrate the heart. And then at that time, when he was singing Jaya Radha Madhava, and then it was just like that would resonate so much. It would bring you back into we've done some of this before. So, it would remind us of some, devotional mood that, we weren't even aware of, but Prabhupada was infusing that, to his devotees. So, I became attracted more because I went back to school, back to university, and I decided I'm just going to read Srila Prabhupada's books. I'm not going to, buy all the school books and go through that. I don't care if I don't pass. The rest of this is useless. And so at that time, I just bought Prabhupada's book and did 7 classes, just studying Prabhupada's books. And, what struck me was in the first introduction of Srimad Bhagavatam, when he said that people knew what I was doing, they'd kill him. He was a real revolutionary. So I was so appreciative of revolutionary at that time. I was, had a minor in just like radical economics. My, teachers were all revolutionaries. As a student body president, I burned down the administration building. The governor turned the National Guard. It was Reagan that time. So I appreciated Prabhupada as the biggest revolutionary as well. And the revolutionaries that would happen during this Vietnam era and stuff was nothing to where Prabhupada was. He was the real thing. So, after college, I remember I joined. I didn't want to go to I got scholarships. So I didn't take it. I joined I had to fly away from my city to go to another city because I was too well known. There was too many people, oh, you can't join the Hare Krishna and whatever. So I didn't listen to them. And I joined. The next day I was on the road with Satsvarup Maharaj, and never stayed in a temple for 5 years. The longest we ever lived, we were in a temple was like during the time we were in India and Mayapur and stuff. And so, during that time, we had so many, we felt like secret agents as doing part of the library, part of Prague. I remember we were in Yale University preaching, And we got a phone call from India. Satsrup had went to Goswami had went to India as his Prabhupada secretary. We got a call from Prabhupada, and they asked for me. So I came out. Rameshwar was on the line. He started talking. We want to distribute sets of Prabhupada's books to the colleges, universities, and politicians and libraries and all the intellectuals. And I said, okay. We know about Bhagavatam. He said, we have another book, Chaitanya Charitamrita. Yeah, I've heard it, but we haven't seen it. He says, no, we're going to send you a desk jacket, and we want you to sell the entire sets of Chaitanya Charitamrita and the entire sets of Bhagavatam. And I go, there's no book for Chaitanya Charitamrita? And he said, no, we don't have it printed yet. We're just going to send you a desk jacket, a book cover. So I said, seriously, you want us to sell, sets of this book with a book cover? And he says, that's what Prabhupada said. And I said, okay. So they not wired, but they FedExed, I guess, whatever it was called at that time, to where we were staying in Yale University, a book cover. And this was the big, large one of Chaitanya Charitamrita. So we got a couple of those, and no one knew how to do standing orders. So we just heard that we have to go out and try to do it. So I remember went to the Yale University Library, praying to Prabhupada, just, how we're supposed to do it. And this librarian took us through the whole process of how they distributed, how they said, you also need to get a sponsor. You have to go to the professors. So we went that day somehow or other, but praying very strongly to Srila Prabhupada. We went that day, and the professors took all the standing orders, and the librarians who was teaching us all this took every single one of Prabhupada's books and all the standing orders. And even I was amazed, because I was like, okay, I asked him, you're taking this, I don't even have a book to show you, just have this cover. He said, yes, we'll take all of them. So we called Prabhupada back up and said, we just started this at Yale, and they took all the books. And he was in India at that time. So for the next 5 years, we were, Bhaktivedanta Swami, who was Ganesha, myself, and we had a group of intellectuals, pretty much. And I was the misfit, because, I was more Kshatriya-like spirit. They were all like, very studious. I was more like, I had to do all the organization for everybody. So, but because they were all good association, and we felt like, this is kind of like Vaikanasmara said, we felt empowered. In fact, when we would knock on the doors of professors, and we would just be praying, hard and chanting Hare Krishna, and then somehow whatever came out of our mouth was, successful, and somehow or other, one after another, we were just all of a sudden just started distributing thousands of Prabhupada's books, full sets, and all of his other books, to universities, public libraries, to mayors, through every state in the United States, all throughout Canada. Then, we were sent to Europe, and then we went through all of Western Europe, and then all of Eastern Europe. We went to Africa. Then we were sent to South America, and then finally into India. And Prabhupada was writing his letters, and because of that, we got to go to so many. When Prabhupada would come, I remember the whole idea for a Sankirtan person, just getting a chance. We would travel across the country just to get a chance to meet, to meet with Srila Prabhupada, to see him, just because we didn't think, what did we know of Krishna, Radharani, even Lord Chaitanya, even though right after reading Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita, I sent $50 to the Gaudiya Math in Mayapur, and they gave me every book. So I had read Jaiva Dharma, Brahma Samhita, the Bhagavad, Chaitanya. I had read all that before, I read any other. After Bhagavad Gita, I read all those books before I read, anything else. So a lot of the philosophy we got was, came from Prabhupada, and Bhagavad Gita teaching, Lord Chaitanya, and all the books from the Gaudiya Math. And I didn't have any association with devotees, only that one association at that time with, this is the early part, with Srila Prabhupada. So we finally, when we start traveling on a bus, we had to learn how to put on a dhoti. We associated, we got Prabhupada's mercy, but we didn't know anything, but we just saw all we could do. They wouldn't let you do anything but chant first, and the devotees would distribute books, distribute magazines around. But so much of the mercy was flowing from Prabhupada that we would just, we would just surrender. So necessarily we weren't necessarily chanting to Lord Chaitanya or Radha and Krishna. We were chanting as servants of Srila Prabhupada, part of his mission, and praying that he, please bless this somehow, that we could be successful. So the whole library party and on the activities of service, we felt like secret agents. We also dressed up in coats and ties, sometimes even wigs, and we were sent. We were like, undercover. And Prabhupada, would keep us like he would. Every month we'd get a letter, and we would, at some point, we were being glorified in the BBT newsletter, which was going around at that time. And so Rupanuga won, I forget which year this was started, In God We Trust, along with Balavanta Prabhu. They were starting a political party. So Bhaktivedanta Swami, who was Ganesham, and myself, we were student activists. That's in a small way. He was head of the Black Student Union, and I was like a revolutionary in California. The governor had to send the National Guard out, and so Prabhupada, he wrote to Rupanuga and told us, "You are taking my men. You cannot take my men. These are my men." So he considered that Srila Prabhupada considered our party, because he said it, that we were kind of directly under him. So this allowed us many opportunities to go on walks. And when we went to India, we were assigned, we got to be Prabhupada's guard. And of course, as Prabhupada's guard, there was so much personal, so many walks, so many darshans, some highlights. I remember when Gaur Govinda Maharaj was just coming, we led him into Srila Prabhupada to be able to speak, and came out. And as he came back out the next day, he was getting initiation. So, there was a list that came out, and Gaur Govinda's name was on that list being issued. And I remember Tamal Krishna, who I didn't get along very well with, and we were both had to serve Srila Prabhupada, but we were in different moods, definitely. He came, "Who is this Gaur Govinda? He's a new man." And Prabhupada turned to him and said, "You are the new man, not him." And so, that became more obvious as years went on. But that was many times we were there in the opening 1975 as Prabhupada's guard. And we used to run all of his darshans for the times in Mayapur and Vrindavan. Anyone who come into Srila Prabhupada, there was a room sometimes for about 40 people, and there was about 100 people want to come, and there could only room for 40. So I had, decide who's coming in or not. I usually gave preference to people who hadn't had a chance to, meet with Srila Prabhupada yet. But like in 1975, I remember when they were opening the Krishna Balaram temple, we were sitting there, and they had all these big priests from Vrindavan, and they like turned to me, and they were all, chanting the mantras and all this stuff. And Prabhupada said, they said, "This is for the people who will accept this, but our real installation is tell them to do kirtan." So there were I didn't even know who the devotees were up in front of us a little bit. They were sitting up in front, and they had a Mridanga kartal. So I went up to him and I said, "Prabhupada wants you to start kirtan." So they started kirtan, and he came back and said, "This is our initiation. This is our deity installation, kirtan." This is so. Oftentimes, Prabhupada, even in the rooms, people were talking about distributing cookies and candies and stuff. We were responsible to make sure that there was always, prasadam there. And if there was enough, you could give to the devotees, but every guest had to at least have some prasadam. This was Prabhupada's, and if you were seeing Prabhupada's room, he would like turn on his mystic potency when he would give darshans, especially when there was guests and stuff like that. The room would just become, you actually, if you could cut the room, it was so thick with, not like incense, it was so thick with mercy that Prabhupada was like distributing it. You could actually, if you've been to enough of them, you can actually feel the difference to when the darshan was over and you come back out, come back in, it was like a completely different reality that Prabhupada would turn on this. So one day, the person who was supposed to make cookies didn't show up, didn't cook. They were sick or something. Wow, I'm not even got to half the stuff already. Anyway, okay. So I'll end up this pretty soon. Anyway, so I went back to the, Prabhupada looked down and looked at me and said, where's the stuff? I go, oh my God, the guy didn't come. So I went back into Krishna Balaram's temple, and there in the deity room, they had a bunch of sweets, a whole lot of sweets, probably about 50 of them or something. So they were all for Krishna Balaram Radha Shyam Sundar. So I paid my respects, prayed, and left them about, three or four for each different plate, Gauratai, Krishna Balaram, and Radhasham Sundar, and just took the rest for the Prabhupada. Now I don't know, they weren't offered, so I didn't know what to do. So I have it covered. I come into into the room, and Prabhupada just looks at me, they can see my quandary. I was trying to think, will I go down and bow down and offer the prayers? This is early in my devotional service. Prabhupada just saw a quandary, like, what kind of fool is this? And they just told me to open up the cart, open up the cloth, and he looked at it, he said, now you can distribute it. Another day, when Prabhupada was having a lunch in Mayapur, his sister came in. And so when his sister came in, I got up to go out to do something right minute and come back for Prabhupada's room. Prabhupada said, sit. And then he, so they were talking in Bengali, didn't know what they were saying. And then after she left, and he said, a spirit, a sannyasi does not sit alone in a room with a woman, even if it's his sister or his mother. So there was no one else to explain that to me, but I've explained that to several sannyasis since that time from what Prabhupada said. But I was fortunate also, not only so many darshans, so many personal questions. It was Prabhupada. To me, it was more vapu than vani, because all my services was in trying to satisfy Prabhupada. I remember many that GBC I have to talk to Srila Prabhupada right now. And I said, no, you're not going to talk to him. You can come back. I'll tell him you were here, but he's not going to be disturbed right now. And so they hated me for, I could stop the entire world if that was my service, that Prabhupada didn't want to see anyone right now. I would be glad to do it. But Prabhupada was also merciful. He knew my Kshatriya type nature. And, so I was thinking, how to become serious and how to become, how to, please him in such a way. Because what do we know of Krishna, right? Our business was like, we were servants of Prabhupada, and we felt like we've done this before, but this is, what we're supposed to do. So I was feeling like this, and one day on a walk in 1976 in Atlanta, Prabhupada looked over and saw these buildings, and he said, all these things will be empty. They'll all go to the forest and stuff like that. And I said, yeah, it said something like that in the Bhagavatam. Says no in your lifetime. So that's a scary platform. I'm still alive, so who knows what that's going to mean. But during that last walk, the Prabhupada, he turned to me and said, you know this verse? And he said, and he started the 10:10 Bhagavad Gita, Te sam satiti yuktanam bhajatam priti purvakam, tadami buddhi yogantam yedam ampayantite. So you know it? I said, no, Srila Prabhupada. And then he had me repeat it like Bhagavatam class, Te sam, to the whole verse. And said, then I was about 10 inches from him. And then he said, you will chant this? And I folded my hands, yes, Srila Prabhupada. Then he took a step forward, then turned back around. Every day I said, yes, Srila Prabhupada. He shook his head, and I realized that was the verse I meant to say. And then he walked another step, then turned and said, in this way, Krishna will always provide you the intelligence. So my last part, I don't know, probably touch over. My last part, I won't tell all the other different things I have. It's not enough time. But, I was praying after Prabhupada left. We had, this is years later. And we had made so many devotees. We ran so many temples as presidents and so many things. I think I can't follow what's going on in ISKCON at that time. So I was praying because I used to always be able to go to Prabhupada. Prabhupada would always personally give me instructions. So I was praying, crying, and said, please guide me. So that next week, very seriously, next week, I got a phone call from my godbrothers in Miami. And they said, Srila Narayan Maharaj wants to talk to you. And I said, Srila Narayan Maharaj? I had met him from Prabhupada introduced me back in the 70s when I was his guard. And he said, yes, he wants to talk to you. So long story short, I met with him after work. I was managing University of Miami's hospitals. And after work, I went to a program, Gurudev. He put his hand on my chest. He said, te sam satatiyuktanam bhajatam pritipurvam. He gave that verse and he said, your spiritual master has asked me to help you. He said, you've been praying to him and he's asked me to come and help you. So, I feel like I have been given by Prabhupada to Bhaktivedanta Narayan Maharaj to purify and engage me in whatever little type of service I can do. And from that point there, that he told me no more management for you, because that's all I'd ever done in Krishna consciousness, pretty much, and outside life also. He said, then he gave me he said, you have to read all of the Rasa Shastra literatures by our six Goswamis and others. And I told him, Srila Guru, I'm not qualified. He said, then he told me, he said, you pray to Rupa Goswami as he'll personally instruct you in this matter. So by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, I also got a Siksha Guru that's completely competent, and somehow or other, despite my lack of qualifications, he's gauging me in the service, with the goal of Radhadasan. So I'm deeply indebted to my spiritual master, and I pray that somehow or other my offenses and my militaristic Kshatriya abilities can be calmed to such extent they can be useful in Krishna consciousness. I pray for his mercy, and I offer my respects to the management and all my god brothers and all my god sisters and all the different devotees, to please, forgive me if I've created any offense, and praying to Prabhupada and Gurudev for their blessings that somehow or other I may also become a Palidasya Shrimati Radhika in some future life, whatever is their desire. Hare Krishna. Radhe Radhe.
Jai, thank you so much, Mahabhuti. I know that, this is what's so difficult about these festivals, is that anyone could speak for hours on such a glorious acharya, and it's always so relishable to hear the stories and experiences, and I really appreciate you, and I'm sorry that we had to cut it a bit short, but I know everyone's blessed to hear, especially from such stalwart persons as yourself who've done so much for the movement and served Srila Prabhupada so intimately in those early days. It's just an inspiration. At this point, we have an actual video that I'm going to share. It's an offering of Pushpanjali from Shriman Budar Prabhu, who is a Jyotish astrologer and also a longtime associates. Many people on this platform know Budar Prabhu, but I will share my screen so that hopefully this video will run. And if devotees can let me know if you hear me, or Yashodhari, someone, if you can hear when I start the video, if there's any problem, let me know. But I will play it now. Let's see.
Om Jnana Timirandasya Yananjana Salakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaudavani Pachadine Nivasesha Sunyavadi Paskacha Deshatadine. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Radhikai Prayatmane Shri Shima Bhaktivedanta Narayani Namine. Guru Deva Gaura Chandaya Radhikaya Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namaha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Vrindayai Tulsidevai Priyayai Kesavasya Cha Krishna Bhakti Paridevi Satyavatya Namo Namaha. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhuveva Cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. I want to first of all offer my sincere, heartfelt obeisances endlessly unto the lotus feet of my Guru Parapadma, Nityalila Pavishtom, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and unto the lotus feet of my Shiksha Guru, Nityalila Pavishtom, Vishnupada Stotra Satashi Shiman, Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. I offer my obeisances and respects to the assembled Vaishnavas, Vaishnavis, ladies and gentlemen, and devotees of the Lord. I want to say something to glorify Srila Prabhupada, whose Tirobhav we're celebrating today. Firstly, I remember sitting in an art class 54 years ago. I was drawing a portrait of Sri Krishna, and I was earnest, even intense, in my prayerful rendering of his image. Was it too much to hope for, I thought, that he would appear on my page? That he would tangibly make himself known to me? That he would confirm my relationship with him? Maybe he would even speak to me. It's hard to describe, but there is a certain intimacy in the creation of sacred art. All I remember now is how hopeful I felt that day. Back then, I had been reading Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita for a few years by then. I would purchase his books and gift them to my friends. I made a collage that depicted the cosmos with Srila Prabhupada in the center. My friends and I would listen to the Radha Krishna temple album, smoking pot in my basement. When we would camp out on my family's island in the lake and aided by various hallucinogens, we would run in the woods looking for Krishna to hear his flute song. I was too young to understand it at the time. Years and tears later, I would have to acknowledge that the trauma of my childhood was part of my search for Krishna. It was my way of escaping it, entering into a place I could access by reading Srila Prabhupada's books, remembering Krishna's captivating form, thinking about his pastimes. Back to Godhead. That's the place I wanted to be. Anywhere but here. I am forever grateful to Srila Prabhupada for the hope he gave me, for the meaning and purpose and wisdom, for answering my desperate questions. Who am I? What is this place? Why am I here? When will I be free? Srila Prabhupada, you had initiated less than 400 disciples when I quit school and moved into the Boston Temple. I was convinced you would change the world, and although I had some doubts about how I would fit into that, I committed to go along for the ride. Standing at the sink washing pots that first evening, freshly shaved up with a thick sika stretching down to my waist, dressed, of course, in a pink polyester dhoti, I reminded myself that I had always wanted to be a monk. After all, the food was good, the sanctuary of the temple felt safe, and the constant sound of your mellifluous voice chanting the Lord's holy names reassured me enough that this is probably the closest I can ever expect to get to God. And then there are your books, Srila Prabhupada. There were not so many back then. The Macmillan Gita had just come out. For me, that was enough. On reading it for the first time, I remarked how whole and perfect a body of knowledge is your Gita. What else could I do but give myself to you fully, or at least as fully as a 17-year-old could? To me, the picture of Arjuna's crisis and Sri Krishna's guidance was the perfect answer to a world then on fire. Little did I know that the fire then was only a match compared to today's. So out in the cold snow of Boston we went, dancing and chanting on the commons, knocking on doors in the afternoon till 8 p.m. I sold 6 Bhagavad Gitas my first day out, and for the purification of my sins, burned with a fever for a few days after. Perhaps I should have worn more clothing, but I was eager to display my new robes, marking me out as a novitiate. And with that, I began my years of book distribution. Marathons, door to door, shopping malls, airports, high streets, carnivals, fairs, and sporting events, all living out of a van. Some of us even distributed in bars and slaughterhouses. Nothing could stop your devoted disciples, despite what obstacles they might encounter. I would distribute books for 3 years before having the privilege of your Divine Grace's darshan. It was revelatory. Until then, I had only known you through your books, your pictures, and my prayers. It took a moment to take in your diminutive physical size. I had always thought of you as a giant. And in that precious moment, you glowed with a brilliant spiritual aura and walked as though you didn't touch the ground. You appeared as the embodiment of elegance, graceful, with an economy of movement and gesture that belied an otherworldly precision, perfection in motion, and an economy of effort that veiled a vast power, formidable, strong, courageous, and determined. To observe the contrast caused the hairs on my body to stand on end. And then you smiled. An expansive, free, and friendly heart, generously showing us something of what we might someday hope to experience in ourselves by being in your presence. You were grave and majestic as a mountain, and as natural and soft as a clear brook flowing in the spring. Although I could barely perceive the extent of your greatness, a simplicity of being and a profound humility in you did not diminish you, but only magnified your glory. One should never think of the spiritual master as an ordinary man. Shakshat Hari Tvena. He is as good as God because he is the medium through which we have access to God. The spiritual master, the pure devotee, cannot be understood with ordinary reason and logic. And so I'm reluctant to admit that I sometimes meditate on the challenges you faced, the ordeals you endured, and the sacrifices you made in sharing your love of Krishna so abundantly with the world. In my mind, your transcendental stature does not lessen the challenge of the experience, but in a paradoxical way, magnifies and enhances it, deepening your compassion for the suffering of the conditioned souls. I am a couple of years older now than you were when you boarded the Jaladuta to brave Atlantic waves, endure heart attacks, and to arrive in a cold foreign land, unknown, nearly penniless, but with but one referral on a piece of paper. All you had was commitment, conviction, and faith that your Guru Maharaj was always beside you. Do or die. Into the fetid field of the Bowery you walked, a place of filth, desperation, and moral decay, where men lying on pavements had traded their souls to pushers, drugs, and junkies. I can imagine the contrast. You embodying serenity and compassion, walking there brightly in your saffron robes, eventually meeting your first young disciples who in time would dedicate their lives to you and your mission. You predicted the eventual success of your mission under a tree in the nearby Tompkins Square Park. I have thousands of disciples and 100 temples all over the world. Proof enough, if needed, that the word of the pure devotee is empowered by the Lord. In my humble view, the devotees at large are one of your many notable successes for many reasons. There are many types and grades of devotees, from simple, humble souls to larger-than-life, big-action characters. And they have all made unique contributions in service to you in culture, art, music, dance, museums, temple buildings, agriculture, language, education, and science, among others. I remember thinking how the Los Angeles temple lived up to its Venice Boulevard location name with its collection of artists, singers, editors, sculptors, dancers, teachers, translators, and musicians. It was a Medici-like conclave of extraordinary talent, honey-bee-like in their singular, unique personalities, all inspired by your divine grace. And then, of course, we can't forget the preacher book distributors who traveled far and wide in their effort to share Krishna consciousness with every town and village in every country in the world. Together, the devotees were revolutionaries and change makers who fervently believed that the movement would change the world for the better, one individual at a time. I have always been fond of your devotees, deeply so. Admittedly, some are, like me, eccentric and distinctive, but without exception, their love and affection for your lotus feet is the special glue that binds us together in brother and sisterhood. As you yourself said, their bright, smiling faces light up the world. You are so kind to your disciples. I remember you sitting on the Vyasasan in the LA temple. You were speaking to us in a mood of hope and certainty, encouraging us to hold fast to our practice and the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You paused as emotion overwhelmed you, with tears falling, and in a faltering voice, you said, if you follow the regulative principles and chant 16 rounds, I promise I will personally take you back to Godhead at the end of this life. For a moment, the room was stunned silent until a roar of Jai Srila Prabhupada burst forth from the hearts of all who were present. I remember how gardenias were one of your favorite flowers and how much the devotees cherished getting one from one of your garlands. Your morning walks on Venice Beach come to mind. The early morning mist, the sound of the waves, how the sand would give way to our steps, how one morning some of us chuckled at seeing a yogi in a siddhasana headstand, only for you to suggest that we would do well in also doing so. Most memorably, I recall the morning you claimed to be the first to challenge the scientists, to question their atheistic motives and the value of their scientific outcomes. With the benefit of hindsight, it's clear now how prescient was your vision. Tri Kalagya. One time you talked about the ravages of Kali Yuga and how Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the munificent avatar because he came to give what no incarnation had given in a very long time. Unnat Ujvala Rasa Svabhakti Shriyam. It may have been Mahaprabhu, but it was you who brought him to us. You are our crystal clear, transparent biomedium. Hare Krishna. One devotee asked about the ill effects of Kali Yuga. How bad is it going to be? You looked at him, a long pause. Rolling your eyes and tilting your head back, you said with dramatic, drawn-out emphasis, horrible, unthinkable. You want to take advantage of what Mahaprabhu is offering and get out now. Srila Prabhupada predicted that the then current cheating society would collapse in 50 years' time. That was 1975. It was a rather serious and silent moment that followed as we walked Srila Prabhupada back to his quarters. But he turned and said, you should know that this Hare Krishna movement will go down in history as saving humanity at its darkest hour. Srila Prabhupada was a master at imparting hope, at encouraging us to believe and achieve the impossible. For some of us, that was merely the mustering up of the courage to overcome our shyness, to meet people in the streets and distribute books to them. For others, it was traveling to foreign lands to open temples. For others, to found and manage publishing houses. For some, it meant facing off with detractors in court, deprogrammers. If the challenge was there, we knew, thanks to Srila Prabhupada, that challenge was framed perfectly for us, for our growth, for our purification, and we should therefore seize the opportunity with vigor. Prabhupada refers to this as a calling to the great Vedic adventure. As I look around me, I see God's siblings who have, as far as I can tell, succeeded in that adventure. As for me, I have had some mishaps and accidents along the way. Despite my failings, my hope lies with my Diksha Guru, Srila Prabhupada, and my Shiksha Guru, Srila Gurudev. They are the Lord's agents of compassion for me. A few days ago, as I was waking up, somewhere between the place of sleep and awareness, a hopeful thought came to my mind in the form of a memory and a question. The memory was of my ardent effort to draw Sri Krishna's portrait back in that art class so many years ago. In that moment, in that dream state, I had a sense of being guided in asking this question by Srila Prabhupada. The question that then came was, is this not enough? This moment of ardent desire to meet Krishna on my drawing tablet? I woke and prayed and meditated on it. What I understood was that no matter what I give, it will never be enough, because their compassion is boundless and unending. And then I also understood that a small, immature spiritual effort by a young boy is enough, because their grace has made it so. I am hopeful because Srila Prabhupada has made the link for me. I have far to go, and I know it will take time. Who knows how long? My hope is that the link will carry me forward to associate continually with the great souls whose hearts are soft with Krishna Prema. It doesn't matter in what form. Proximity is everything. Srila Prabhupada made me lucky. He gave me something to do. He directed my life, showing me how to live. I wish I had more time with him. I wish I had more time with Srila Gurudev. My hope for more is all I have to offer you, Srila Prabhupada. Please let that be enough. Vanchakalpatubhyascha kripa sindhubhyavacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Jai. Wow, that was a beautiful offering from Sriman Budar Prabhu. And without further delay, I'm going to now introduce our final speaker, the esteemed Maharani, Shamarani Maharani now. And she does not need much introduction, but obviously a long time Srila Prabhupada disciple, Srila Gurudev disciple, Srila Bharati Maharaj associate, and has given us all of these windows into the spiritual world through her art and her tireless sevas. So I'm asking her to unmute. I don't know what is happening.
So where's the computer that has the Zoom?
It's
Oh, I don't need to see
I
it.
hear you now. I hear you now.
Oh, great, great. Okay.
Okay. Okay, Shamrani Maharani, thank you so much for closing out our program. And you can speak for 30 minutes or as long as you like here. And we will, without further ado, I'll let you go ahead and take it away. Thank you for your Pushpanjali.
Agyanam timirandasya Jnananjana salakaya Chaksuranmilitam yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. I offer my unlimited obeisances in the dust of Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet, my Shiksha Guru Srila Bhaktivedanta Svami Maharaj, and Srila Bhakti Vigan Parati Goswami Maharaj, to our grandfather Guru, Sri Srimad Bhakti Pragan, Keshava Goswami Maharaj, and Sri Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, and to all of his divine associates, who's been, his disciples have been disappearing and appearing a lot this last week or two. So we had an opportunity to glorify them as well. And that was always in connection with our grand spiritual master, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and all the assembled devotees, obeisances. So I'll try to put a ocean in a jar here. I'm sure the previous speakers have already spoken about Srila Prabhupada's grand contributions in terms of his publishing over 70 books of Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Gita, Nectar of Devotion, Nectar of Instruction, many lecture books, teachings of Queen Kunti, and so on. So I'm not going to go too much there. I thought to share some personal experiences with him. That's the only thing I have that the others don't have. It's my personal experiences. I'm sure you've heard about everything else in relation to him, how he got 2 heart attacks coming over on the Jaladuta, and about his prayers when he arrived in the Boston Harbor, and how he prayed, "Oh Krishna, I don't know why you brought me here to this terrible place of America, but I know you have some business with me, so I'm just your dancing doll." As far as my personal experiences with him, I met him in Tompkins Square Park in 1966. I was on my way to just see a friend on the other side of the park, and there he was with his little teeny bongo drum, like Lord Shiva plays in the pictures. And he said, so after his kirtan, he said, "So thank you all for participating in this Krishna consciousness movement. Now take it home with you. No one will tax you. No one will check you, but chant in all circumstances." Then my early experiences with him at his first ISKCON temple, that is 26 2nd Avenue. He said one morning class that we are giving more than Jesus Christ came to give, more than Christianity came to give, because in Christianity, the topmost relationship you can have with God is that he is the Father. But what is the limitation there? The relationship that one generally has with his father is, give me this, hi Dad, give me this, and give me that. But with Krishna consciousness, we want to serve. And Lord Chaitanya came to give the highest service, that you can even become a beloved. So he introduced that right away, that you could even become a beloved of God, a beloved of Krishna. There was a poster, an Indian poster on where Prabhupada is, and then on that wall over there, there is a picture, beautiful picture of Krishna, about 12 years old, sitting on a rock and playing his flute. So Prabhupada also taught us right from the beginning, we don't want Vaikuntha, we don't want forum Krishna, that's not our goal of attainment. He said, we want to be with Krishna sitting on the rock with 2 arms. So by saying that Lord Chaitanya came to offer this kind of relationship, that you can even become a beloved of Krishna, he, from the very beginning of his ISKCON movement, because I personally heard him 4 or 5 times. So I'm sure there must have been many other times when he was giving the definition of ISKCON. And he said, this is the definition of ISKCON. Then he quoted from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila, verse 70. Krishna Bhakti Rasa Bhavita Mati Kriyatam Yadi Kutopi Labhyate Tatralolyam Abhimulyam Ekalam Janma Kopti Sukritire Nalabhyate. Pure devotional service in Krishna consciousness cannot be had even by pious activities performed in hundreds of thousands of lives. And when he spoke about pious, he didn't mean the mundane piety of giving clothes to a goodwill or giving free food, ordinary mundane food to the homeless. He meant the spiritual pious activity, sukriti, spiritual pious activity of the performance of Vaidhi Bhakti, that is following rules and regulations without attachment, but rather following the rules and regulations out of fear that if I don't, I'll go to hell. And because I've read in the Bhagavatam and Gita that it's my duty to serve, so I will. Like Krishna says in the stated, Sukadeva Goswami says in the 2nd canto of the Bhagavatam, Sarve Pungsam Pado Dharmo Jato Bhaktir Hoksaje Ahoitakiya Pratihata Jainatma Suprasidati. So the highest duty of humanity, of human beings, is to serve Adhoksaja, Krishna who is beyond the senses, the master of the senses. What kind of service? Uninterruptedly and unalloyed, unmotivated and uninterruptedly. And only that kind of service can fully satisfy the self, meaning the soul. Yes, I want my soul to be happy, so I'm going to do that. So it's like totally duty. He said that kind of consciousness cannot give pure devotional service in Krishna consciousness. Or in other words, that's not the definition of ISKCON. It can be attained, pure devotional service. Pure devotional service means out of love. Pure devotional service means rag, following the rag atmika bhaktas. Prabhupada gave the definition, not he gave the definition, but it would have been out of our sight if he hadn't translated it and pushed all of his devotees to distribute his books. That is the intense thirst for Krishna's association and unprecedented, unlimited attachment to his lotus feet. And then in the next verse, Prabhupada talks about the following of that. So pure devotional service comes by the greed to have it. Sometimes he would use the word anxiety to have it. And in my neophyte state, I thought, yeah, I'm an anxiety to have it. But later on, we find out the real meaning of greed. That is in the intense greed, like, greed, like after the Anakut ceremony a couple of nights ago, and we saw all the plates, that's greed. We couldn't think of anything else. There was the one with the half white, half chocolate. And there was the one with the burfi. And I wonder how many I can fit in. So that's greed. Okay. The intense greed to have it. That means that Krishna consciousness is not a sectarian affair, because in the next line, it says, if it is available somewhere, wherever that is available, wherever we find that kind of devotee to follow, we must purchase it without delay. And Srila Ramananda Rai already mentioned what is the price to purchase it? The greed to have it. So in my foolishness in the beginning, not that I'm not foolish now, but I was more then, in my foolishness, I would ask Prabhupada like not the most brilliant of questions. Like I asked him, it wasn't a bad question. Prabhupada, why is there evil? And his answer was, because you wanted it. You wanted to be here. You wanted to turn away from Krishna. So this is what it's like without Krishna. And then sometimes I went to apologize for things like one of my first services was to change the water in the pots of flowers. As you may remember, or if you've seen any of the photos of Prabhupada at 26 Second Avenue, you'd see that on his lectern, he had this purple lectern. And so on the two sides of the table of his lectern, there were high candles and gladiola flowers. So one of my first services was to change the water. So when I threw the water down the drain, I don't know if you know New York, it's full of cockroaches. So one cockroach went down the drain. And I felt so bad because I'd been learning from Prabhupada that cockroaches also are our brothers and sisters. So I immediately went up to his quarters because in those days you can just go. And I said, I just threw a cockroach down the drain by accident when I was changing the water. I don't know what to do. I feel so bad. He said, that's all right. You are engaged in Krishna's service. He will forgive you. He was appreciating the feeling bad and he was consoling at the same time. Another time I apologize because Prabhupada, sometimes I fall asleep in your class and I feel so bad about that, but I can't help myself. That's all right. Krishna will forgive you because you're sincere. In those days we had, well, the world had not smartphones like they have now. And everybody walks around with their smartphone, oblivious of the world around them, except what's in the internet, all the horrors that are in there. There was this, you know, like when you're in the street and there's a telephone booth and it's a big, like rectangular thing, and you go, whoa, to dial it. So that's how it was in people's homes in those days. So Prabhupada made he went to the music studio to make the very first Hare Krishna album. But it was taking a long time to produce. Yeah, it wasn't just you listen to your phone and you have your little things in your ears and you just go. But there was these big records at that time and people had big phonographs. So the record was taking a long time to produce. So one time he was speaking on that big phone. I was in his quarters as well, so I got to overhear. He said, oh, so-and-so, I'm always thinking of you. And then after he got off the phone, saying, okay, where's the record? Then he said to us, yes, I'm always thinking of him, just like Kamsa was always thinking of Krishna. He said, ah. So Prabhupada's apartment consisted of, besides the obvious bathroom and really tiny kitchen, there were two other rooms. One room was the room where Prabhupada made the offerings. When he was saying his mantras for offerings, we'd call it bells. He's doing his bells because there were two bells. It was bigger than the bells here. It's long things and they're round, and he'd have one bell and one between two fingers and one bell between other fingers. And he'd sit there and be saying his mantras for making his offering. So that was one room. And then the other room, and that's where everybody took prasadam as well. That's where the initiation ceremonies took place. And then the next door room was where he dictated his first books, like teachings of Lord Chaitanya, where he slept, where he took prasadam, and where he had big almirahs full of manuscripts. So there, in that room, his big desk was a beaten up trunk that he had brought from India with his clothes or a few volumes of Srimad Bhagavatams in it. He brought a trunk of Srimad Bhagavatam's first canto. That's all he had printed, the first 3 volumes. And also these like dorés and other kind of blankets that he used to sit on and that he used to sleep on. And they were all the devotees' secondhand blankets or cloths, and I donated a secondhand doré for him to sit on. And he was so humble. I mean, he's eternally humble, even when he became a trillionaire and his institution was worth trillions. And one of the earliest paintings that I did for him was that he had this some Hindi scripture by what was that company's name? Gita Press, yeah, printed in Gorakhpur. And so he took out the picture of Narad Muni, very beautiful Narad Muni holding a veena in one hand and his clappers in another hand. And so he gave me the picture to make a painting of, and he liked that one a lot. But then whatever painting it was, he wrote on this little piece of paper any words that he wanted me to put on the bottom of the painting. So with this painting, he wrote, and then I painted in at the bottom, Narada Muni Bajai Veena Radhika Ramana Nami. Means that Narada Muni plays his veena chanting Hare Krishna. And so, but then I thought that, well, I could do better than this. So the next temple that I stayed in was the Boston temple. Wherever I was, there was only a few devotees there. So the Boston temple had about 3 devotees. And I used to go to the Boston Library to see what inspiration I could get for making a better Narada Muni. So I found this picture of a painting, Renaissance painting of Lord Jesus. And he didn't quite have the same dhoti as Narada Muni had. You know, he has this dhoti that starts at his high hip and goes down to his other knee. So we had that kind of dhoti. And I also found it wasn't like the original print that Prabhupada gave me. It wasn't that realistic, like with deep shadows and chiaroscuro lighting. But the trees were like Indian and Vrindavan and with creepers. So I didn't find that, but I found realistic looking redwood forest. So I took the redwood forest and I took the dhoti of Lord Jesus and I made Narada with muscles, because I think I told this once or twice here before, because at that time the Mona Lisa was on display in New York City, and there were like 3 blocks. You had to wait online 3 blocks to get to see her for 2 minutes. So I thought, well, if I could make Narada Muni like the Renaissance, then so many people will want to see Narada Muni. So that's what I did. And I sent it because I had already started sending my paintings to the different ISKCON temples. There were 3 at the time. So I sent it to the San Francisco temple, and the devotees were writing me letters and raging about it. Raving about it. But that was a slip of tongue. When Prabhupada went to San Francisco, he wrote me a letter raging about it because he wasn't happy at all. He said, the one you did back in New York was so nice. He looked like a brahmachari, and this one looks like a meat eater, a muscle-bound Western meat eater. And then he had his servant at that time, Govindadasi. She and her husband, Gorsundar, were his personal servants. So he had her mail me a picture, one of those Indian Brijbasi prints, about this big, of young 5-year-old Krishna listening to the blind Suradas playing his, not exactly a veena, it was like a natural version of it, and glorifying Krishna in his songs. So he said, this is the conception of milk drinkers' beauty. You've given meat eaters' beauty. So I wanted to die. So I wrote him back with just a 3-line apology. And then he wrote me back and he said, this is the first time I've gotten a letter from you, only 3 lines. The thing is that there was a man, he was a Hindu, and he was going somewhere and he had to go through this forest. And while going through the forest, he felt very hungry. Maybe he was even a Brahmana, because they're more strict. So he went to this Muslim's house, because that's all there was. And the Muslim gave him some meal, but it wasn't enough to satisfy his hunger. So then after he left the house and went on his journey, he lamented. So I've lost my caste, because a Brahmin can't eat at anyone but a Hindu's house. I've lost my caste and still I'm hungry. So I lost both ways. So he said, so that's the thing. We don't want to please the senses of the public. They are material public. They are rascals. We want to please our Acharya's senses, and we want to please the senses of Krishna. So your painting didn't please the senses of Krishna. And on top of that, you're not going to become popular just because you painted in the Renaissance style. So then a little time went by. I was in the Boston Temple. Then Prabhupada came to New York. So the whole Boston Temple went down to New York to visit Srila Prabhupada. Then I went up to see him, and he continued his sentence as if the next line of the letter. And he said, if Picasso makes a painting, it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. Oh, it's a Picasso? Then it's worth $20 million. He said, and by his karma, he became Picasso. So people don't care how good or bad the painting is. They only care who did it. So then the conversation took another turn. And I said, well, we kind of do that too, Prabhupada. We say, oh, Prabhupada said that? Oh, very good. So he said, that is love. That is a different thing. Just like a mother has a blind child, but because he loves the child, therefore he calls the child lotus-eyed. Oh, lotus-eyed. Yeah. He said, so he said, suggested that I was speaking about him like that. Huh? So he knew what was going to happen in the future, that he was going to have so many Rolls Royces, palaces, Gurukula, land, and all those things. But, and he said, just time is separating, but still he was so patient and he acted in the moment. Like the moment was the time to be in. Not, we got to get money and we got to get land and we got to get this. But he knew that Krishna was doing everything and he was just Krishna's representative guiding. Oh, I already had one. Okay, thank you. Okay, then also he came to Boston, and I remember the first day that he came, and all of us devotees in the morning, we all wanted to hurry to see him. He was about 9 blocks away, a nice few-minute walk. And so me and another girl, we decided we'd be first and we'd get to see him first. So we ran and we knocked on the door and he didn't answer. And we knocked again and he didn't answer. And he wouldn't answer until all the devotees came. So he knows everything, past, present, and future. The pure devotee is called Tri Kala Gyan. Tri is 3. Kala means the time periods. And knowing, Gya. Tri Kala Gya. So he knows past, present, and future. He also knows, as he wrote himself, I know the pulse of my devotees. Like a doctor can know how sick or healthy a patient is, I know exactly what's going on with my devotees because I can read pulses. Anyway, when we were all in there, he started talking about Vrindavan. He had just come back from Vrindavan. And he said, and then there was a long hallway from the room he was speaking to us in to the front doorway. So he said, in Vrindavan, Radharani is the center. And if anybody comes to my door, then I would call out, who's there? Not who's there, but Jai Radhe. And they would answer, Jai Radhe. And he looked down the hallway again for the response, Jai Radhe. He said, Krishna is like the ornament, and Radharani is the queen of Vrindavan. He was quoting a prayer by Srila Narottam Das Thakur. And then, because he'd come back from New York, and in New York, I wasn't there. I was still in the Boston Temple. And someone showed him a recent painting that I had done, also with the influence of the Boston Library. And so there was Krishna, and I found this great Dutch girl. She was really pretty. She had already had a long skirt, and she was holding, so I put a garland on her. She happened to face this way, and I didn't face her that way. So she was facing a little away, and there's Krishna playing his flute. So he said, the painting that you did, Govinda Dasi told me about it before Prabhupada arrived in Boston. I said, I just want to apologize for doing that bogus painting. So then Prabhupada is so kind, just like Krishna takes the bright side. Putana came to kill him. And Krishna thought, well, she has come as my mother. Okay, so I will give her the position like a mother in Golok. So Prabhupada said, no, it's okay. Radharani is giving Jadharani, he called me Jadharani then, Jadharani a garland for painting so many nice pictures of Krishna. So he took the bright side like that. And he would always encourage us in the paintings. He was speaking once to a devotee, a brahmachari, about college engagements, the great importance of getting college engagements. He was very much after the students. He was happy when the devotees would go dorm to dorm, dormitory to dormitory, giving out his books. He also liked when sets of his books went out. So then I came in and I didn't want to interrupt. So I just stood at the doorway and Prabhupada turned to me and he said, "You should flood the world with these paintings." And he used to take them to his college engagements. Like at that time we did a Sankirtan of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dancing with his associates. And he announced to the students, I think this was Boston University, he announced to the students that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was also young, like you. And he started this Sankirtan movement. And then he pointed to the painting. It was very encouraging. It was also very encouraging when we did the paintings for his books. He wrote us that if you have a description of something and you might not be able to picture it in your mind, if you have the picture in the book, then you can see what it's like. So he was encouraging us in that way. And one time we asked him if it's okay to study the old masters, because they were masters, because Prabhupada gave us a Krishna book marathon. It was a night and day thing, and he encouraged us to do assembly line paintings. That is, Bhardraj would beginning it, I would middle it, and Muralidhar would put in details like fingernails and ornaments. And we felt really bad because we had some understanding of the glory of his ancient Vedic classics, his translations and commentaries. And we felt embarrassed that the paintings would go in there. Even though later Prabhupada said that these paintings are our ISKCON motto. But anyway, we were embarrassed. So we asked him if we could take off for a while and go to school and learn these techniques. So he said, no, just take whatever talent you have. Because foremost on the teacher's mind is not how the students do their homework, but that the students do their homework. Then he gave a very interesting analogy that if a person's house is on fire and your next door neighbor doesn't speak your language, then do you take time out to learn the language? If you do that, your house will be burnt down. And so he said, you just call out, fire, fire, and somehow or other get the message to your neighbor so that he could help you. And he also gave another, he used to teach. He used to teach everything, how to do everything, how to do arati, how to clean pots. He said if the pot has one black spot, even on the outside, it's not clean. And then he would teach how to clean the floor. He would go down on his hands and knees with two, what do you call those things? Buckets, with two buckets. One with water that would pretty much stay clean and another that could get dirty. You put the sponge or cloth in the water with soap, and then you clean the floor, and then you squeeze it out in the same one. Then you go to the new water and get the fresh water and rinse it, make it clean. So everything he taught the devotees, how to cook, so many things. And I personally got 90 letters. Well, I'd say about 60 letters to me and about 40 letters to 60 and 30 is 90, to the whole art department, because we used to flood him with questions. Sometimes there were so many marathons that he was getting so many books out so sequentially that that we were working on a few books at a time, each of the artists. And so we'd ask him several questions at a time. So he'd write letters back, like with 13 points, because we had 13 questions, just zip, 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 answering what does this person look like? How did Brahma look when the creation happened, and all those things. And one time he even, because he's so encouraging us to connect, one time he even wrote me back about Lord Brahma. He said that you have to ask Brahma. Yeah. So Prabhupada gave one interesting analogy about how Krishna can be everything and still be a person. And I know I only have 3 minutes left. Krishna can be everything and still at the same time be a person. He said, just like in this ISKCON movement, they say, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami is everything, but still I'm a person. He gave another interesting analogy about my poor self in that regard, how Krishna is a person and Krishna is complete. He said, Chaturani does so many paintings, wasn't that many, but he said so many paintings, and still she didn't get less. She's still the same person. So Krishna can breathe out so many universes and so many suns, S-U-N-S, suns come out of him, but still he didn't diminish, just like the sun. So much heat and light for trillions of years and maintaining so many planets have come out of the sun, but the sun didn't diminish or get cold. He said, so similarly with Krishna. So I absolutely adored his analogies. And just to conclude, as you know, he gave us so many things. He gave us all the acharyas and their songs. And the places where their songs that he gave us came from, so we could go to the books and get more songs later as we met Srila Gurudev and pure devotees. So he gave us the acharyas like Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Narottam Das Thakur, Vyasadev, what to speak of the most ancient, Radha and Krishna. She's the original acharya of Prem, who even taught Krishna. And all of his songs, we didn't have to stop singing any of his songs that he gave us, except Yani Kani Chapapani, going around the Tulsi plant and singing Yani Kani Chapapani Brahmahachadikani Cha, because we ended up with another pure devotee, Srila Gurudev, who told us exactly what Prabhupada didn't want us or wouldn't want us to continue at this time when Gurudev came, because now you're praying to Tulsi Devi for residents in Vrindavan, right? He gave us that song, but you don't have to pray Yani Kani. So because by circumambulating Tulsi, all your sins are gone. We're not praying to Tulsi. We're not on that level with Tulsi anymore. We want service in Vrindavan. So all the songs otherwise that Prabhupada gave us, they're all songs that we can continue throughout till how many births later we get Bhava Bhakti and Swarup Siddha Bhakti, because all the songs are for that. So we're so grateful to Srila Prabhupada for coming in our lives, and we're ever indebted. We'll never catch up and do our debt. We'll ever be indebted. So there's many things to say, but another time, another place. Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Bol. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Tariya Tirabhav Titi Mahamahotsav ki jai. Mahamahotsav ki jai. Mahamahotsav ki jai.
Jai. We could have let you speak longer, Didi. It's so great to hear from you. Such an honor, and for you to share so many of your intimate moments. It's really, I actually find it very encouraging, because I know that you're so humble and so always you just exemplify Trinadapi Sunichena, but in truth, you are so fantastic to us, and your seva is like beyond my comprehension. And I think of the blessing of your close association with Srila Prabhupada, how fortunate in those early days to have that. And thank you for being so transparent about how you've grown and evolved over the years as your understanding and association continue to grow, so that we can have some hope for ourselves and not be weak as we're trying to trying to make it. And if I had realized that you guys were going to go from this talk to Guru Puja, we could have maybe stayed with you for on the Bhakti Zoom through that. But I know that I asked Krishna Priya Didi to please be available for a closing kirtan for our Bhakti Zoom program.
That would be great. That is tremendous. But when you were speaking, I just thought of, like you said, and we appreciate how you've grown. So just to tell you how I've grown, one of my first questions when I was painting in Prabhupada's quarters, I asked, is it okay to be envious of Srimati Radhika? Isn't that a dumb question? And then his answer was, no, you can only get to Krishna through Srimati Radhika. Devor Premanandi.
I see that Vaikanas Maharaj is there. I think he might, Maharaj, I'm going to unmute you. Did you have something you wanted to say to Her Grace? Haribol, I'm seeing if I can unmute you. Let's see. Yeah.
Why would you want a candle held up to the sun? Why would you want a firefly to illuminate in the midday? No, I was just very happy to listen. Funny thing is, I've heard all these stories many times, but like Gurudev would also tell the same stories, but each time they're fresher and fresher, and I enjoy them more and more. And there's always some little subtle difference. I was just very happy just sitting here listening, because it takes me back, to so many times and so many places. And that's what kata does. It's eternal. These pastimes with our gurus, we see them in the sequence of past, present, and future, but they don't exist on that plane. They exist in the plane of eternal time. So when we remember these pastimes, it's like Nanda Maharaj and all the Braj Basis listening to Snigdhakant and Madhukant. We can be there. I felt like I'm in the room with Shamarani, with Srila Prabhupada saying all these things. I wasn't in the room, but I feel like I'm in the room. That's what I really loved about these stories. And I want to hear them over and over. I'm not diminishing it in any way, because Gurudev would tell the same kata every year in Vrindavan or in Navadvip, but every year it was fresher and fresher. And as Shamarani said, our realizations and understanding grow each time. So it was great. I loved it. I loved every minute of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words.
No, I was cooking and then I finished and then I said, oh, I thought it was all over. And then I clicked on and you were just starting. So anyway, I hope to get down and visit you sometime. We're in the same
I hope
time.
so. I hope you'll take over here.
That's what they want here. That's what I seem to. I vowed I'm never going to manage again, and here I am.
Yeah.
I think Basanti is the heir apparent. Okay. Thank you very much. Hari Bol.
Radhe Radhe. Hare Krishna.
Hari Bol. Tarunji, I know you wanted to make a quick announcement. Do I need to unmute you, or can you unmute me?
Yeah, it's fine. Just while Srimati Shamarani Didi is here, I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time to share Qatar with all of us. We know your schedule is so busy, so thank you so much. And thank you to all of the listeners who are listening live and those who are listening later on YouTube, and for all the wonderful speakers for this program within this wider festival. Thank you so much, and thank you to you, Manini Radha, and to Anuradha, and Yashodhari, of course, Anuradha, who's not here, for emceeing and helping this be possible, to hear Qatar from around the world about Srila Prabhupada. I just wanted to quickly announce for tomorrow's program. It's an hour earlier than usual, but the clocks are also going back in the UK tonight. So it's starting 10:15 a.m. In the UK tomorrow, and it is starting 3:45 p.m. IST. So hopefully everyone can just work out the time from that, but it will be posted. The times will be posted in the WhatsApp chat. So yes, that's my announcement. Oh, and the program itself is the disappearance day of Srila Bhakti Swarup Siddhanta Goswami Maharaj, and we'll be hearing from Sriman Gaurasundar Prabhu, and I think we're also visiting some places maybe with Sripad Tridandi Maharaj, I believe, but I'm not sure. But it's definitely starting 10:15 a.m. in the UK. Anyway, Haribol.
Chai, thank you. And Krishna Priya Didi, are you able to unmute? I appreciate you so much coming at short notice to bless us with your kirtan. What are you singing to close us out?
I was thinking Ebara Karuna Karo.
Do you know the page? We have the page.
Yeah, it's page 44.
Okay. Haribol. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me and engaging me in service. So I thought I would read the English first, if that's okay? Okay. O Vaishnav Gosai, be merciful to me now. You are the savior of the fallen souls. Except for you, there is no one who can deliver me. Where can one find such a merciful personality, by whose mere proximity one's sins go far away? Only after touching the Ganga does one become purified, but simply by seeing you, one is purified. This is your great quality. Offenses committed at the lotus feet of Sri Hari are absolved by Harinam, but for offenses against you, there is absolutely no means of deliverance. Sri Govinda is always resting in your heart. Govinda thus says, the Vaishnavas are my life and soul. In every birth, I aspire for the dust of your lotus feet. Be compassionate to this Narottam Das and consider me your own. Ebara karuna karo Vaishnava Gosai Patita Pavana Toma Pine Hona Kaharani Kate Gile Papa Dure Jai Eman Dayala Prabhu Keva Kodapai Gangara Pairasha Huile Pashate Pavana Darshane Pavitra Karo Etomara Guna Haristane Aparadhe Tare Harina Tomastane aparadhe nahi ko edan tumhara hridaye sada Govinda Visham Govinda Kahina Mama Vaishnava Param Prati Janme Kori Asha Charanera Nairotame Karodaya Apanaraponi Ebara Karuna Karun Vaishnava Gosai Patita Pavana Toma Pineke Hona Jaya Vaishnav Gosai Vaishnav Gosai Vaishnav Gosai Jaya Vaishnav Gosai Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Nitai Gora Haribol 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 Nitai Gora Haribol Hare Krishna
Jai Haribol. Srila Prabhupada Mahotsav ki jai. Vancha kalpa tarubhyascha. Kripa sindhu papatika pavanidhyo Vaishnavadhyo namo namaha. Jai Jai
Jai
Shri Radhikam. Thank you. Yeah,
Krishna
thank you all devotees on this Bhakti Zoom and all who will watch in the future.